Chapter 480. Swish, swish, swish. In the aperture, the 90% primeval sea surged with waves. The true gold color was dazzling, shining on the aperture walls. These aperture walls were not ordinary, they were crystal clear, smooth and full, containing a sense of vitality. This was the rank 4 peak stage crystal wall. On the true gold sea, waves continued to surge, creating huge waves that reached the sky. Then wave after wave, the waves washed over the crystal wall. At first, the crystal wall was like a reef on the sea, unmoving. But gradually, the crystal wall could not bear the pressure, and cracks appeared on it from the attacks of the primeval essence wolf tide. As time passed, the cracks increased and became bigger. The primeval sea slowly decreased, and the crystal wall also became full of cracks, becoming extremely fragile. But it was still a step away from breaking through. Fan Yuan sat on the bed, his eyes closed, his mind almost completely focused on the aperture. He had 90% aptitude, belonging to a grade, and had deep accumulations. This time, he could break through to rank 5 realm with his own foundation. Right now, the primeval sea was only left with 20%, and the waves on the sea were gradually weakening, showing signs of calming down. But suddenly, the true gold sea that had been accumulating burst out with a soaring wave. This wave was majestic and ferocious, surpassing any of the previous waves. It was like a tsunami, rising and fiercely smashing on the aperture walls. Boom! With a soft sound, the aperture walls finally could not bear the pressure, and were smashed into pieces by this huge wave. Large numbers of crystal wall fragments fell into the sea like shattered icebergs, turning into essence and slowly disappearing. After a while, the crystal wall fragments all fell off, leaving behind a light membrane that enveloped the surroundings. The light membrane shone brightly, its aura was strong, surpassing rank 4 peak stage crystal wall, showing the true aura of a rank 5 initial stage goo master. What followed was a trace of light purple primeval essence, forming at the bottom of the sea. Once a goo master turned into green copper primeval essence, rank 2 into red iron primeval essence, rank 3 into silver primeval essence, rank 4 into gold primeval essence, and rank 5 into purple crystal primeval essence. Although it was only a trace of light purple, it was a qualitative difference. From today onwards, Fan Yuan's primeval essence would be light purple primeval essence. Ever since rebirth, I have wandered around and finally became a rank 5 goo master. In Danghun Palace, Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes, sighing in relief. Rank 5 goo masters, in this mortal world, were absolute overlords, the true peak realm. The number of people who could cultivate to this level was more than 1 in 10,000. If it was someone else, they would probably be wild with joy. However, Fan Yuan had already experienced it once in his previous life. At this moment, he was not ecstatic, but gratified and looking forward to the future. Compared to my previous life, it is a great achievement to be able to reach rank 5 at such a young age. Fan Yuan was only in his 30s now. Cultivating to rank 5 at this age was definitely a top genius in the 5 regions. But rank 5 realm is not my end, it is a starting point. Next is to advance to Goo Immortal again. If it were those genius Goo masters, they would also be hesitant when talking about advancing to Goo Immortal. But Fan Yuan had his previous life's experience, he was very confident in becoming a Goo Immortal in the future. After advancing to Goo Immortal, the danger of Spring-Autumn Cicada's death can be completely resolved. Fan Yuan looked at Spring-Autumn Cicada again. Ever since rebirth, Spring-Autumn Cicada had fallen into a deep slumber, absorbing the water from the river of time to recover. Right now, it had mostly recovered, and a faint pressure filled Fan Yuan's entire aperture. All along, Spring-Autumn Cicada was a guillotine hanging on Fan Yuan's neck. As time passed, this giant guillotine would get closer to Fan Yuan's neck. Spring-Autumn Cicada gave Fan Yuan a huge threat of death, forcing him to take risks and do everything he could to advance his cultivation. Only when he reached rank 6 Goo Immortal Realm could Fan Yuan's aperture hold Spring-Autumn Cicada. At that time, Fan Yuan would have more freedom and calmness, and would no longer be as pressured as now. Light purple primeval essence was constantly being produced in the aperture, settling under the remnant yellow-gold primeval essence. Fan Yuan came back to his senses, slowly standing up and walking out of the secret room, arriving at another room. In this room, there were several large jars. The jars were filled with green liquid, and there was a purple crystal relic goo floating in each of them. There were a total of 6 purple crystal relic goo. Most of them were bought by Fan Yuan or Little Who Immortal from Jewel Yellow Skies these days. Purple crystal relic goo could raise a rank 5 goo master's cultivation by an entire realm. Fan Yuan had spent a lot of money for these purple crystal relic goo. Fan Yuan only needed 3 purple crystal relic goo to raise his cultivation to the peak realm. But at this moment, he looked around and saw that the jars were different. One of the jars had turbid green water, one had a mixture of green and yellow, and 2 of the purple crystal relic goo had tiny black fur growing on them. The remaining 2 jars had clear green water, without any changes. Fan Yuan snorted. Most of these 6 purple crystal relic goo had been tampered with in some way. Fan Yuan used his 500 years of experience to find out that there was something fishy about these relic goo. Only 2 of the purple crystal relic goo in these 6 jars could be used. Fan Yuan immediately took out the purple crystal relic goo from the 2 jars with clear green water and used them. After using the 2 relic goo, Fan Yuan's cultivation immediately rose to rank 5 upper stage. Fan Yuan then took out the 2 purple crystal relic goo with tiny fur growing on them, and used them on himself. The 2 relic goo worked together, and finally raised his cultivation to rank 5 peak stage. In a short period of time, Fan Yuan went from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 peak stage, completing a huge leap. Moreover, the relic goo was mystical, and his foundation showed no signs of instability. A goo master's cultivation was extremely reliant on resources. As long as they had enough resources, their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. In theory, as long as they had enough relic goo, a goo master's cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. But in reality, very few goo masters did this. Firstly, relic goo could only advance a goo master's small realm. Every rank's large realm required the goo master to break through themselves. Using too many relic goo would make cultivation too easy, and instead cause ordinary goo masters to be biased, making it harder for them to break through large realms. Secondly, a goo master's cultivation realm did not mean everything. To survive in this cruel world, one needed schemes, wisdom, fortuitous encounters, experience, and training. With a sudden increase in strength, if one did not have sufficient mental control, they would be like a baby waving a large knife, harming others while harming themselves. Thirdly, relic goo's value was very high, and few goo masters had such conditions to cultivate so extravagantly. Even for those goo immortals' descendants, if they had such conditions, their elders would not be so eager to help them grow. Finally, there was an even more important point, that was aptitude. Without aptitude, no matter how many relic goo one had, it was useless. Fan Yuan could advance to rank 5 smoothly not only because of his experience, but also because of his great aptitude. Consuming relic goo continuously and raising his cultivation rapidly, perhaps only Fan Yuan could do this. If it were any other rank 5 goo master, no matter how talented they were, like Shang Clan, they would have to take it step by step. After all, goo masters had to undergo large amounts of goo worm training in their cultivation. No matter how high their cultivation was, if it could not be converted into battle strength, they would only be a human target. His previous life's experiences were Fan Yuan's greatest wealth, allowing him to smoothly control this explosive strength. Looking at the time, after this breakthrough in cultivation, a night had passed unknowingly. Fan Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace and arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. As he expected, many guts goo started to grow on the mountain rocks. He walked a few steps and squatted down, casually crushing one, but only got a pile of yellow mud. Ever since Dang Hun Mountain was affected by the gruel mud immortal goo, it had gradually deteriorated, and a portion of the guts goo had turned into yellow mud. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. He had already expected this, and crushed another 7 to 8 guts goo. But during this process, he only got 2 intact guts goo. through the power of the goo worms, his wolfman's soul was slightly strengthened again. The gruel mud immortal goo's power has eroded even deeper. I remember back then, out of 10 guts goo, at least 4 or 5 were intact. But now, only 3 or 4 are left. Fan Yuan sighed. These yellow mud, although they were all gruel mud and could be sold in jewel yellow skies. But compared to the original guts goo, the difference in value was like heaven and earth. It could be said to be a huge loss. But fortunately, these guts goo all belonged to Fan Yuan alone. Although 6 or 7 out of 10 guts goo were useless goo, with the huge number, Fan Yuan's soul could advance by leaps and bounds. Right now, I am rank 5 peak stage. The next step is to charge towards goo immortal realm. But this is difficult. I need to make a lot of preparations and plan slowly. Fan Yuan inwardly planned. With the rank 5 peak stage aperture, spring-autumn cicada's pressure was greatly alleviated. The urgent matter now was to save Danghun Mountain. He could not watch Danghun Mountain perish like this. Preserving Danghun Mountain would be of great help to Fan Yuan's future cultivation. Even after Fan Yuan advanced to goo immortal, it would still be useful. After plucking the guts goo on the mountain, Fan Yuan entered Danghun Palace and cooperated with Little Hu Immortal, activating connecting heaven goo. In jewel yellow skies, waves of divine senses intertwined with each other. The moment connecting heaven goo was activated, a large amount of divine senses gushed towards Little Hu Immortal. They were all about the price of the gruel mud. Fan Yuan sold large amounts of gruel mud to jewel yellow skies, attracting the interest of many goo immortals. Using these gruel mud and relying on immortal goo recipes, one could refine gruel mud immortal goo. Although this goo could only be used once, it was a genuine immortal goo. In an environment where immortal goo were scarce, goo immortals flocked towards Fan Yuan's gruel mud immortal goo. For these gruel mud, Fan Yuan's price was the recipe of the immortal goo. At first, these goo immortals only took out tattered remnant recipes. The treasure light was not even 3 meters. But after these days, the recipes these goo immortals took out had already reached 3 to 4 meters. Chapter 481. Connecting heaven goo was embedded in the air, images of wolves flashing in the mirror. Suddenly, the image froze and a turtleback myriad wolf king appeared. The turtleback wolf had a broad body, its whole body was dark green and its eyes were eerie blue. Just like its name, each turtleback wolf had a turtle-like carapace on its back. The shell was very heavy, about a third of the turtleback wolf's weight was concentrated inside. Besides defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the ability to store nutrients. Among ordinary wolves, this type of wolf had the strongest defense. And the myriad beast wolf king that appeared in connecting heaven goo was no doubt even larger, 10 times the size of an ordinary turtleback wolf. Its round turtle back was towering, its bronze-colored turtle shell was shiny, giving people a feeling of abundant battle strength and strength. Right now, I have close to 30,000 wolves in my hands. Among them, there are 3 main wolf groups. They are turtleback wolves, night wolves, and wind wolves. Every wolf group has close to 10,000 in number. Besides these, there are also a small number of poison beard wolves from poison grassland. Over 100 water wolves were bought because of the white eyes wolves. Fan Yuan originally had over 30,000 wolves in his wolf group. But after several battles, the losses were not small, and now there were only 27,000 wolves left. Excluding the old, weak and sick who had migrated to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the number of wolves he had left was less than 25,000. This way, he needed to replenish them. Ordinary enslavement path goo masters would need to organize people to capture and replenish their beast group. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, they could not devour a beast group that was too big. But after Fan Yuan obtained connecting heaven goo, it was like he was standing on the shoulders of goo immortals. He had one more choice than ordinary goo masters: to purchase beast groups in jewel yellow skies. The vast majority of blessed lands nurtured wild beasts. These wild beasts multiplied too much, causing pressure on the blessed land's ecology. The goo immortals in charge of the blessed land would sell them in jewel yellow skies. This way, not only could they reduce the pressure on the blessed land, they could also gain some benefits. Similarly, many Gu immortals wanted to nurture their blessed land and replenish the ecology. They would buy some wild beasts to raise in the blessed land. Therefore, the trading of beasts in jewel yellow skies was very normal. In jewel yellow skies, there were a wide variety of wolves for sale. Northern Plains night wolf, wind wolf, water wolf, poison beard wolf, turtleback wolf, southern borders lightning wolf, ash wolf, blood wolf, two-headed wolf, western desert silk wolf, pearl wolf, sand wolf, tyrant wolf, eastern sea zinc wolf, greedy wolf, red wolf, gold-back wolf, Central Plains white eyes wolf, star wolf, pervert wolf, blood wolf. Among them, there were not only ordinary wild beasts, but also exotic beasts such as white-eyed wolves, tyrant wolves, and greedy wolves. Of course, there were no desolate beast-level wolves with Gu immortal battle strength. However, according to what Fan Yuan knew, there was a desolate beast, Peach Wolf, buried in Langya blessed land. Among the 3 largest wolf packs in my hands, the night wolves already have a myriad beast king. If the wind wolves and turtleback wolves also have a myriad beast king as their leader, I wouldn't need to control so many 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings, which would greatly reduce the burden of taming beasts. This would reduce the burden on my soul and allow me to take in even more wolf packs. Fan Yuan did not intend to change the wolf packs. That would be an unnecessary move. He decided to expand the wolf pack in his hands. Little Hu Immortal transmitted his divine sense and inquired about the price of this turtleback, myriad wolf king. The Gu Immortal who sold it called himself Southern Sea Turtle Immortal. He wanted 10,000 stalks of grass. Grass was a specialty of northern plains. Each stalk of grass was shaped like an upright flute. When the wind blew, the sound of the wind would enter the flute holes on the grass and produce a pleasant flute sound. Grass itself was a common material for Gu refinement. At the same time, in large patches of grass, some sound path and wood path Gu worms would gradually grow. Fan Yuan did not have any grass on hand. Although he knew the location of the grassland, the season was not right. The grass was still seeds buried in the soil and had not grown. Fan Yuan knew of this situation, but he did not give up. Instead, he asked Little Hu Immortal, "Ask if the other party accepts Immortal Yuan Stone." Little Hu Immortal transmitted her divine sense, and after a few exchanges, she reported, "Master, he said he can sell 20,000 turtleback wolves, but he wants 2 Immortal Yuan Stone." Fan Yuan sneered. This price was too high. Immortal Yuan Stone was very rare, and turtleback wolves were only ordinary wild beasts, but there was a process of haggling in the transaction. After some haggling, Fan Yuan used 1 Immortal Yuan Stone to buy 30,000 turtleback wolves from Southern Sea Turtle Immortal, as well as 1 turtleback myriad wolf king. After the transaction was concluded, Fan Yuan bought 18,000 wind wolves and 1 wind wolf myriad beast king. He also added 20,000 night wolves, 5,000 poison beard wolves, and 6,000 water wolves. A total of 2.5 Immortal Yuan Stone was consumed. This was not the end. The wolf pack entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a severe test to the original ecology. It would have many effects. At least, Fan Yuan had to replenish the food for these wolves, otherwise these wolves would starve to death due to insufficient food in the Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land also had many wild beasts. For example, wild rabbits, pheasants, and so on. But these animals were the food source of the fox pack. Hu Immortal raised a large number of foxes in the Blessed Land. There were red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. These fox packs suffered heavy losses in the 6th earthly calamity, but they still managed to preserve their seeds. After many years of recuperation, they gradually expanded in scale and recovered some vitality. If there was insufficient food, the wolf pack and fox pack would inevitably prey on each other, causing severe internal friction. The gains would not make up for the losses. For these fox packs and wolf packs, Fan Yuan chose food in jewel yellow skies. Golden carp, green jade cushion carp, fat mudfish, which one should I choose, eh? There is actually fish roe of air bubble fish. While Fan Yuan was choosing, he unexpectedly found a Gu Immortal selling the fish roe of air bubble fish. He immediately decided to buy it. But the fish roe of air bubble fish still attracted the attention of some Gu immortals, resulting in a bidding war. Fan Yuan decisively raised the price to 1 immortal yuan stone. There are only over 20,000 fish roe. Someone actually bid 1 immortal yuan stone. This person is crazy. Even if they are hatched, there will be over 3,000 air bubble fish. Although they are precious, they are not worth 1 immortal yuan stone. The Gu immortals sent their mocking and disdainful divine senses. Air bubble fish were difficult to hatch. They only had about 30% survival rate. In their opinion, Fan Yuan's price was too high. If my memory is not wrong, at the end of this year, when 2 Gu immortals fought in the air bubble sea, intense poison invaded the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. By then, the price of air bubble fish would have risen by more than 10 times. Fan Yuan snickered as he obtained these fish roe. Those who could become Gu immortals were undoubtedly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Other than some ignorant and incompetent second-generation immortals, most Gu immortals were elites among elites. If Fan Yuan did not pay such a high price, it would be extremely difficult to obtain these fish roe. In the future, when the 5 regions war erupts, the price of air bubble fish's fish roe would have risen by 100 times. Air bubble fish was a specialty of Southern Sea. It was rather peculiar. Its translucent belly was round like a round bubble. The front of the bubble was decorated with 2 sesame black dots. They were the eyes. The fins and tail were very small, providing weak movement. Air bubble fish were different from other fish. They mostly swam up and down. If they were forced into a corner, to avoid their natural enemies, they would float out of the water and into the sky. Some mature air bubble fish would even float in the sky all year round, devouring the tiny insects in the air and not entering the sea to live. The greatest use of air bubble fish was to increase the production of Gu worms. Air bubble fish would swallow the worms into its belly, and these worms would receive protection and nourishment inside, gradually evolving into Gu before drilling out of the fish's belly and flying out into the wild. Precisely because it could increase the production rate of Gu worms, air bubble fish became an item that all great Gu immortals chased after during the 5 regions war. These air bubble fish can be slowly nurtured, although there is only a 30% success rate, as long as I take care of them carefully. After a few decades, I will be able to feed myself. After 100 years, I will be able to form a scale of at least 500,000. Like starlight firefly Gu, they will definitely be in high demand during the 5 regions war. The fish roe of air bubble fish was an unexpected gain. It could be considered a small surprise. With air bubble fish, I can't choose the fat mud fish. Although the fat mud fish is the easiest to raise, this fish will eat the fish roe of air bubble fish. When it is hungry, it can even fill its stomach with mud. In comparison, the golden carp and the green jade carp, one eats gold while the other eats jade. They have no interest in the fish roe of air bubble fish. Fan Yuan did not lack gold and jade, because there were large groups of rock men living in Hu immortal blessed land. These rock men lived at the bottom of the cave and ate mud as food. After a long time, all kinds of metals, jade and other minerals would condense on their bodies. But gold is harmful to the growth and reproduction of air bubble fish. It will reduce the perfunctory rate. But the warm jade does not have this drawback. So I will choose the green jade carp. Fan Yuan pondered for a while, before finally deciding on the fish species. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had also managed a blessed land. Because of his rich experience and the many setbacks and mistakes he had experienced, the choices he made now were very wise. With the green jade carp, the food of the water wolf group was settled. Fan Yuan bought large numbers of pink rabbit and iron shelf flower to use as food for the night wolves, wind wolves and turtleback wolves. And because of the poisoned beard wolves, Fan Yuan chose some earth skin pigs. These pigs could reproduce very easily, they could eat meat and grass, they could survive in the eastern part of the blessed land. Finally, Fan Yuan bought many Gu worms as well as a large number of Gu refinement materials. He spent a total of 8 immortal yuan stone, hundreds of thousands of yuan stone. I spent 8 immortal yuan stone in one go. Fan Yuan did not care about ordinary yuan stone, but immortal yuan stone. Earlier, He had sold the remnant recipes in his memories and obtained 28 immortal yuan stone. Now he only had 20 left. Although I can sell the remnant recipes, they will get cheaper the more I sell them. I lack a way to make profits, and the investment in air bubble fish and starlight firefly goo will only see results after 100 years. I will have to carefully plan my usage of the immortal yuan stone. Fan Yuan sighed, handing connecting heaven goo to little Hu Immortal, letting her handle the wolf group and fish group, as well as the arrangement of iron shelf flower and air bubble fish row. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan went into Dang Hun Palace and used the materials he had just bought to refine goo. Chapter 482. After a day and a night, Fan Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace with an exhausted expression. He went to Dang Hun Mountain. During this period of time, many guts goo had grown on Dang Hun Mountain. But the number was less than half of the first time he collected them. Fan Yuan crushed them one by one. Most of the guts goo were useless to Fan Yuan because of gruel mud immortal goo. But Fan Yuan had slaughtered Yin tribe and collected many souls. There were many guts goo. Relying on the huge amount of souls, Fan Yuan's soul had improved by a lot. This level of strength is more than 5 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, there is still a long way to go before 1,000-man soul. After feeling it for a while, Fan Yuan opened his eyes with a joyful expression. This degree of improvement was quite great. If it were an ordinary goo master, they would need at least 10 years of accumulation. But with the help of the guts goo, Fan Yuan did it in less than half a day's time. No wonder Dang Hun Mountain was called one of the sacred lands of Soul Path by spectral soul demon Venerable. The item in my hand, Dang Hun Mountain's value is only lower than Spring Autumn Cicada. No matter what, I cannot let it be destroyed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once evaluated that in this world, there were 2 sacred lands for Soul Path goo masters. One was Dang Hun Mountain, used to strengthen the soul. The other was Luopa Valley, used to refine the soul. The soul needed to be strengthened and also refined. Fan Yuan used guts goo to strengthen the soul. His progress was extremely fast. But he did not have Luopa Valley to refine the soul, thus he could only use wolf soul goo instead. Wolf soul goo could turn a goo master's soul into a wolf man's soul. It had the effect of refining the soul. The production of guts goo was getting lower. Fan Yuan only used an hour to collect them for the 3rd time. Most of the guts goo were yellow muddy water. Using a small portion of guts goo, Fan Yuan raised his soul to 6 times its original size. Little Hu Immortal was still busy. Activating Stargate goo again, Fan Yuan returned to Northern Plains. Stepping out of the Stargate, the first thing Fan Yuan saw was the faithful wolf pack surrounding him. Using the Stargate to communicate with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan placed the poisoned beard wolves and water wolves into the Blessed Land, and placed the Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King into Northern Plains. At the same time, he replenished 3 wolf packs, expanding the size of his wolf pack to 60,000. Fan Yuan did not return to Gu tribe immediately. He took out the half-finished product and started refining it on the spot. After spending half a day, when the first rays of dawn illuminated Crescent Lake, he obtained the rank 5 breath concealment goo. The 5 regions were different, be it goo worms or goo masters, they would be suppressed in other regions. Different from goo worms, humans were the spirit of all living beings. They were full of intelligence and had strong adaptability. As long as a few years passed, the goo master would be able to adapt to the environment and obtain the recognition of heaven and earth, no longer being suppressed. And to prevent goo worms from being suppressed, Fan Yuan could only refine goo in Northern Plains. No matter what the materials were, or what goo worm was used, as long as the goo refinement was successful, the new rank 5 breath concealment goo would be born in Northern Plains, and it would obtain the recognition of Northern Plains, no longer being suppressed by the other region. Back then, Fan Yuan obtained the rank 2 breath concealment goo from southern borders Ziyu Mountain. Using this goo, he refined it all the way to finally form the rank 5 breath concealment goo. At rank 5, the appearance of the breath concealment goo did not change much. It was still a small purple leaf, but the purple color was deeper, with a faint metallic luster. Using the breath concealment goo, he suppressed his cultivation to rank 4 middle stage, and Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He was now rank 5 peak stage, but due to the other region's suppression, when he returned to Northern Plains, he would only have the aura of rank 5 initial stage. If he returned to Good Tribe like this, it would definitely raise suspicions. At the same time, if he reached a critical point one day and his cultivation suddenly rose, it would also raise suspicions and suspicions. Using the breath concealment goo, he could finally make up for this loophole. Leading the wolf group, Fan Yuan returned to Good Tribe. As expected, the Good Tribesmen were pleasantly surprised and shocked. But there were many wolf groups in Northern Plains. Crescent Lake was a beautiful place with large numbers of beast groups. It was not hard to explain why Fan Yuan had such gains. Fan Yuan placed a portion of the wolf group in the camp, while the other portion was placed outside, letting them roam freely. Returning to the giant lizard goo house, Good Tribe leader Gu Guang brought his 2 trusted aides and immediately came to greet him. "Congratulations, Lord, for this hunt. Your strength has risen greatly." Gu Guang had 2 deep dark circles under his eyes, but his face was filled with excitement and joy. This entire day and night, he had been cleaning up the battlefield with the Good Tribesmen, gathering the resources and accepting the surrendered people. He was so busy that he did not have time to sleep. Seeing Good Tribe's strength growing in his hands, Gu Guang was excited, and his respect towards Chang Shan-yin deepened. He was an understanding person. He knew that without Chang Shan-yin, Good Tribe would not be where it was now. "My luck was good. I did have some gains." Fan Yuan sat on the chair, nodding slightly as he looked at Gu Guang, who was standing. His strength had grown by far more than this. His cultivation and soul had both risen sharply. If this was spread, Gu Guang and the rest would be shocked to the core. In Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan had used up an immortal goo refinement opportunity to obtain Stargate goo, thus reviving the whole situation. Fan Yuan's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Every time he entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he would have unimaginable improvements. Such an extent of improvement, it would be hard to convince the world. But thinking about it, it was very reasonable. Fan Yuan now had a blessed land. It was like he was developing on the foundation of a goo immortal. The difference between immortal and mortal was like the difference between heaven and earth. Together with his 500 years of experience in his previous life, he was able to digest the sudden increase in strength. Thus he was able to move with ease. Fan Yuan had risked his life and walked a tightrope on a cliff to obtain this enormous wealth, forming a deep accumulation. Finally, at this moment, his accumulation burst forth, forming a surge in strength. "Lord, this time we annexed Yen tribe. We obtained over 6,340,000 yuan stone, 1 rank 5 goo, 27 rank 4 goo, as well as several rank 3, rank 2, rank 1 goo, and so on. Other than that, there were over 2,000 goo refinement recipes, 300 hump wolves, and some big stomach horses. There were also thousands of lizard house goo, over 100 mushroom forest goo, and over 7,000 captives." Gu Guang reported with an excited tone. Fan Yuan listened quietly, because Yen tribe's higher-ups were all captured by Fan Yuan in a surprise attack. Gu tribe's gains were huge. Especially the number of captives, it actually reached over 7,000. Among them were large numbers of rank 2 and rank 1 goo masters. Many of them were willing to surrender. Gu tribe obtained these replenishments, and the entire tribe's strength rose by more than 3 times. "Lord, this is the list of items that we have sorted out. Please take a look. You can take whatever you want." Gu Guang respectfully handed a list to Fan Yuan. These resources were not essential to Fan Yuan. Now that he had Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the attraction of Yuan Stone to him had fallen to rock bottom. On Qingmao Mountain, the days where he had to scheme for 1 or 2 primeval stones were long gone from him. But he lacked Immortal Yuan Stone. To him, the more Immortal Yuan Stone, the better. Unfortunately, Yen tribe did not have any goo immortals. How could they have Immortal Yuan Stone? The reason why Fan Yuan helped Gu tribe was because he wanted to use them as a pawn to cover for him and interfere in the heroes' assembly. If possible, he did not want to give up the identity of Chang Shan-yin so early. The longer he managed it, the more useful it would be during the 5 regions battle. According to the rules of the grassland, half of the spoils of war here are mine. But the things here are not suitable for me. I will leave them with Ge tribe for now. Fan Yuan handed the list to Ge Guang. Yes, Lord. Ge Guang quickly received it. My wolf group will be fed by Ge tribe. The expenses inside will be paid from the spoils of war. Fan Yuan said. Ge Guang shook his head, saying sincerely, Lord, our Ge tribe is where we are today because of you. How can I, Ge Guang, not know how to repay kindness? Our Ge tribe will be in charge of feeding the wolf group. We do not need a single cent from Lord. Junior feels that my talent is shallow. I cannot control the whole Ge tribe. In the days to come, I hope Senior can give me more pointers and teachings. Fan Yuan laughed, looking deeply at Ge Guang. This young man in front of him had gone through many experiences. Although he had only been the tribe leader for a short period of time, he had gone through many trials and tribulations. He had experienced life and death situations. He had made great improvements. As the saying goes, heroes are born in troubled times. This Gu Master world had a cruel environment. It was not easy to survive. Precisely because of this, there were many geniuses in the human race, emerging endlessly. Ge Guang, you are not bad. Since that's the case, I'll be an external elder of the Ge clan. Fan Yuan's words caused Ge Guang's body to shake, before wild joy appeared on his face. He quickly knelt on the ground, saying, Junior is bold enough to request Senior to take the position of Ge tribe's Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder? Fan Yuan muttered. Ge Guang knelt on the ground, raising his head and looking at Fan Yuan with a sincere gaze. He knew that Ge tribe had come this far. Only by relying on Chang Shaonin would they be able to walk steadily and further. Only then could they gain more benefits. If not for Chang Shaonin, with just his rank 3 cultivation, he would not be able to suppress the swelling Ge tribe. All right, I will do it. Fan Yuan agreed. Ge family's current situation was also part of his plan. Ge Guang was only a rank 3 Gu master. He had just taken up the position. Fan Yuan made Ge tribe swallow up Yen tribe, but he could control this person even more. And controlling this person meant controlling Ge tribe. What? Yen tribe was exterminated by Ge tribe? At another place beside Crescent Lake, one tribe leader heard this news and looked at Bei tribe's envoy in shock. Bei tribe's envoy was an old rank 3 Gu master with a face full of wrinkles, white hair and a gloomy gaze. He was an enslavement path expert with some fame in northern plains. His name was Bei Chaoxing. Precisely. This matter has already been known by many tribes. Not long later, it will spread throughout northern plains. Because your tribe is located in a remote area and surrounded by several large beast groups, you did not hear the news immediately. Chapter 483. Oh? Hearing that Bei tribe, Xing tribe and Pei tribe had formed an alliance, one tribe leader raised his brows. In northern plains, it was not strange for tribes to form alliances. The battle for the imperial court was imminent, and things like alliances would happen more and more often. I have a question. Ge tribe was originally weaker than Yen tribe. How did they swallow the bigger tribe? One tribe leader asked. Bei Chaoxing smiled. Ge tribe could swallow Yen tribe because of one person. I wonder, has Lord Wang tribe leader heard of the name Chang Shaonin? Chang Shaonin? The Wang clan leader frowned slightly. When he suddenly heard this name, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Shortly after, his brows relaxed as a surprised expression appeared on his face. Chang Shaonin, could he be the Wolf King who killed Ha Tugu back then? He. Tribe leader is knowledgeable. I am in admiration. Bei Chaoxing cupped his fists. It was because of this person's interference that Ge tribe won. Who could have expected that the hero of Northern Plains back then was still alive? No one knows what had happened all these years. He was very low profile when he appeared, and with his own strength, he forced Ge tribe to swallow the bigger tribe. Of course, this was also because Yen tribe's higher-ups were schemed against by Chang Shaonin, and were all killed in one fell swoop. This caused Ge tribe to have the upper hand when they attacked Yen tribe camp. Bei Chaoxing spoke frankly with assurance. he was actually very clear about the inside story. In fact, after Yen tribe was exterminated, there were naturally some who escaped and came to Bei tribe to seek protection. With such an informant, Bei tribe naturally had a clear grasp of the information. Wang tribe leader frowned even deeper. Back then, Wolf King could kill the rank 5 Gu master Ha Tu Gu by himself, and also slaughtered all the bandits. Such strength is truly awe-inspiring. With our strength, how can we deal with such a strong person? Rank 4 Gu masters were the leaders of small to medium-sized forces. Rank 5 Gu masters were the peak of mortals. Thus, back then, when Chang Shanin killed Ha Tu Gu, it caused a huge commotion in northern plains. A person's shadow is like a tree's bark. Chang Shanyin's deeds had spread in northern plains for so many years, it was natural for Wang tribe leader to be wary. Bei Chaoxing laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it is normal for tribe leader to be worried. The Wolf King was indeed an extraordinary character. But times have changed. The Wolf King of today is definitely not as powerful as he was in the past. Oh? I would like to hear the details. As everyone knows, the strength of an enslavement path Gu master lies in their formation. The Wolf King had just returned, and the wolf pack was nowhere near as large as before. There wasn't even a single exotic beast. Currently, he only had ordinary wind wolves, night wolves, and turtleback wolves. Previously, they had also fought with the Yen clan, and they had already suffered great losses. His battle prowess isn't that great. Bei Chaoxing continued. Furthermore, Wolf King attacked Yen tribe for no reason. This is the demonic path's action, massacring commoners. It is against the rules of northern plains. He is no longer the hero of our northern plains, but a demon that everyone wants to kill. This time, we are punishing the sinners who started the war, the criminals who invaded at will. We are the righteous ones, but the Gu family has committed many crimes and is extremely evil. The Heroes' Assembly has yet to be held, the Imperial Court contest has yet to begin, but they already started a war between tribes. They are simply too daring, their crimes cannot be forgiven. Looking at the history of Northern Plains, how many people who have touched the bottom line like this have a good ending? Bei Chaoxing's words were filled with passion. As expected of Bei tribe's lobbyist, his words were filled with the power to incite people's hearts. But Wang tribe leader was also a shrewd person, he was not someone who would be easily moved. His gaze flickered as he said hesitantly, "Even so, the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. In a battle between dragons and tigers, there will definitely be injuries. After the battle ends, there will definitely be huge casualties." Bei Chaoxing shook his head, smiling unconcernedly. The Wolf King might be strong, but 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Gu tribe has just annexed Yen tribe, they have eaten too much and are extremely arrogant, they are not stable. As long as Wang tribe joins us, with our 4 tribes working together, would we be afraid of a mere Gu tribe? Wang tribe leader pondered for a moment. I am not afraid of Gu tribe, but the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. He has mysteriously disappeared for so many years. Who knows what happened, maybe he had a fortuitous encounter. He definitely has a motive for coming out this time. Such a person definitely has trump cards that he has not used yet. Bei Chaoxing sneered. Any kind of reputation is also made up by bragging. Why must Wang tribe leader boost the morale of others and diminish your own? Why fear the Wolf King? He is already past his prime, even if he has trump cards, he is only an enslavement path Gu master after all. Since he is an enslavement path Gu master, we have methods to restrain him. Honestly speaking, our Bei tribe also has enslavement path Gu masters. Our tribe's grass soldier army also has a place in northern plains. We can completely face Chang Shanin head-on. Other than this, Jing tribe has the famous lightning spear battle formation, and Pei tribe leader Lord Pei Yen Fei is a famous fierce general in northern plains. Right now, he has already advanced to rank 4 peak stage. Even if the Wolf King has thousands of troops, Lord Pei Yen Fei can sweep through them unhindered, directly attacking the enemy's base and killing him. Everyone knew that enslavement path Gu masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic. As long as the leader was beheaded, the army would immediately fall into chaos, collapsing and escaping. Hearing Bei Chaoxing's words, one tribe leader was still hesitant. He could only say that this was an important matter. He needed to consider it for a few days. Bei Chaoxing's eyes flashed with disappointment. This is an important matter. It is natural for Lord Wang tribe leader to consider it. But this matter cannot be delayed. If Good tribe is allowed to recover and slowly digest their gains, when we fight again, the price we have to pay will be even greater. Lord tribe leader, please consider it clearly. Wang tribe leader nodded. 3 days at most. During this period of time, please stay in our clan and accept our hospitality. Bei Chaoxing heard Wang tribe leader's words and could only take his leave. Just as he left, a person came out from the guest hall. This person was thin, his skin was yellow, he had 3 strands of beard on his chin, and his eyes were shining brightly. He was Wang tribe leader's right-hand man, Wang tribe elder Wang Dedao, who was an expert in strategy. Lord tribe leader, are we really going to agree to Bei tribe and participate in this alliance? Wang Dedao asked worriedly. Of course not, don't worry about morality. Wang tribe leader laughed. Wang Dedao let out a sigh of relief. Tribe leader is wise, you were not bewitched by others. The battle for the imperial court is imminent, there will be years of chaos. Our priority is to preserve our strength. Bei tribe, Pei tribe and Jing tribe, these 3 mid-sized tribes' intentions are clear. Yan tribe is Lu tribe's in-laws. Yan Chui heir is Lu tribe's young master Lu Wenwu's fiancé. It seems that they want to be Lu tribe's lackeys. They want to curry favor with young master Lu Wenwu, but they also want to share the risk and drag our tribe down with them. Wang tribe leader nodded. Our Wang tribe is a large tribe. We need to be cautious in our every move. The battle for the imperial court is full of dragons and snakes. Who will be the final victor? We need to observe carefully and choose who to rely on. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a terrifying blizzard that would bring disaster to a region. Only by entering the imperial court could one obtain protection and not be affected by the blizzard. But the number of spots in the imperial court was limited. There were too many people who wanted to stay. They had to go through intense battles, survival of the fittest. Only then could the ruler of the imperial court be decided. Although Wang tribe was a large tribe, their foundation was shallow. They did not have the heart to fight for hegemony. They only wanted to rely on the right person, become a hero, and stay in the imperial court, avoiding natural disasters. If we cannot enter the imperial court, then after the blizzard, one tribe will definitely suffer heavy losses. From a large tribe, we will fall to a mid-sized or small-sized tribe. There is a huge possibility of our tribe being exterminated. But if we can enter the imperial court, with the resources provided by the imperial court, we can recuperate, and if we are lucky, we can even have the qualifications to compete for the next imperial court overlord position. Wang Dedao said with a serious expression. This matter concerned the survival of Wang tribe. Everyone in Wang tribe was extremely cautious. Then, what should we do with this Bei Chaoxing? Wang tribe leader asked. Wang Dedao stroked his beard, pondered for a while and said, we should treat this person well. 3 days later, tactfully reject his invitation to form an alliance. At the same time, secretly send a letter to Good tribe, express goodwill to the Wolf King, and inform them of this matter. Let them fight each other. We will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If there is a chance, we don't mind being the fisherman who reaps the benefits. Ha ha ha, virtuous words, I like it very much. Wang tribe leader couldn't help but laugh loudly. Looking at the letter in his hand, Good tribe leader Guguan had a worried expression. Beside him, the elders of Good tribe were also silent. In Good tribe's tent, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. Bei tribe, Pei tribe, and Jing tribe have already joined forces to punish my tribe. They are currently recruiting allies. Today, Wang tribe also came to inform us. I'm afraid the allied army will soon invade. Elders, do you have any good plans? Guguan asked. This is not good. My tribe has just swallowed Yan tribe. Although morale is high, we haven't had the time to digest the results of the war. Once the enemy invades, these Yan tribesmen who surrendered will not have second thoughts. At that time, they will work together, and our good tribe's annihilation will not be far. Then why don't we retreat? Retreat? To where? We have a camp now, we can still defend it. Once we retreat, there will be no place to defend, and we will be surrounded and intercepted by the other tribes. The elders discussed among themselves. Guguan glanced around in disappointment. The elders were all talking one after another, but no one was able to come up with any reliable suggestions. Instead, the atmosphere in the tent became even more stifling, their fighting spirit was faintly dissipating. All right, don't say any more. He raised his hand and stopped the elders' discussion. I won't hide it from you. A few days ago, Lord Wolf King Chang Shanin has already agreed to become our tribe's supreme elder. We need to invite him over for this, Guguan said. This matter was originally kept a secret, but now that he said it, it was like a cardiac stimulant, causing the elders' morale to rise. Wolf Wang Dao's man has become our tribe's supreme elder? Good, good, this is a joyous occasion. With Wolf Wang Dao's man, we have a chance of survival. The stifling atmosphere in the tent was swept clean, and the low morale rose rapidly. This was the use of experts. In times of danger, they were the pillars that could support the world. Chapter 484. Fan Yuan was invited into Good Tribe's main tent. Oh, 3 tribes have formed an alliance to deal with us? Fan Yuan heard this and his gaze shone, asking, Which 3? Immediately an elder answered. Reporting to Lord Supreme Elder, they are Pei Tribe, Bei Tribe and Jing Tribe. After pausing for a while, this elder added. Pei Tribe leader Pei Yanfei has rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He is a famous general in Northern Plains. Although Bei Tribe is a mid-tier tribe, they have nurtured 2 enslavement path Gu masters. And although Jing Tribe was established not long ago, their lightning spear battle formation has extraordinary power. Fan Yuan nodded. He heard a familiar name, that was Pei Yanfei. This person was indeed a fierce general in Northern Plains. After joining Lu Wenwu, he immediately became the 3rd fierce general under Lu tribe. In the following battles, he would often charge into the enemy's formation alone, charging left and right, disrupting the enemy's formation. He would be invincible as he killed the enemy's leader. As for Bei Tribe and Jing Tribe, although Fan Yuan did not have any impression of them, it did not hinder him from estimating their strength. Any one of these 2 tribes had the strength of Good Tribe in Hongyan Valley. Bei Tribe had 2 enslavement path Gu masters. This meant they could face Fan Yuan's wolf group head-on. And Jing Tribe started with lightning spear battle formation. This was Jing Tribe's special ability. It could not be underestimated. However, I need a large number of souls to irrigate Dang Hun Mountain and strengthen my soul. The alliance of 3 tribes should be able to kill a lot of people, right? Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Now that the 3 tribes have formed an alliance, the situation is dire. Uncle Chang Shanin, where should our Good Tribe go? Guguan asked earnestly. Fan Yuan raised his brows, his voice filled with killing intent. What else can we do? Since they want to kill us, we will strike first and kill our way over. You must know that the best defense is offense. What? Offense? Hearing this, Good Tribe's higher-ups were shocked. They had discussed earlier, some suggested retreating, some suggested defending, but no one suggested attacking. This idea was too radical and risky. After all, the alliance of 3 tribes was much stronger than Good Tribe. And Good Tribe had just taken in Yan Tribe's captives. They had internal problems. Attacking directly? Isn't that a little too crazy? The elders looked at each other, and from their gazes, they could feel the same thing. But because of Fan Yuan's might, they did not dare to say it. Immediately, everyone fell into silence. Guguan hesitated for a moment before speaking meekly. Uncle Chang Shanin, now that the enemy is strong and we are weak, are we still going to attack first and give up our camp? Precisely because we are attacking first, we can attack first and give up our camp? Fan Yuan snorted. You all think so, so do the enemies. Tonight, in the middle of the night, we will gather our elites and carry out a night attack. Bei Tribe, which tribe? The Bei family, followed by the Jing family. The Pei family is the furthest from my home. Guguang replied. Good tribe, everyone, this is tribe. Jing tribe is. Bei tribe. Bei tribe. Bei tribe is with Bei, is, with Bei tribe. Good, we will first destroy Bei tribe, then Jing tribe, and finally Bei tribe. This battle will be intense, everyone should be mentally prepared. After annexing 3 tribes, our good tribe will grow stronger. The elders looked at each other, inwardly speechless, sighing in admiration at Fan Yuan's ambition. With good tribe's current situation, they still wanted to devour the enemy alliance that was 2 to 3 times stronger than them. This was something the elders did not even dare to think about. Seeing everyone still hesitating, Fan Yuan waved his hand. Let's do it, you can go and make arrangements. Yes. Everyone could only agree. That night, the night wind howled, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Good tribe camp's gate was wide open. The wolf group was like a long river, surging and gushing. Countless Gu masters were mixed among them, all of them leaping and running, their shadows flickering, their hearts filled with killing intent. Good weather, really good weather to kill. Fan Yuan sat on a mutated beast's back, laughing heartily. This mutated beast was that white-eyes wolf. It was an infant, but Fan Yuan used the time path Gu worm to accelerate its growth. Right now, the white-eyes wolf's body was several times bigger than before. Its body was white like snow, its body was smooth like water, it was a divine steed, only slightly smaller than a hump wolf. But its current battle strength was only equivalent to an ordinary 100-wolf king. There were no wild Gu parasites on its body. Wild Gu parasites on a beast king's body needed time. During the long process of a beast king's growth, several wild Gu would take the initiative to join it. But this white-eyes wolf grew too fast, it lacked the foundation of time, and was always by Fan Yuan's side, thus it did not have a single Gu. Fan Yuan simply used it as a mount, keeping it by his side. Sometimes he would use its vision to scout. The army moved quickly, charging towards Bei tribe. Bei tribe's camp was set up on a hill. The hill was originally covered in a dense forest, but Bei tribe had chopped it down and built a tall camp wall. On the wall, there was a watchtower, its bright light illuminating the camp. On the surface of the wall, there were sharp wooden spikes. Several Bei tribe Gu masters stood at intervals, giving off a heavy atmosphere. Lord, are we really going to attack? The army stealthily approached. Guguang sized up the wall, his heart pounding. He had the intention to retreat. Fan Yuan, however, smiled. We will win this battle. Why does Lord Supreme Elder say that? An elder did not understand, asking. Fan Yuan pointed at the wall. Precisely because the wall is sturdy. Bei tribe Gu masters are lazy and only have a few Gu masters guarding it. The fact that we can sneak this close is proof. Furthermore, this light is too bright. Bei tribe wants to scare off the rascals. This is a false bravado. They are trying to show that they are heavily guarded, but they are exposing themselves instead. Hearing this, Gu tribe's hearts calmed down. Fan Yuan instructed again. Later, I will send the wolf group to destroy the wall. You will send Yin tribe's surrendered members to attack, and Gu tribe's Gu masters will act as the guards. If anyone tries to escape, kill them on the spot. His cold voice caused everyone's heart to shake. As soon as he said this, without waiting for the elders to reply, Fan Yuan waved his hand, and 2 myriad wolf kings led the wolf group and charged out of the shadows. In a few breaths of time, they charged into the light. Wolves, why are there so many wolves? Bei tribe's Gu masters rubbed their eyes, feeling incredulous. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone reacted and shouted, activating a Gu worm to send a signal. Block them! Reinforcements will arrive soon! The Gu masters shouted with all their might. But Fan Yuan's attacks were so fierce, like 2 iron fists that had been accumulating strength for a long time. A myriad wolf king's battle strength could not be underestimated. A myriad wolf king usually required a rank 4 Gu master and a group of rank 3 experts to deal with it. The 2 myriad wolf kings, under Fan Yuan's control, disregarded their own safety and unleashed their strongest attack. Bam, bam, bam! Every collision caused people's hearts to palpitate. The sturdy city wall was like a fragile piece of paper, swaying in the wind. Especially the turtleback myriad wolf king, with its thick skin and sturdy body, it posed the greatest threat to the city wall. Bay tribe's Gu masters quickly retaliated, but their scattered attacks were all blocked by the myriad wolf king's wild Gu. When the reinforcements from the Bay family hurried over, they saw the entire city wall collapsing. 2 myriad wolf kings led an endless wave of wolves and charged into the camp. Night wolf myriad beast king! Turtleback myriad wolf king! Bay tribe leader saw this scene from afar, and his eyes widened in shock. These were 2 different kinds of wolves, and wild wolf groups would never cooperate like this. This could only mean one thing: someone was manipulating them from behind the scenes. Who was the mastermind? Bay tribe leader did not think much, and a name popped up in his mind: Wolf King Chang Shanin. Chang Shanin. Bay tribe leader gritted his teeth, his eyes almost spewing fire. But his anger could not stop the wolf group's invasion. Ordinary wild beasts were still fine, but under Fang Yuan's command, their strength and intelligence were matched. Bay tribe tried their best to block them, forming several defensive lines. When the wolf group charged, Fang Yuan disregarded the casualties and continued to attack. The Gu tribe Gu masters following behind the wolf group almost became spectators. Rank 4, Grass Puppet Gu. Bay tribe leader frantically activated his primeval essence, pouring it into the grass under his feet. The grass instantly grew to a person's height, turning into a grass puppet holding a green leaf sword. This was the Grass Sword Elite Soldier. Large numbers of Grass Sword Elite soldiers supported the front line, charging towards the wolf group. The Grass Sword Elite soldiers' support successfully blocked the wolf group's charge. They formed a battle formation around the king's tent. Like blue boulders, they resisted the tide-like attacks of the wolf pack. But this situation was only temporary. When Bay tribe leader's primeval essence was used up, the Grass Sword Elite soldier had no more replenishment, and the boulder gradually shrunk, finally submerging under the wolf group's feet. Retreat! We will retreat towards Jing tribe! As long as we are alive, Bay tribe will have a chance to rebuild. Bay tribe leader saw that the situation was hopeless, and decisively chose to retreat. Ha! Fan Yuan rode on the white-eyes wolf, laughing loudly as he looked at the Bay tribe higher-ups fleeing. Lord, we won! Guguan said excitedly. We only won by a third. Leave some people to clean up the battlefield. We will chase after them. Fan Yuan waved his hand, and countless wolves howled together, changing their direction and charging towards Jing tribe. They are chasing us! Bay tribe's escaping Gu masters were scared out of their wits by such an army. No, Chang Shanyin's next target is Jing tribe. Someone realized. Not only did he attack my tribe, he also wants to attack Jing tribe. Someone shouted angrily. Tribe leader, what do we do? My primeval essence is almost used up. They will catch up soon. Someone shouted anxiously. Bay tribe leader hesitated for a moment. He did not have much primeval essence left, so he could only change his direction and enter the dense forest. Fan Yuan led the army, not caring about these people, and advanced towards Jing tribe. He did not chase us, he really went to Jing tribe. Bay tribe higher-ups breathed roughly, standing in the forest, looking at the 10,000 wolves running with lingering fear. Chapter 485. Prepare the lightning spears! Jing tribe leader went to the front line and shouted. The army led by Fang Yuan, after suppressing Bay tribe, charged towards Jing tribe camp without stopping. A fierce offensive and defensive battle broke out in an instant. Fang Yuan used 2 myriad wolf kings to attack together, breaking through Jing tribe's 2 defensive lines in one go, but at the third line, he was finally stopped. The one stopping the wolf tide was Jing tribe's famous trump card, Lightning Spear Corps. These rank 2 Gu masters stood on the third wall in a row, condensing into a strong and valiant aura, forming a flesh-like wall. Hearing the tribe leaders shout, these Gu masters immediately stretched out their right hands and took out their primeval essence from their apertures, pouring it into the lightning imprint on their right palms. This was the sign of the lightning spear Gu. Next, Gu tribesmen saw the lightning emitting from these Gu masters' palms, instantly forming blue-silver spears. Each of these spears was 4 feet long, completely condensed from lightning, flickering with lightning and emitting a sizzling sound. "Shoot!" Xing tribe leader shouted again. Buzz! In an instant, 580 lightning spears flew out, drawing dense arcs in the air. The bright lightning illuminated the battlefield. The blue light shone on everyone's face. The only difference was that Guguang and the others had ashen expressions. Xing tribe leader, however, had a proud smile. The lightning spears shot down like a rainstorm, landing on the charging wolf group. Even the tough armor of the turtleback wolves would be pierced by the lightning spears. Not to mention the wind wolves and night wolves with even weaker defenses. The lightning spears shot out in unison with extraordinary might, clearing a large area of the battlefield in an instant. The originally dense wolf tide suddenly became sparse. Over 500 wolves fell down at the same time, turning into corpses. The wolf group's offense stopped. "Ha ha ha! Look, this is my tribe's lightning spear corps! With such a strong army, who dares to look down on my tribe? This is my tribe's strongest flesh wall, so what if there are more wolves?" Seeing this, Xing tribe's Gu masters shouted excitedly, their morale surging. In contrast, Gu tribesmen had grim expressions. "Chang Shanin." Xing tribe leader used sound amplification Gu and amplified his voice by several times, covering the noises of the battlefield. "You have invaded my clan for no reason. The hero assembly has yet to begin, but you have already acted so unscrupulously and started a war. You are simply lawless. You slaughtered so crazily, you will definitely be punished by the tribes of Northern Plains. You haven't made a bigger mistake yet, so it's not too late to regret. Quickly retreat! Otherwise, I will expose your viciousness to the public, and turn you and the good tribe behind you into rats that everyone in Northern Plains wants to kill," Zheng tribe leader warned. "Supreme Elder." The elders of Gu family looked at Fan Yuan and hesitated. Fan Yuan's crazy attack was indeed against the rules. Although the alliance of the three clans wanted to deal with the Gu family, it did not become a reality. The evidence collected by the Gu family alone could not prove anything. Although Northern Plains Gu masters loved to fight, they did not fight crazily. There had to be a reason for everything. The more legitimate the reason, the more awe-inspiring it was, the better. Moreover, the contest for the imperial court had yet to begin. The tribes were restraining each other. Back when Gu tribe was in Hongyan Valley, Man tribe's strength far surpassed Gu tribe, but they did not make a move. Instead, they schemed and created a wolf tide. This was because Man tribe did not have a legitimate reason to annex Gu tribe. This was the rule of the righteous path, the rule of the game between Northern Plains tribes. Fan Yuan had led Gu tribe to invade the alliance of the three clans. He had clearly broken this rule. Without a legitimate reason, it was a lack of righteousness. Gu tribe's vile invasion would cause them to be isolated in diplomatic relations, and they might even become the target of all the tribe's vigilance and hatred, or even attack together. Thus, Gu tribe's higher-ups were very worried. It was only because of Chang Shanyin's strength and prestige that they did not oppose him openly. Now that the wolf group's attack was obstructed, Gu tribesmen started to worry. Fan Yuan was expressionless as he rode on the mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, staring at these Gu masters on the city wall. Lightning Spear Corps is indeed not ordinary. His gaze flickered as he saw some clues. Jing tribe's entire Lightning Spear Corps had over 500 people attacking, but the true crucial figures were the 100 or so support Gu masters who were hiding in a corner and being heavily protected. These Gu masters used their Gu worms to strengthen the Lightning Spear's power, or condense the Lightning Spear's power into an even stronger attack method. Fan Yuan's gaze moved to the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. These two Wolf Kings had no choice but to retreat because they were personally attacked by the Jing clan leader and the combined forces of the Lightning Spear Corps. Their bodies were already riddled with injuries. The Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was slightly better, but the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's defensive Gu was killed. Its body was covered in blood, and some of its wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. Although these wounds were mostly healed by Fan Yuan's Wolf Smoke Gu, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's battle strength had indeed fallen by a level. "Retreat? Could it be that if they retreated, they would not pursue the matter? Fan Yuan sneered. This retreat was the true dead end. Only by continuously attacking forward and destroying the alliance of the three tribes would there be no more victims in the future, and the negative effects of breaking Northern Plains' righteous path rules would be reduced to the minimum. Right now, Ge tribe was like an arrow that had been shot. There was no turning back. Ge tribe's higher-ups were short-sighted and could not see the situation clearly, but Fan Yuan had 500 years of experience. He was an experienced veteran, and his heart was like a flickering candle. Everyone, the crucial moment has arrived. Everyone in Ge tribe, charge forward and fight to the death. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. Fan Yuan shouted coldly as he mobilized the remaining forces in his hands. Howl! The Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King led the Wind Wolf group and rushed to the battlefield. This Myriad Wolf King had been intentionally hidden by Fan Yuan in the periphery. He did not bring it into Ge tribe camp, and even when attacking Bei tribe, he restrained himself and did not use it. The third Myriad Wolf King! Seeing this Wind Wolf King, Ge tribe and Jing tribe's Gu masters' expressions changed. Ge tribe's higher-ups showed joy on their faces. But Jing tribe's Gu masters felt a heavy rock pressing down on their hearts. Cold killing intent flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the three Wolf Kings rushed to the front lines. Seeing the three Myriad Wolf Kings attacking together, Jing tribe leader's expression was ashen, and he attacked with a furious roar. Killer move, Thunder Bird! The primeval sea level in his aperture fell by a large amount, and the three Gu worms were used together, quickly forming a huge lightning bird in the air. The huge bird flew towards the turtleback Myriad Wolf King, blocking it. Lightning Spear Corps, attack together! Jing tribe leader shouted again. Hundreds of lightning spears shot towards the sky. The support Gu masters attacked together, and the lightning spears converged together as they flew. In the blink of an eye, they formed a lightning snake. Eagle Claw Gu! A rank 3 elder suddenly made a move, targeting the lightning snake in the air. The lightning snake immediately grew 2 sharp claws, like steel. Rhinoceros Horn Gu! The second Jing tribe elder attacked, and a sharp golden horn appeared on the lightning snake's forehead. Silver Scale Gu! The third elder added a layer of sturdy silver-colored scales to the lightning snake's body. This fully armored lightning snake swam in the air, like a divine dragon descending into the world. Next, it dived down valiantly, and fought with the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King. This move again. Fan Yuan's eyelids twitched. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King had been blocked by this killer move, and suffered heavy injuries. This was the killer move, Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine. Every aspect had great knowledge. In terms of using Gu, there were killer moves. Some Gu master experts would ingeniously combine many Gu worms, and use them consecutively in a short period of time, forming an even more effective attack. This was the killer move. Ordinary killer moves were used by a single Gu master. For example, Jing tribe leader's killer move, Thunder Bird. Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon, however, was a killer move formed by hundreds of Gu masters working together. It condensed the strength of hundreds of rank 2 Gu masters, and several rank 3 experts into one attack, and its attack was naturally fierce. With the Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon blocking, the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King could not be counted on for the time being. But Fan Yuan was not discouraged. He still had a Myriad Wolf King. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King, under his control, charged forward crazily. Block it, block it! Even if we die, we have to block it. Tribesmen, our parents, wives, children, brothers and sisters are behind us. We cannot fail. This Myriad Beast King has already lost its defensive Gu. We have great hope. Jing tribe's Gu masters were roused, and burst out with fierce attacks. Countless attacks, like fireworks, landed on the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's body. This Myriad Beast King's defensive Gu had already disappeared. Immediately its flesh was torn open, and it let out a miserable howl. The intense pain caused the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's eyes to turn blood red, its killing intent surged, and its attacks became even more frenzied. Damn it! Seeing the night wolf myriad beast king charging into the lightning spear core and slaughtering Jing tribe's most precious trump card, Jing tribe leader was about to vomit blood from anger. But he could not split himself. He was using all his strength to restrain the turtleback myriad wolf king. To protect their home and family, Jing tribe's Gu masters burst out with extremely strong battle strength. Die, beast! A rank 3 elder disregarded his own safety and flew up, stabbing at the night wolf myriad beast king's eyes with both hands. The night wolf king could not dodge in time, and its eyes were pierced. Under the incomparable pain, it opened its bloody mouth and bit this rank 3 elder's waist. The rank 3 elder's body was cut into 2, but his expression before death was a smile. He squeezed out the last trace of primeval essence, and successfully heavily injured the night wolf king. Such a situation was not rare. To resist the night wolf king, many Jing tribe Gu masters disregarded their own safety, and chose to sacrifice themselves to protect their home. Truly a warrior! Fan Yuan praised and sneered. In his mind, the night wolf king transmitted an intense desire to retreat. But Fan Yuan did not allow it, and forcefully ordered it to continue attacking. The lightning spear corps suffered disastrous losses in the battle with the night wolf king, and less than 10% survived. Without any decent resistance, Gu tribe's Gu masters moved out one after another, and soon created an opening. The scales of victory fiercely tilted towards Fan Yuan's side. As time passed, the gold and silver lightning dragon dissipated in the air, and the wind wolf king lost its obstruction, and under Fan Yuan's control, it surrounded and attacked Jing tribe leader. Next, the wolf group rushed into Jing tribe camp like a tide, and mercilessly slaughtered the old, weak, women, and children. Miserable cries, shouts of despair, and screams of being violated resounded in the battlefield. Chapter 486. In a dark corner far away, close to 10 people looked at the battlefield. They were the higher-ups of Bei tribe who escaped. The Zhang family is finished. Bei family head Bei Chao Chuan sighed. To think that Chang Shaonin still has a third myriad wolf king! An elder exclaimed, voicing out everyone's thoughts. They did not expect Fan Yuan to still be hiding his strength. In the battle against Bei tribe, this myriad wolf king had been hidden and did not appear. With 3 myriad wolf kings, Jing tribe is only a mid-sized tribe. Even with the lightning spear corps, it is normal for them to be defeated. But Chang Shaonin is truly sinister, to be able to endure to this extent. Such a temperament is fearsome and terrifying. So what? Jing tribe leader killed the night wolf myriad beast king with his last attack. Now Chang Shaonin only has 2 myriad wolf kings left. Some of the remaining Bei tribe elders sighed while others sneered. Capturing a myriad beast king was not an easy task. To them, Fan Yuan's loss was very heavy. But the truth was, Fan Yuan could use the blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies. Replenishing the myriad wolf king was just a matter of thought. This Chang Shaonin is really crazy and cruel. He could have made the night wolf myriad beast king retreat from the battlefield, but in the end, it was forcefully commanded by him, causing the myriad beast king to die in battle. An elder said, feeling a chill in his heart. Bei tribe leader squinted. The situation of the battle was still vivid in his mind. If not for such a forceful attack, the battle situation would not have been decided so quickly. Gu tribe cannot afford to fight a big battle with a small force. Chang Shanyin's action was very wise. It is a pity that Jing tribe leader is also dead. This person is rank 4 upper stage. He is an expert, if he could survive. Bei tribe leader sighed again. This was also because Jing tribe leader was too obsessed with fighting. He used all his strength and fought too fiercely. After a long battle, his primeval essence was greatly consumed. When he wanted to escape, he was surrounded by the night wolf myriad beast king and did not manage to escape. And Jing tribe's lightning spear corps was almost completely slaughtered. Only a few of them were left. These 2 incidents were fatal blows to the morale of the entire Jing family. With the death of the clan leader and the death of the army, the Jing clan lost the ability to resist and immediately showed the scene of complete defeat. The Gu family members rushed into the camp and started a massacre. The Jing clan had lost all will to fight. The remaining people fled with all their might, wailing and begging for mercy. Sometimes, there would even be a scene of a rank 1 Gu master chasing after 2 or 3 rank 2 Gu masters. It was not that these rank 2 Gu masters did not want to fight. It was just that his quintessential essence had been consumed in the battle with the wolf pack, and his consumption had been too severe. Without primeval essence, a Gu master's battle strength would fall to rock bottom. Seeing the tragic state of the Jing family's camp, everyone from the Bei family fell silent. They couldn't help but recall the scene of their campsite being captured. All of them gnashed their teeth and clenched their fists. Their hearts were filled with rage and desolation. Chaotic times were coming. The snowstorm natural disaster that occurs once every 10 years in northern plains would create a huge commotion with many heroes vying for supremacy. At that time, the entire northern plains would be affected. Today's scene was only a prelude. Humans were as lowly as grass, drifting from place to place. Small and medium-sized tribes were like duckweed, swept into the whirlpool of war. All of them had no control over themselves and would be torn to shreds if they were careless. Even large tribes had to tread carefully like they were treading on thin ice. Only those super tribes had Gu immortals in their ancestors and had blessed lands, having an unshakable foundation that would last for thousands of generations. Lord Tribe Leader, our primeval essence has already recovered. We wanted to reinforce Jing tribe, but now they have already failed. We might as well go back and save our tribesmen. At this time, an elder suggested. That's right, Chang Shanyan's appetite is too big. He broke into our camp and then attacked Jing tribe. At this rate, he might even go and deal with Pei tribe. We can use this chance to rush back. Gu tribe left behind more people than us, but they are all rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters. There is only one rank 3 elder. The elders couldn't help but be moved, looking at their tribe leader. Although they were few in numbers, they had at least rank 3 cultivation, and the tribe leader was rank 4. With great strength, they would definitely be able to cause a huge impact. There was a high chance of saving their tribe. However, the young clan leader of the Bei family shook his head and rejected it decisively. No! Although Gu tribe has few people left behind, we can take back our camp, but so what? We have too few people. News of this battle will definitely leak. After Chang Shanin receives the news, if he comes back, can we defend? Can we escape with our tribesmen? The elders were speechless. Bei Chao Chuan was right. During their first defense, their strength was intact, but it was broken by the wolf tide. Not to mention now. Let them become captives. Don't worry, look, after the battle ended, Gu tribe restrained their tribesmen and did not slaughter the captives. They want to increase their strength. Their appetite is too big. Bei Chao Chuan snorted coldly, continuing. Our tribesmen will stay with them for now. In the short term, it will consume their rations, forcing them to send out more people and divert more energy. An elder's eyes shined with bright light. Then why don't we attack their base directly? Gu tribe is only a mid-sized tribe now. They have mobilized almost all of their strength. Their main camp will definitely be defenseless. We'll burn, kill, and loot. We'll burn all their provisions and increase their burden. We'll let them have a taste of being attacked and killed. Good idea. That's right, this is a good idea. I will let Gu tribe taste the pain of being destroyed. The clan elders shouted excitedly one after another. Fools! However, the Bei family's clan leader reprimanded them. His cold gaze was like a knife that sliced through everyone's faces. Are you all pig brains? If we burn their rations, our tribesmen will be the ones to suffer. Do you think they will not kill the captives to reduce their expenditure? If they recognize us, what if they kill the captives to vent their anger? Bei Chao Chuan let out a breath of turbid air, his eyes shining with wisdom. He said solemnly. True revenge is not a momentary pleasure. Attacking Gu tribe camp is just a small matter, it will not affect their foundation. Only by killing Chang Shanin and destroying Gu tribe's main force can we turn the situation around. We need to use our strength where it matters most. These words enlightened all the elders. Lord Tribe Leader is truly wise. With Lord Tribe Leader here, our tribe has hope. We will listen to Tribe Leader's arrangements. All the elders looked at the patriarch with admiration and love. Bei tribe leader Bei Chao Chuan was also an outstanding person. When he was young, he was ostracized by his brothers. He was the least favored candidate for young master. He rarely fought and disguised his strength, showing that his cultivation level was low. Thus he was often ridiculed by his brothers during banquets and gatherings. Bei Chao Chuan was skilled at enduring silently. He watched his brothers fight amongst themselves while he accumulated his strength. When Bei tribe leader fell ill, he finally found his chance. At that time, Bei tribe leader needed a gu to heal his injuries due to the backlash of a gu worm. But when the tribe investigated, they found that this gu was living in a spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king. There were 80,000 spirit rhinoceros beasts. The tribe had no way to deal with them. In despair, Bei Chao Chuan snuck into the beast group's habitat alone. After many days of observation, he found that occasionally, this spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king would leave the group and roll around in a muddy swamp to play. When it was tired from playing, it would sleep. The mud was as smelly as a cesspit, and there were many maggots. Bei Chao Chuan hid in the mud for 7 days and 7 nights without moving. His hard work paid off. He finally waited until the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king came to play. But the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king was huge. When it rolled around, it stepped on Bei Chao Chuan's calf and crushed his leg bones on the spot. Bei Chao Chuan endured it silently without making a sound. When the myriad beast king was tired from playing, it fell asleep. Only then did he secretly steal that wild gu worm from the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king's body. Bei Chao Chuan obtained the wild gu worm and risked his life to leave his brother. Without stopping, he hopped back to the tribe and saved the old tribe leader. The whole tribe was shocked. Bei Chao Chuan's action was filled with filial piety. He was courageous and had meticulous schemes. The whole tribe looked at him in a new light. His brothers were also extremely astonished at his rank 3 peak stage cultivation. After the old tribe leader survived, he shed tears of excitement, saying, "The number of times I have cried in my life can be counted on my fingers. Today, I am crying not because I am struggling at death's door and luckily survived, but because as a father, I am moved by his filial piety. As the tribe leader, I am happy for the future of the tribe." On the spot, Bei Chao Chuan was appointed as the acting young tribe leader. After Bei Chao Chuan obtained this position, he no longer hid his abilities. He handled the tribe's affairs in an orderly manner and fought for everyone's approval. On the other hand, he suppressed his brothers and sisters and stabilized his position. He did not give other competitors any chances. Eventually, he successfully became the tribe leader. He worked hard and led Bei tribe to grow stronger. They passed many difficulties and reached this day. Even though Bei Chao Chuan was only in his 30s, he had deep authority in Bei tribe. All the elders respected him. "Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Tribe Leader, Elders, we have gained complete control of Jing tribe's camp. We have obtained a lot." The elder in charge of cleaning up the battlefield reported excitedly. "My initial estimate is that we've obtained at least 8 million yuan stones from this battle. There are thousands of gu worms, among which there are over 100 rank 3 gu. There is also a gu house secret room. We are still unraveling it." Hearing such a result, everyone in the Gu family was overjoyed. After taking over Jing tribe, their gains were even greater than Bei tribe's. Jing tribe was a mid-sized tribe. They had deep foundations. Even though they had suffered losses, the resources that were left behind were still huge. "Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Clan Leader, what should we do next?" After the elder finished reporting, he immediately asked. Gu tribe looked at Fan Yuan. Chapter 487. The night wind whistled, and the wolf groups howled. Bei tribe and Gu tribe were engaged in an intense battle around the city walls. Fire, golden light, lightning, green vines, all kinds of attacks converged into a dazzling display of fireworks. A corner of the pitch-black night sky was lifted. "Kill, break through the city walls, and exterminate Bei tribe! Beat them all, kill all these Gu tribe scoundrels!" The commanders on both sides shouted with all their might, raising the morale of both sides. The thick smell of blood lingered in the whole battlefield. Large numbers of severed limbs and corpses were everywhere. The lives of Gu masters who were respected in the past were as cheap as grass here. Of course, there were even more wolf corpses. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly as he saw the turtleback myriad wolf king at the front line being pushed back again. Because they attacked Bei tribe and Jing tribe, the news inevitably leaked out. When Fan Yuan led Gu tribe to attack Bei tribe, the other side had already made strict preparations. After losing the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King, Fan Yuan only had Turtleback Myriad Wolf King and Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King. Originally, the two kings could pose a threat to Bei tribe's defensive line. But because there was only one person, Fan Yuan could only send one Myriad Beast King to attack. This person was Bei tribe's current leader, Pei Yan Fei. In this battlefield, he was the center of attention, even more so than Fan Yuan's two Myriad Wolf Kings. Pei Yan Fei was 8 feet tall and had a grand appearance. His eyes were sharp, and he had a broad back and a thin waist. Right now, he was charging left and right in the wolf group, sweeping everything in his way with the demeanor of a fierce general. His most eye-catching feature was his pair of black eyebrows, shining with a dark light. The center of the eyebrows was thick, while the sides were sharp. The tips of the eyebrows were raised like the wings of a swallow. These eyebrows were not natural, but were formed from 2 rank 4 swallow wings Gu. Precisely because this person was unstoppable on the battlefield, Fan Yuan had to send a Wolf King to protect himself to guard against his sneak attack. This way, only the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was left to charge at the front line, and the impact on Bei tribe's direction was greatly reduced. Ah! An elder of the Gu clan let out a blood-curdling scream before he died. With this scream, his head flew into the sky and was harvested by Pei Yan Fei. Another elder died in Pei Yan Fei's hands. Gu family's people's eyebrows twitched when they saw this scene. Pei Yan Fei didn't find trouble with Fan Yuan directly. Instead, he charged into the wolf pack and killed 3 elders of the Gu tribe. In this way, not only would he not be entangled by the Myriad Wolf King, but he would also be able to indirectly restrain the Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King. It could be seen that he was not only brave but also intelligent. Who else? Pei Yan Fei activated Swallow Wings Gu, flying into the air as he shouted. His voice directly drowned out the howls of the wolves and clearly spread throughout the entire battlefield. Gu tribe was silent, while Bei tribe's Gu master's morale rose. What a fierce general! Fan Yuan exclaimed softly. Pei Yan Fei had extremely strong flying skills and was an expert at flying at low altitudes. Although she had not reached the level of a flying master, she was not far from it. He was a Metal Path Gu master, his attacks were sharp and ordinary people could not block them, and he also had outstanding movement ability. He dashed left and right in the battlefield. His speed was extremely fast. Like a heavenly steed flying in the sky, he could do as he pleased. Often, those who were stronger than him could not match his movement ability. Those who could keep up with his rhythm did not have his battle strength. Several times, when Fan Yuan slightly moved the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King to the front lines, Pei Yan Fei would go around in an arc and directly attack Fan Yuan. Good tribesmen were unable to block him, and Fan Yuan could only move the Wind Wolf King back. This Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King's battle strength was slightly stronger than Pei Yan Fei's, but it was a wild beast after all and lacked intelligence. Even with Fan Yuan controlling it, it could not compare to Pei Yan Fei in terms of agility. I have too few Myriad Beast Kings in my hands. It is already difficult to deal with one Pei Yan Fei. The wolf group scale is not that big. A truly mature beast group has at least 100,000. Right now, Northern Plains' 3 great enslavement masters, Ma Zun, Yang Ping and Jiang Baoye, each have hundreds of thousands of beast groups. They even have a mutated beast group as their trump card. Fan Yuan looked at the battlefield and had the thought of expanding his beast group. Although his beast group was at initial success, after 3 consecutive battles, their strength was clearly too weak. Especially their high-level battle strength, they were severely lacking. In the Gu Master world, the ones who could truly control the situation were high-level Gu Masters. Fan Yuan thought as he mobilized 1,000 Wolf King and 100 Wolf King, leading the wolf group to form a concentrated wave of attacks, pushing towards Pei tribe camp. The wolf group howled with an aggressive momentum like a tsunami, causing the Gu masters on the city wall to become nervous and hurriedly mobilize everything. This attack is fierce. Quickly bring the reserve team to defend together. Earth Path Gu masters, quickly repair the city wall. Hold on, you must hold on. Don't be stingy with your primeval essence. Bam bam bam, large amounts of flames shot down, causing explosions among the wolf group. Golden flying spears and arrows were as dense as fish, covering the entire area in waves, causing severe casualties to the wolf group. Several elders worked together, forming 2 to 3 small tornadoes that wreaked havoc among the wolf group, sending many wolves flying up to 50 to 60 feet in the air before crashing to their deaths on the ground. Let's attack too! Gu tribesmen also counterattacked. Ghost Flame Gu. 2 to 3 balls of pale blue ghost fire sprayed onto the city wall, causing many Gu masters to suffer as their bodies were enveloped by the cold ghost fire. They let out the most miserable cries. The ghost fire had no effect on their bodies, but directly burned their souls, causing intense pain. Fist Stone Gu. A huge stone, shaped like a tightly clenched iron fist, broke through the air and let out a roar like that of a lion or tiger. Then, it heavily crashed onto the city wall. A deep pit immediately appeared on the city wall, spider web-like cracks rapidly spreading out. Several Gu masters on the city wall could not even stand steadily and fell down from the impact. Lightning Net Gu. A large net made of lightning flew into the sky and landed, covering a section of the city wall. The Gu masters on the city wall were bound by the lightning net. Some used defensive Gu to resist tenaciously, while others were already burnt to ashes, dead beyond death. The intense battle caused large numbers of casualties in a short period of time, and also caused the Gu masters' primeval essence to be expended rapidly. Thus, after a while, they stopped. Pei tribe and Gu tribe's Gu masters stopped and retreated. Some even sat on the spot, using this time to recover their primeval essence. The opportunity is now. Fan Yuan, who was riding on the White Eyes Wolf's back, his eyes brightened. While both sides were gasping for breath, he attacked. Wolf Smoke Gu. Wolf smoke surged and covered the battlefield, quickly healing the casualties and recovering the wolf group's battle strength. Wolf Howl Gu. Fan Yuan howled towards the sky, and after a mournful howl, the wolf group howled and their battle strength surged. Another group of wolves rushed to the battlefield, and the remaining wolf groups also gathered together, forming a new wave of attack. This wave of attack headed straight for a section of Pei tribe's city wall. This section of the city wall was smashed by the huge fist stone, creating a deep hole and was in imminent danger. Howl! Turtleback Myriad Wolf King also rushed over. The Gu masters on the city wall struggled to get up, launching all kinds of attacks, but Turtleback Myriad Wolf King forcefully endured the attacks, and with a loud bang, the city wall collapsed. The city wall collapsed, and a gap immediately appeared in the defensive line. Countless wolves swarmed in, causing large numbers of casualties to Pei tribe's Gu masters. Not good! Pei Yanfei, who had been roaming around Fan Yuan, looking for an opportunity, saw this and could no longer remain calm, immediately activating Swallow Wings Gu and rushing back to help. Rank 4, Golden Coat Gu. His body burst out with a golden light, and after it dimmed, it condensed into a suit of armor. Rank 4, Swallow Wings Gu. A pair of swallow wings grew on his back, and with 2 pairs of swallow wings, his speed doubled. Rank 4, Rainbow Transformation Gu. With a snap, he clasped his palms above his head, and his whole body stretched out like a golden arrow, tearing through the sky. Rainbow Transformation Gu activated, turning his 2 pairs of swallow wings and his whole body into a golden halo. 3 Rank 4 Gu were activated together, finally forming a killer move. Pei Yanfei's signature killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. His body turned into a rainbow, turning into a golden meteor, emitting blazing light like a fragment of the sun, forcing everyone to squint their eyes. The golden rainbow drew a breathtaking arc in the air, then with lightning speed, it fiercely struck the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King, under Fan Yuan's command, turned its body at the crucial moment, and aimed its sturdiest tortoise shell at Pei Yan Fei. Boom! The golden rainbow struck the tortoise shell, and with a loud sound, a boundless golden light blossomed. At once, the Gu masters on the battlefield closed their eyes, but even so, their eyes were stimulated to the point of shedding tears. The light soon dimmed, and everyone tried their best to open their blurry eyes. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King's entire tortoise shell was completely pierced by Pei Yan Fei, forming a hole. From the left side of the Wolf King, one could see its right side. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King let out a mournful howl. Suffering such a heavy injury, its battle strength fell to its lowest point. As for Pei Yan Fei, his face was pale as he floated in the air. Clamorous exclamations could be heard at this time. Gu tribe's Gu masters had repressed expressions, while Pei tribe's morale was high, shouting the mighty tribe leader's slogan. Lord Pei Yan Fei fought bitterly for a long time, and now he used his killer move to heavily injure the Myriad Wolf King. He has little primeval essence left. Now is the best time to attack! Gu Guang suddenly shouted excitedly. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes. Gu Guang was right. Pei Yan Fei had fought for so long, he did not have much primeval essence left. Fan Yuan was naturally aware of this. But Fan Yuan had his 500 years of memories, and knew that Pei Yan Fei still had a mystical Gu called pulling firewood from the cauldron Gu. This Gu was rank 5, and could allow the Gu master to erupt with large amounts of primeval essence, but after that, their cultivation realm would fall. Of course, just this alone was not enough for Fan Yuan to give up. But, is there any bad news from our tribe camp, Jing tribe camp, and Bei tribe camp? Fan Yuan turned around and asked. Gu Guang quickly replied, No. Chapter 488. Bei Chao Chuan had been observing the situation. Around him, 11 Gu masters were surrounding him. Other than his Bei tribe elders, there were also a few Jing tribe elders who were gathered by Bei Chao Chuan. Their only goal in coming here was to kill Chang Shan Yin and reverse the outcome of the battle. Gu tribe is just a mob, there is nothing to worry about. There is only one crucial point, that is Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. As long as we kill him, victory will be ours. We still have a chance to turn the situation around. Bei Chao Chuan's eyes shined with bright light. While observing the battlefield, he did not forget to raise the morale of the people around him. Jing tribe elders were already convinced by him. Bei tribe leader is right, but when do we attack? Bei Chao Chuan squinted. We need to endure. The Wolf King is very vigilant. He only sent the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King to the front lines, leaving the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King by his side. He has ample defensive strength around him. Even though we are strong, we only have one chance to attack. If we fail, we can only attack by force. By then, we will have no place to defend, we will be surrounded by the wolf tide, our chances of killing Chang Shan Yin will become slimmer. Right at this time, the most intense battle in history occurred on the battlefield. All sorts of attacks of all colors filled the sky above the battlefield. The rumbling sound of the explosion lingered in the ears. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. In such a battlefield, even rank 3 Gu masters were minuscule. Only rank 4 and 5 Gu masters were the pillars of support. Lord, now is the best time for us to attack. An elder suddenly suggested. No rush. Bei Chao Chuan waved his hand. The battle lasted for a while before it ended. At this time, another elder couldn't help but say, Lord Patriarch, it's time. While Gu tribe's Gu masters are recovering their primeval essence, we can charge over and catch them off guard. No! We only have one target, that is Chang Shan Yin. Even though the battle earlier was intense, Chang Shan Yin had more wolves around him. Bei Chao Chuan rejected. Next, Fan Yuan made his move, grabbing onto the opportunity and destroying a section of the wall. This was a crucial development. Pei tribe's defensive line was finally torn open. Large numbers of wolves charged in. At the same time, the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King also arrived. This is bad. Once the line of defense is broken, the wolves will launch their attack. The Pei family's situation will take a turn for the worse. This is critical. Milord, let's act quickly. If we don't act, the Pei family will be finished. If we act now, we can still salvage the situation. No! Bei Chao Chuan stood up, his eyes glimmered and his heart was filled with joy. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally appeared. As long as Pei tribe's defense line was broken, Chang Shanin would definitely mobilize his wolf group and attack Pei tribe's camp. This way, the defenses around him would weaken, giving Bei Chao Chuan a chance to kill him. If I make a move now, Chang Shanin will notice it in time and recall the wolf group, causing the battle to be in a stalemate again. If we're exposed, we'll lose the precious opportunity to kill him. The three of us are in an alliance. Why is it that the Pei family's losses are lesser than ours? With how cautious the Wolf King was, he was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Only by using the Pei family as bait and letting him have a taste of victory, when he lets his guard down, will we have a chance to kill him? In an instant, thoughts flashed in Bei Chao Chuan's mind. But he could not say it out loud, he said. Wait a while more, we cannot lose our composure. Believe in Pei Yan-fei. He is a famous general in Northern Plains. Do you think he only has this much strength? A group of rank 3 Gu masters heard this and forcefully stopped their charging steps. Bei Chao Chuan had just finished speaking when Pei Yan-fei used his killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. An intense explosion occurred. The bright light forced everyone to raise their arms and cover their eyes. When the light faded, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was heavily injured, while Pei Yan-fei floated above the rubble of the city wall with a pale expression. So strong! Just one attack and he heavily injured the Myriad Beast King. This is Pei Yan-fei's signature killer move. It is truly amazing. Bei tribe leader is truly amazing. He has a clear understanding of the entire battlefield. I have learned much. The elders expressed their shock towards Pei Yan-fei's battle strength, while praising Bei Chao Chuan's wisdom. Bei Chao Chuan's lips twitched. He would rather Pei Yan-fei could not defend this place. There is still a chance. We need to wait a while more. Pei Yan-fei used such a powerful killer move. His primeval essence must have been greatly damaged. Looking at his expression, he is clearly not in a good state. As long as the Wind Wolf King is beside Chang Shanin, it is invincible. Pei tribe is still at a disadvantage. If the wolf group attacks Pei tribe camp, I will continue with my plan. If Pei Yan-fei has the advantage, I will strike him while he is down and cooperate with him, dealing a fatal blow to Chang Shanin. Thoughts flashed in Bei Chao Chuan's mind. In the blink of an eye, he adjusted his plan. I still have a chance. I still have hope. I cannot panic now. I need to stay calm and endure. As long as I kill Chang Shanin, not only will I be able to turn the situation around, my reputation will also rise. After joining Lu Wenwu, I will be more valued and gain more opportunities for the tribe. Bei Chao Chuan encouraged himself in his mind. But right at this moment, his pupils shrunk as he cursed. Ah! The clan elders all looked at him in astonishment. All along, even though the situation was bad, Bei Chao Chuan had always been confident. Why did he lose his composure now? Bei Chao Chuan could not care about other people's gazes now. He stared at the battlefield as he asked himself, why did this Chang Shanin choose to retreat now? Wolf King had the upper hand. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was heavily injured but not dead. He still had a Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King with him. In contrast, Pei Yan-fei was at the end of his rope. Most importantly, Pei tribe camp's defense line had a gap. As long as they attacked along this gap, Pei tribe's defense would be under much more pressure than before. They might not be able to defend. As long as the wolf group invaded Pei tribe camp, he, Bei Chao Chuan, would be able to sneak an attack and deal a fatal blow to Wolf King from behind. But now, he was retreating? Bei Chao Chuan did not have time to think about why Chang Shanin retreated. He became extremely nervous, and his originally calm face showed a trace of panic. Wolf King was still very strong now. If he retreated, then his plan of sneak attack would fail before it even started. Even worse, Bei tribe camp and Jing tribe camp were both under Gu tribe's control. Once the wolf group retreated, They would take away the captives and the resources in the camp. Bei Chao Chuan would lose his tribe. He would not even have a tribe left. With only a few elders by his side, Bei Chao Chuan's tribe leader title would become a laughing stock. Even if he joined Lu Wenwu's side, he wouldn't be valued by others. No, I cannot let Chang Shanin retreat so easily. Once he retreats, there will be no hope of turning the situation around. Bei Chao Chuan shouted in his mind. He suddenly straightened his body and shouted, "Everyone, we can't wait any longer. Chang Shanin cannot hold on anymore, they want to retreat. Now is the time for us to kill the Wolf King and take back our tribe." The elders around him had already seen the situation on the battlefield. Bei Chao Chuan's words roused their morale and battle intent. "Kill! Chang Shanin, don't think of leaving! Wolf King, fight me for 300 rounds if you have the guts." A group of rank 3 Gu masters, under Bei Chao Chuan's lead, tore off their disguise and attacked from the back of Gu tribe's camp. Humph, they appeared after all. Fan Yuan had expected this. Seeing these people, he did not panic. He knew clearly, Bei Chao Chuan's group did not return to reinforce their camp. There were only two possibilities. One was to attack Gu tribe's camp and take revenge. The other was to rush to the aid of the Pei family. Since the three camps were safe and sound, these people must be hiding in the surroundings of the battlefield. If Fan Yuan attacked Pei tribe's camp and fought Pei Yanfei to the death, at the crucial moment, he would be attacked from both sides. Thus, retreating was the wisest choice. But these people are quite patient. I forced them out only now, they are after something big. Fan Yuan rode on the white-eyed wolf with a calm expression. Gu tribesmen, however, started to panic. Bei Chao Chuan's group of 12 were all experts. When they charged over, they were unstoppable. They gave them huge mental pressure. "Lord Supreme Elder, what do we do now?" Gu Guan asked. "What are you panicking for? Listen to my orders and retreat with me." Fan Yuan sneered. Retreating on the battlefield was extremely risky. They might be chased by the enemy when retreating, and retreat would turn into a rout. But Fan Yuan was experienced in battle in his previous life. His wolf group was suitable to cover the retreat. He had the ability to retreat safely against the pressure from both sides. He moved the turtleback myriad Wolf King to his side, and gathered the wolf group. 100 Wolf King, 1,000 Wolf King and others were placed in the center of the army. As for those ordinary wolves, they stayed behind to expend the pursuer's primeval essence. As expected, after a while, Bei Chao Chuan's group slowed down. They started to use the primeval essence in their apertures. "Damn it, are we going to watch Chang Shanin retreat like this?" Bei Chao Chuan bit his lips, his eyes were bloodshot, he was extremely unwilling. "Pei Yanfei, are you not going to attack? If we cannot kill the Wolf King today, how can we have the face to participate in the Heroes' Assembly?" Bei Chao Chuan shouted. Pei Yanfei snorted coldly. He was not a brute. He knew that Bei Chao Chuan was attacking Pei tribe now. He wanted to use them as bait. But he did not want to let Wolf King Chang Shanin go. In this battle, Gu tribe fought 1 against 3. If they could retreat unscathed, they would become famous, and their 3 tribes would be stepping stones for Gu tribe. Furthermore, Pei tribe suffered heavy losses. How could they not take revenge for such a huge grudge? Thinking of this, Pei Yanfei made up his mind. Rank 5, do or die Gu. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Pei Yanfei's heart emptied. Large amounts of primeval essence appeared out of nowhere, quickly filling his dry aperture. "Chang Shanin, hand over your life!" he shouted as he chased after him. Gu tribesmen panicked. Fan Yuan, however, laughed and asked, "Who is this person?" Gu Guan admired Fan Yuan's calmness. The panic in his heart dissipated as he replied, "Bei tribe leader Bei Chao Chuan." "Bei Chao Chuan. Pei Yanfei, heroes are born in troubled times, not bad, not bad." Fan Yuan evaluated loudly, his voice resounding in the night sky. Next, he jumped off the white-eyed wolf and rode on a humped wolf. The white-eyed wolf jumped a few steps, standing next to the wind wolf myriad beast king and turtleback myriad wolf king. "That is..." Bei Chao Chuan's momentum stopped, his pupils shrunk. Pei Yen-fei's expression was dark. It was extremely ugly. The White Eyes Wolf was a mutated beast. Its battle strength was on par with myriad beast kings. Earlier, they had paid too much attention to Fan Yuan, and neglected the White Eyes Wolf. Now that the White Eyes Wolf stood out, his identity was immediately exposed. Damn it! Pei Yen-fei gritted his teeth, but stopped his pursuit helplessly. If Fan Yuan only had the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King left, it would be fine, but now there was a White Eyes Wolf. With such strength, they could resist the pursuit, and even counterattack. Pei Yen-fei did not dare to take the risk and put Pei Tribe in danger again. He chose to stop. On the other side, Bei Chao Chuan could only stop his pursuit helplessly. He looked at the army retreating safely. Besides feeling dejected, he also felt a chill. Wolf King Chang Shanin, how many trump cards do you have? Chapter 489. The howling night wind gradually calmed down, as the thick frost soaked the wild grass around their feet. Good Tribe army moved along the crescent lake, moving slowly. After successfully retreating from the battlefield, these people still had burning battle intent in their chests. Although they did not manage to take down Pei Tribe, they made a name for themselves in this battle. Good tribesmen were talking excitedly. This battle was too satisfying. Those 3 bullshit tribes, they actually wanted to find trouble with us. They were courting death. Whatever Jing Tribe, Bei Tribe, or Pei Tribe, they are only SOSO. Right now, Bei Tribe and Jing Tribe's camps have been taken down by us, and Pei Tribe's casualties are also severe. After tonight's battle, our Good Tribe's name will spread throughout northern plains. Using 1 tribe's strength to challenge 3 tribes. Such a battle achievement, such bravery, made Good Tribe's Gu masters feel proud and arrogant. It is all thanks to Lord Wolf King Chang Shanin. A Gu master sighed. These words immediately caused a commotion in the surroundings. Yes. If not for the wolf group fighting at the front, our Good Tribe would have suffered heavy casualties. This is the power of an enslavement path Gu master. No wonder so many forces want to nurture 1 or 2 enslavement path Gu masters even if they have to live frugally. Wolf Wangda has already become our tribe's supreme elder. She's a family with us now. It is such an honor. Wolf Wangda is with us. This battle caused Fan Yuan's prestige and Good Tribe leader's heart to rise to a high level. Fan Yuan rode on the White Eyes Wolf's back again, accompanied by Good Tribe leader and a group of elders. As a supreme elder, Fan Yuan could even dismiss Gu Guang as tribe leader with his authority. Of course, Gu Guang was an obedient chess piece. Fan Yuan had no intention of replacing him. The army first returned to Jing Tribe camp, and the Good Tribe Gu masters who stayed there organized most of the resources, forming a transport team of 30 Bluefield slugs. These slugs, commonly known as snotworm Gu, were like snails that had shed their shells. It was a rank 3 Gu, 3 times the size of an elephant. Its body was blue in color, and there were blue crystals growing on its body surface. It was the best transportation Gu. These Bluefield slug Gu were very convenient to use. Their consumption of primeval essence was relatively low, and Gu masters only needed to stuff items into their bodies. Bluefield slug Gu did not have any offensive abilities. After swallowing objects, its body would become larger. Now, these 30 Bluefield slug Gu were 5 times their original size. Even the Myriad Wolf King couldn't match up to half of them. But even so, there was still a small portion of resources in the Jing clan's camp that could not be loaded in one go, and could only be temporarily left in the camp. The clan elder who stayed behind handed over the preliminary list of items. Fan Yuan browsed through it. It was indeed very rich. We're rich! When Gu Guang and the others saw this, they were overjoyed. I'm rich this time. We've also plundered so many people. It's only a matter of time before our Gu family becomes a large family. We have to be more vigilant these days. We have to strengthen our defenses to prevent the surrounding forces from getting greedy. But what should we do with these surrendered Gu masters? According to the usual practice, they are slave Gu masters. But we don't have that many slave Gu. Good tribesmen started to worry again. Good Tribe was only a mid-sized tribe. They had a weak foundation. If it was a large tribe, they would be able to digest their gains much faster. They still left behind a group of people to help defend, and instructed them to abandon Jin Clan's camp if Pei Tribe's army came, and to preserve their strength by retreating. Gu Tribe's army brought the 30 Bluefield Slug Gu and large numbers of captives as they retreated. When they reached Pei Tribe's camp, the group stopped. When they set off again, the size of the group had increased by several times. When they finally reached Gu Tribe's camp, the victorious warriors were warmly welcomed by the Gu tribesmen. Cheers resounded in the sky, as the first rays of dawn shone on every Gu tribesman's face. In contrast, the captives looked like they had lost their parents, or were expressionless. There was a clear contrast between the two sides. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. Along the way, he was worried about Pei Tribe's pursuit. It seems that Pei Yanfei is still worried about his tribe's safety, and is stingy with his troops. He did not take the initiative to attack again. Otherwise, the return trip would be much more troublesome. Of course, this is mainly because I released the White Eyes Wolf and displayed my strength, giving them the false impression that I still have Myriad Beast King level battle strength. But the truth was, Fan Yuan's White Eyes Wolf was only matured by Third Watch Gu. There was not a single wild Gu on the White Eyes Wolf's body. This was the world of Gu. Without wild Gu, the White Eyes Wolf could not even defeat 1,000 Wolf King. In a real battle, the White Eyes Wolf was only an enlarged version of a wild wolf. If Pei Yanfei and Bei Chao Chuan were not scared, and continued to pursue, Fan Yuan would be in trouble. He had already used 120% of his wolf group's battle strength. In terms of strength path cultivation, he had just started. He only had 30 June of strength. In terms of soul, he had not reached 1,000-man soul yet. My strength is still too weak. After 3 battles tonight, I am in a dilemma. Now that they were safe, Fan Yuan took stock of the wolf group. The 60,000 wolf group had suffered heavy casualties. Less than half were left. The biggest loss was the Myriad Beast King. Fan Yuan originally had 3 Myriad Wolf Kings, but after tonight's battle, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King died on the battlefield, and the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King's injuries were extremely severe. Although it had stabilized, it was already unconscious. Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King was covered in injuries, the wild Gu on its body were not light, and its battle strength had fallen sharply. But Fan Yuan did not regret it. Compared to the gains, these losses were truly worth it. Not mentioning the huge amount of battle spoils, just looking at Fan Yuan's objective in this battle, he had achieved everything. Taking the initiative to attack, fighting 1 against 3. Not long later, Wolf King Chang Shanyin's name would once again resound in Northern Plains, and be widely discussed. This was a chance for Fan Yuan to prove his name. It would be a great help in his plan to deal with Tai Bai Yinxing in the Heroes' Assembly. Moreover, these dead wolves were fully used by Fan Yuan. Most of their souls were kept by Fan Yuan, waiting to irrigate Dang Hun Mountain in the future. After tonight's battle, I have thoroughly established my prestige and fierce reputation. I believe it is enough to intimidate all the forces with ulterior motives. Gu Tribe can recuperate, and I can also have some time to expand my wolf group, cultivate Wolfman's soul, and also prepare my enslavement path rank 5 Gu worms. Lying on the bed, Fan Yuan's thoughts gradually calmed down. Outside the Gu house, the joyous shouts of Gu tribesmen became louder and louder. Fan Yuan slowly closed his eyes. He was feeling tired. Fighting 3 battles in one night, controlling so many wolves to engage in intense battles and attacks, he had expended a lot of mental energy. A kind of fatigue that originated from his soul spread throughout his body and mind. While he was peacefully sleeping, a huge commotion had already spread to the whole Crescent Lake. Early in the morning, almost all the tribe leaders who were resting at the lakeside received the information regarding this battle. There were those who were doubtful, those who were wary, those who were fearful, and those who were furious. But no matter what their reactions were, at once, Gu Tribe and Wolf King Chang Shanin became the focus of everyone's discussion. I thought it was a cat, but to think it was a leopard! One tribe leader stared at the information in his hands. After thinking for a long time, he sighed with deep emotions. He had wanted to watch from the sidelines, and if the situation allowed it, he wanted to reap the benefits. But who could have expected that under Fan Yuan's lead, Ge tribe challenged 3 tribes in one night, exterminating 2 of them and dealing a heavy blow to Bei tribe. Bei clan's clan head Bei Chao Chuan became a stray dog, Xing clan's clan head died on the battlefield, and Pei Yen Fei, one of the most powerful generals in northern plains, lost a small realm of cultivation. This is too daring, too ruthless. Even Wang tribe leader strategist Wang Dao's expression changed after seeing this information. He sighed repeatedly. Ge tribe actually attacked without a declaration, catching the 3 tribes unprepared. 2 were exterminated, and 1 was heavily injured. This is a serious violation of the rules, crossing the bottom line. Are they not afraid of the other tribes allying against them? Wang Dao said furiously. Ge tribe's crazy invasion made even him feel uneasy. At this time, a Gu master outside sent a letter. This was a letter from Ge tribe, sent to almost all the forces at Crescent Lake. The letter was personally written by Ge Guang. The 3 tribes of Deshu were plotting against them, and in order to protect themselves, Ge tribe had no choice but to retaliate. In the letter, the cause and effect of Yen tribe were written, and Chang Shan Yin's grudge back then was exposed. So back then, Chang Shan Yin was framed by someone, thus he fought Ha Tu Gu and the rest alone. This time, he came back to take revenge on his tribe. And Chang tribe has already attached itself to young Master Lu Wenwu. Yen tribe is young Master Lu Wenwu's in-laws. They did not understand this grudge, so they asked Chang Shan Yin for help. This led to the following events. Wang Dao's expression was uncertain after reading the letter. He became even more furious. Chang Shan Yin is harming the innocent with his personal grudge. What kind of Northern Plains hero is he? Wang tribe leader's expression was indifferent. He went straight to the point. But this way, Ge tribe has a reason to attack. Although it was a little far-fetched, it was a qualified fig leaf. Ge tribe has Chang Shan Yin's protection. After defeating the 3 tribes, their strength will definitely soar. Seeing the 3 tribes in such a terrible state, the possibility of the other tribes allying against Ge tribe is very small. Wang Dao nodded. Then what do we do next? Wolf King is too fast. Now that the battle is over, we have no chance to interfere. Sigh, I underestimated Wolf King. Wang tribe leader sighed. At this time, someone came to report that Bei tribe leader Bei Chao Chuan had brought a group of elders to visit Wang tribe leader. Bei Chao Chuan? What is he doing here? Wang tribe leader immediately frowned. Wang Dao reminded. Lord tribe leader, did you forget that Bei tribe sent an elder to invite our tribe to join the alliance? Right now, that elder is still staying here. Wang tribe leader patted his forehead. I almost forgot. We said that we would treat him for 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. No, it is better if I don't meet Bei Chao Chuan. Go and receive him. Tell him that I am here to refine dew today. I cannot leave seclusion. Bei Chao Xing had been receiving Wang tribe's hospitality for the last 3 days. But he did not forget his mission. During this period of time, he requested to meet Wang tribe leader several times, but was rejected every time. When he saw Bei Chao Chuan, he was very surprised. Lord tribe leader elders, why are you here personally? Before they could reply, Bei Chao Xing said with a guilty expression. Everyone, I have failed to live up to your trust this time. That Wang tribe leader kept rejecting and did not agree to join the alliance. But it is not important. With our 3 tribes' strength, we are more than enough to deal with Ge tribe. Bei tribe's elders heard this. Their eyebrows twitched, some had dark expressions. Chapter 490. 8 days later, at night. Stars shone in the sky and the night wind blew gently. Fan Yuan was riding on the white Ice Wolf's back, ready to set off. Ge Guang stood beside him, reporting the recent situation. These 8 days, large numbers of small and mid-sized tribes have set off to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. Right now, only a few large tribes are left by Crescent Lake. Bei Chao Chuan, Pei Yen Fei and the rest were the first to leave. Fan Yuan adjusted his sitting posture. Earlier, we took the initiative to challenge 3 tribes, causing the other tribes to be wary of us. Moreover, the Heroes' Assembly is approaching, it is normal for them to set off. As for those large tribes, they have a lot of assets they need to choose carefully. Often they have to wait until the latter half of the heroes' assembly to participate. Supreme Elder is perceptive, that is indeed the case. Ge Guang immediately flattered. Fan Yuan chuckled. Crescent Lake's water and grass are abundant. Our tribe will stay here for now and not move. We should use this time to digest our gains. Yes, Lord. Ge Guang heaved a sigh of relief. They had the same idea when they discussed earlier. Ge tribe was like a fatty who had eaten too much. They could not even move. These 8 days, they had been expanding their camp and taking in captives. After calculating their resources, their strength was increasing day by day. Are those water wolves still in that direction? Fan Yuan asked. Yes, I have sent investigative Gu masters to investigate many times. This water wolf group has 5,000 in size. At night, they will enter that water nest to rest. Lord, do you really not need Gu masters to protect you? Fan Yuan snorted coldly, replying arrogantly. As long as the wolf group is around, I, Fan Yuan, will be around. Why would I need other people to protect me? Ge Guang could hear the displeasure in Fan Yuan's tone. He quickly bowed and gave way. Junior wishes Lord Supreme Elder a smooth journey in taking in all the water wolves. You need to be careful when managing the tribe. Without me around, you need to pay more attention to those Gu masters who surrendered. Yes, Lord. Fan Yuan left behind the Wind Wolf King and led the weakened turtleback 10,000 Wolf King and 18,000 wolves out of the camp to start hunting. He first followed the map that the Gu family had found, and after some planning, he came to the vicinity of the water nest. Water wolves live in the water and feed on fish. Occasionally, when it was extremely hungry, it would run to the shore and devour some rabbits and gophers. The arrival of the wolf pack immediately alerted these water wolves. In order to protect their home behind them, water wolves swarmed out of the water nest in groups, staring at Fan Yuan like a tiger watching its prey. Fan Yuan's face was expressionless as he sat on the back of the white-eyed wolf. He waved his hand and countless wolves howled as they charged towards the water wolf. The water wolf fought back fiercely, and the two sides became entangled. Wolf howl Gu! Wolf smoke Gu! Fan Yuan made a few moves from the back and firmly controlled the situation. Originally, his wolf pack was much larger, so he quickly defeated the water wolves. Water wolves left behind over 1,000 corpses on the ground, and over 2,000 were subdued by Fan Yuan using wolf enslavement Gu, while the remaining 1,000 escaped to the depths of Crescent Lake. Fan Yuan did not chase them, but destroyed this nest and seized several hundred young water wolves. Next, he rushed to the next location. After destroying several more wolf nests, by late night, Fan Yuan had subdued over 6,000 water wolves, 2,000 turtleback wolves, and over 1,000 night wolves. Crescent Lake had the most water wolves, but there were also some turtleback wolves, night wolves, and wind wolves. But the wind wolves were fast and hard to capture. If the situation was bad, they would retreat. Fan Yuan's target was a group of wind wolves, but after fighting for a while, they escaped. Wolf packs were crafty, and Fan Yuan often had to pay a price to capture them. If the price was too high, and the losses outweighed the gains, Fan Yuan would give up. Some large-scale water wolf packs had a myriad wolf king, and Fan Yuan did not dare to easily start a battle. However, hunting wolves was only a pretense for his trip this time. Now that he had put in enough effort on the surface, he found a concealed location and arranged the wolf pack, before using moving perspective cup Gu to contact Little Hu Immortal. After Little Hu Immortal received the news, she immediately summoned a group of Starlight Firefly Gu, and used Starlight and Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Stargate Gu. Stargate Gu was a set of 2, and using the power of Black Heaven, it could cross regions. Fan Yuan waited for a while, and saw the starlight in the night sky converging on the Stargate Gu in his palm. Stargate Gu slowly flew up like a sapphire, and after rising to the sky, the starlight expanded and turned into an arch door. This time, Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the Stargate, but sent the heavily injured and weak turtleback, myriad wolf king and large numbers of injured wolves into the Stargate. Large numbers of wild wolves flowed into the Stargate like waves in a river, vanishing without a trace. This way, Fan Yuan only had elites and strong wolf packs around him. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the burden of feeding them. As for those injured wolves, they would live and reproduce in the blessed land, giving birth to healthy and lively wolf cubs. After the time acceleration of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they would grow rapidly, and eventually become Fan Yuan's new source of troops. After sending these wild wolves into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan also followed them back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, you told me to keep an eye on connecting heaven goo every day. I was very obedient, and did as you said. That Langya Old Immortal has appeared again, and is even buying large amounts of goo refinement materials in jewel yellow skies. Little Hu Immortal was very happy to see Fan Yuan, and hugged his leg, rubbing her cheeks against it as she told him an important piece of information. Oh? It's like this, what did he buy? Fan Yuan's spirit was roused as he quickly asked. Little Hu Immortal took out a small piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan looked at it carefully. He had a deep impression of these goo worms and materials. They were all used to refine second aperture goo. What did this mean? Langya Old Immortal was the land spirit of Langya. He wanted to refine second aperture goo again. He had definitely survived the second wave of attacks, and had not given up on refining second aperture goo. At the same time, that divine travel goo was definitely in his hands. Otherwise, why would he be so impatient to buy these materials after the second wave of attacks? The land spirit of Langya has been schemed against by Old Manningstone, and should be defending Langya Blessed Land now. Although this land spirit has high intelligence, he is honest and has no ability to scheme. What am I waiting for? Fan Yuan's heart pounded as he thought of this. He immediately left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Then, he led the pack of wolves and arrived at the stone forest without stopping. Using Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements, he arrived at Langya Blessed Land again. There were many changes in Langya Blessed Land. The 12 cloud buildings were all attacked, many areas had broken walls, there were signs of fire burning, lightning striking, frost freezing, and so on. These were the traces left behind by the great battle. Especially outside the buildings, the pure white cloud soil was soaked with large patches of blood. A deer-like desolate beast with the size of a small mountain fell on the cloud soil, completely dead. Even though it had lost its life, its fur was still glossy, shining with all sorts of colors, giving people a feeling of divinity and brilliance. Why are you here? The land spirit of Langya impatiently received Fan Yuan. What is going on? Fan Yuan did not answer him, instead asking a question with a bewildered expression. Humph, a group of daring juniors, they actually dared to target my family. I killed them all. The land spirit of Langya's expression was gloomy, his killing intent overflowing. Fan Yuan curiously looked at the land spirit. Isn't Langya Blessed Land very secretive? How did they get in? Did you open the door yourself? Scram! Am I that stupid? The land spirit shouted angrily. These damned fellows schemed against me, they tampered with the things they sold to me. I had originally bought divine travel goo to refine the immortal goo's second aperture. But in the process of goo refinement, a tunnel suddenly formed and a few mice barged in. The land spirit said they were mice, but Fan Yuan could guess the sorry state of the 12 cloud buildings when he saw them. But Langya Blessed Land was the home of Longhair Ancestor in the past. Longhair Ancestor was known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. He had interacted with 2 venerables on equal footing. His foundation was extremely deep. The second wave of attacks would not be able to shake such a foundation. At least, Fan Yuan knew that there were 12 desolate beasts in Langya Blessed Land. Only one had died. But Old Manningstone was still alive. The second wave of attacks was not the end, but the beginning. There was a good show to watch. Fan Yuan smiled. I guess right, you are that Langya Old Immortal, the one who bought Jewel Yellow Skies' divine travel goo. It seems that you managed to protect divine travel goo. The land spirit of Langya smiled proudly. Of course. Otherwise, that 9-colored spirit deer would not have died. Suddenly his expression became serious as he thought of something, looking at Fan Yuan with vigilance. "What are you doing here?" Fan Yuan bowed towards the land spirit, saying slowly, "What else can it be? Of course it is to ask you to refine second aperture goo." "What?" the land spirit shouted, glaring at Fan Yuan, his eyes almost spewing fire. Back then, long-hair ancestor failed in refining an immortal goo for thieving heaven demon venerable. Thus he made a promise to refine 9 goo worms for thieving heaven demon venerable for free, regardless of mortal or immortal. Thieving heaven demon venerable used 6 chances and obtained 6 immortal goo. As for the remaining 3 chances, they were left as a part of the inheritance, to the fated person in the future. In Fan Yuan's previous life, this opportunity was obtained by Ma Hongyun. In this life, Fan Yuan arrived here in advance and intercepted this immortal opportunity. Earlier, he used one of the chances to ask the land spirit of Langya to refine Stargate goo. Now that he came here again, he was using the second chance to refine second aperture goo. The land spirit of Langya was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. He could not reject Fan Yuan's request. However, in order to protect divine travel goo, he paid a heavy price. Just as the second aperture goo was about to be refined, it was intercepted by Fan Yuan. The land spirit of Langya glared at Fan Yuan. "Don't tell me you are the mastermind who schemed against me and besieged the blessed land?" Fan Yuan rubbed his nose, showing an innocent expression. "Do you think a mere mortal like me can command those goo immortals? I saw you buy divine travel goo, and knew that you also have the second aperture goo's recipe. Now I saw you buy a second set of materials. That is why I came here." The land spirit of Langya gritted his teeth in hatred, pointing at Fan Yuan. "You humans are all treacherous and cunning. I killed those goo immortals, but to think that I would fail miserably today, I was actually tricked by you." Fan Yuan laughed. "You were not tricked by me, but because of the promise you made to thieving heaven demon venerable back then. How about it, is it time to refine second aperture goo for me?" Chapter 491. "I want to see you refine goo personally." Fan Yuan's thoughts moved as he probed with a new request. The entire process of goo master refinement was secretive. Once someone saw it, the goo worm recipe or the goo master's unique method would be leaked. Of course. This is also one of the contents of the agreement. Land spirit of Langya agreed. It was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. Fan Yuan raised his brows, understanding a little. Back then, long-hair ancestor failed to refine space escape goo and instead wasted all the materials that thieving heaven demon venerable had painstakingly accumulated for his entire life. Many of the goo materials were very rare, even a demon venerable had to rely on luck to obtain them. Thieving heaven demon venerable was a rank 9 demon venerable. To make up for his losses and reclaim his reputation, long-hair ancestor agreed to refine immortal goo for him. Allowing thieving heaven demon venerable to observe the entire goo refinement process was to purposely leak the recipe to make up for the demon venerable, and also to prove his innocence. You saw the entire goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, I did not purposely tamper with it. But in Fan Yuan's situation, he had no such worries. Land spirits were formed from the blessed land's heaven and earth power, combined with the goo immortal's obsession before death. They did not have the malicious thoughts of humans. They were straightforward and magnanimous. However, land spirit of Langya was formed by the number 1 refinement path immortal, long-hair ancestor. Although he lost most of his memories, he still retained most of long-hair ancestor's refinement path talent and attainment. Observing the land spirit refining goo was very beneficial to Fan Yuan. "I have also refined the second aperture goo before. This time, I want to see the methods of land spirit of Langya. I can gain experience and make up for my own shortcomings. Maybe I can also catch a glimpse of long-hair ancestors' glorious glory." Fan Yuan was filled with anticipation towards this goo refinement. Land spirit of Langya waved his hand, bringing him to a hall. This hall was like a plaza. It was at least 10 li in size. There were all sorts of facilities inside. There were bronze cauldrons, red iron pill furnaces, colored pottery water tanks, and even caves. When a goo master refines goo, they sometimes need the help of a vessel. The utensils displayed in this hall were like a comprehensive exhibition, causing Fan Yuan to have a feeling of broadening his horizons. Although he had 500 years of experience from his previous life and had reincarnated many times, he had actually wandered around for 300 years. He only had about 200 years to travel unhindered across the world and achieve greatness. During this period, even though he dabbled in other Gu paths, he had to resist the earthly calamity, manage his force, and refine immortal Gu. His energy was divided. His foundation in refinement path could allow him to look down on mortals, but he could only be considered second or third rate among Gu immortals. Compared to an existence like long-hair ancestor, it was even more incomparable. "This is my Earthsea Gu Refinement Hall," Land Spirit of Langya introduced plainly. Fan Yuan heard this and his expression changed slightly. The Land Spirit would not lie to him. This hall was only one of the Gu Refinement Halls in Langya Blessed Land. Earthsea. How many places like this were there in the Blessed Land? At this moment, the Land Spirit waved its hand again. In an instant, thousands of hairy men appeared in the hall. These hairy men were teleported over. They were stunned for a moment before kneeling on the ground, chanting in unison. "Hairy men pay respects to Langya Old Immortal." Their voices were uniform, echoing in the hall. Land Spirit of Langya revealed a benevolent smile. "Children, get up!" He waved his hand again, distributing the prepared Gu refinement materials. "Today, we are going to refine an immortal Gu. Refine it according to the Gu recipe I gave you." The hairy men had clearly experienced this more than once or twice. When they heard about refining immortal Gu, the hairy men were stirred, revealing excited expressions. But soon, they calmed down and started researching the Gu recipe in their hands, before starting to refine the Gu. Thousands of hairy men refining Gu at the same time. This was not the first time Fan Yuan had seen such a scene. Among Varian humans, hairy men were the most skilled at Gu refinement. They had innate talent in Gu refinement. According to the legends of Renzu, during the immemorial antiquity era, hairy men had started to refine Gu on a large scale. They had even tied up Renzu's eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and attempted to kill him to refine eternal Gu. Hairy men refined Gu mostly by relying on their talent and inspiration. They did it casually. There were no traces of human Gu masters. At the level of Gu immortals, they were far beyond mortals. They would usually raise some hairy men to refine Gu. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had also raised hairy men. But that was Bloodsea Blessed Land. It had an extreme environment. After several batches of hairy men died, he lost interest in raising them. After Fan Yuan became a Gu immortal, he had gathered the hairy men under him to refine large numbers of Gu worms for his demonic sect. Because he had personal experience, he could see that these hairy men in front of him were extraordinary. These hairy men were raised too well. Looking at their shiny fur, their eyes were spirited and their faces were rosy. It showed that their living environment was very good. They did not suffer any torture from Land Spirit of Langya. Most importantly, these hairy men were very intelligent. Their movements were agile. They were all experts in Gu refinement. During the process of Gu refinement, there were even 2 old hairy men who suggested to modify the recipe. Looking at their casual appearance, Fan Yuan's heart pounded. Such a group of hairy men, if they were sold in jewel yellow skies, they would definitely be the best of the best among slaves. They would have to emit a treasure light of at least 20 feet. They would be snatched by those Gu immortals. These hairy men had shocking attainments. Most of them were refinement masters. There were even a few old hairy men who suggested to modify the recipe. They were already refinement grandmasters. Fan Yuan could only barely be considered a master now. With such a powerful lineup, the Gu refinement progress was more than 10 times faster than when Fan Yuan was at Sancha Mountain. The semi-finished products of these hairy men were first gathered in the hands of the old hairy men, before being handed over to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya collected the semi-finished products. After inspecting them, he directly crushed some of them and ordered the hairy men to refine them again. After a few times, Land Spirit of Langya was finally satisfied. He personally took action and obtained the semi-finished second aperture Gu. That was the semi-finished product that Fan Yuan had now. But Fan Yuan knew clearly that the semi-finished product in Land Spirit of Langya's hands was far superior to his in terms of quality. Finally, Land Spirit of Langya took out Divine Travel Goo in front of everyone. This Divine Travel Goo's surface was clearly damaged, it was covered in scars. Fan Yuan's heart tightened. Lad, it is not too late to regret now. Land Spirit of Langya stopped his actions and urged Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan frowned. He thought for a moment before laughing lightly. No, please do it. Crafty fellow, I can't fool you. Land Spirit of Langya cursed. He pinched his nose and moved several goo worms, as well as precious materials. Fan Yuan stared with wide eyes. He only recognized two of them. They were precious materials that could increase the success rate of the goo refinement. If placed in jewel yellow skies, they would be precious treasures that were at least 60 to 70 feet tall. Land Spirit of Langya's every action attracted countless gazes. The hairy men were in a daze, their bodies were shaking from excitement, their eyes were filled with extreme worship. Fan Yuan's mind was also shaken. When Land Spirit of Langya refined goo, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. It gave people a natural feeling. There was no smoke or fire. Land Spirit of Langya's exquisite control greatly benefited Fan Yuan. Even though he wanted to continue watching, Fan Yuan bit his tongue, forcing himself to wake up and start working. He sat cross-legged on the spot, taking out two goo that he had prepared. One was Clear Mind goo, the other was Wake Cloud goo. These two goo were both rank 4. After Fan Yuan poured his primeval essence into them, they were activated. Clear Mind goo turned into a light breeze, drilling into his mind. As for the cotton-like Wake Cloud goo, it turned into a small white cloud, floating above Fan Yuan's head. Fan Yuan stared at the light lump controlled by Land Spirit of Langya as he took out 4 top-quality wines. With connecting heaven goo connecting to jewel yellow skies, it was extremely easy for him to gather top-quality wines. For this moment, he had prepared at least 14 top-quality wines. Sensing Fan Yuan's action, Land Spirit of Langya snorted in displeasure, but did not do anything to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Ignoring the dazzling light that made his eyes tear up, he stared at the light lump. Finally, he saw Divine Travel Goo turn into a pool of flowing water, intertwining with the other materials. Fan Yuan quickly opened the wine jar and drank a big mouthful. Immediately, an intense tipsy feeling assaulted his body and mind. Fan Yuan quickly used Clear Mind Goo to raise his spirits, and his mind became clear again. At the same time, the wake cloud above his head rumbled, allowing his mind to maintain a clear state at all times. After drinking 4 types of wine, Fan Yuan maintained a clear state, but found that there were no changes to his body. The light lump was still changing. It had already expanded by several times from its original size to the size of an elephant. It seems Divine Travel Goo did not disappear. Immortal Goo are unique. I can continue drinking. Fan Yuan took out another wine jar, removing the seal and pouring the wine into his mouth. The light lump gradually shrunk. Land Spirit of Langya held the light lump in his hand, his expression becoming more solemn. After a while, when Fan Yuan drank the 8th wine jar, his eyes were already hazy from the intoxication. Right at this time, the light lump in Land Spirit of Langya's hand suddenly expanded, and instantly shrunk into a marble, expanding and shrinking again. After repeating this process several times, it finally formed into second aperture goo. The moment second aperture goo formed, Fan Yuan's body shook. All the tipsy feeling in his body and mind suddenly gathered like a river flowing into the sea, condensing into a point. Mysteriously, a profound theory descended, down markings condensed, causing this point to slightly explode and turn into a goo. Divine Travel Goo. Second aperture goo. Divine Travel Goo. 2 immortal goo were obtained at the same time. Fan Yuan's tipsy feeling was completely cleared. He excitedly stood up and laughed heartily. You really calculated deeply. Land Spirit of Langya looked at Fan Yuan with an exhausted expression, his solid body turning slightly illusory. Fan Yuan was a person who obtained thieving heaven demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter. Although Land Spirit of Langya coveted Divine Travel Goo, he could not make a move against Fan Yuan. The hairy men opened their furious and disdainful eyes, staring at Fan Yuan. This hateful human, he actually schemed against our respected and supreme Lord Langya Old Immortal. Chapter 492. Get lost! If I accepted you as my disciple, I would probably die from anger one day. My children are the most worry-free. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Land Spirit of Langya waved his hand, rejecting Fan Yuan's request without hesitation. He could have obtained second aperture gu, but Fan Yuan schemed against him, causing him to give up the refined second aperture gu and also lose divine travel gu. Fan Yuan chuckled, not taking the land spirit's rejection to heart. Land spirits were formed from the obsession of gu immortals. They were simple and stubborn. Rejecting now meant he would still reject in the future. What a pity, I had planned to give divine travel gu to you as my disciple gift. Humph, I hate crafty people like you the most. Hairy men are the most obedient. I will tell you the truth, I have already accepted 18 hairy men as my disciples. From now on, I will only accept hairy men as my disciples. Let's not talk about this, give me the second aperture gu. Fan Yuan stretched out his palm. Land Spirit of Langya's expression froze, looking at the immortal gu in his hand with reluctance. This was the gu he wanted to refine, but now that he had just refined it, it was about to change owners. But the agreement back then had already turned into a kind of stubbornness, becoming a part of the land spirit. He could not go against it, and had never thought of going against it. Lad, remember this! Land Spirit of Langya growled, shoving the second aperture gu to Fan Yuan. This second aperture gu was like a beetle, with two pointed ends and a fat middle. The beetle was the size of a young man's fist, like green jade, feeling warm and cool in his hand. On its plump back, there was a golden eyeball growing out of it. His golden pupils were flickering like lightning, full of spirituality. This is the gu that I risked my life to refine on Sancha Mountain back then. To think I would obtain it in such a manner. Fan Yuan sighed, but was not in a hurry to use it, keeping it in his pocket. This second aperture gu had already become Fan Yuan's possession under the cooperation of the land spirit of Langya. But he was not a gu immortal, he did not have green grape immortal essence, so Fan Yuan could not use it. You have already obtained the immortal gu, if you don't want to use the final fortuitous encounter, you can leave now. Land Spirit of Langya ordered him to leave. Fan Yuan, however, took out divine travel gu and waved it in front of Land Spirit of Langya with a smile. Don't you want this immortal gu? The Land Spirit of Langya raised his eyebrows. Why? You want to sell it? He had connecting heaven gu, he could communicate with jewel yellow skies and buy many gu refinement materials. Even the human aperture required to refine the second aperture gu could be obtained by buying slave gu masters and killing them. The second aperture gu was a consumable gu, after Fan Yuan used it once, it would no longer exist. The land spirit of Langya could definitely refine another one. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had divine travel gu. Without divine travel gu, he would never be able to refine it. Fan Yuan, however, did not reply directly, but asked, If I use another second aperture gu, will it form a third aperture? Humph, dream on. The land spirit of Langya snorted disdainfully and sneered. This is second aperture gu, not third aperture gu. You want to condense the third aperture? Then you have to figure out the recipe of the third aperture gu first. Fan Yuan nodded, his expression serious. I think so too. The land spirit would not deceive him just because he wanted to buy the divine travel gu. At the same time, he knew the recipe of the second aperture gu and had already deduced this logic. Asking it again now was just to be safe and confirm. This way, the divine travel gu in Fan Yuan's hands, as well as the half-finished second aperture gu, would lose their original use. Fan Yuan already had one second aperture gu, he was a loner, and had no trusted aides to guide him, so he did not need a second aperture gu. Moreover, he had just observed the land spirit's gu refinement process, and knew that the last step was extremely dangerous. The light lump expanded and shrunk several times, it required an extremely strong control ability, and the foundation of at least 1,000 man's soul to be able to control it. How could an immortal goo be so easy to refine? Fortunately, back at Sancha Mountain, after Fan Yuan had reborn, he did not wholeheartedly focus on refining the second aperture goo. Otherwise, with his strength back then, he would not be able to escape the fate of failure. Just the backlash from refining the immortal goo would cause him to be on the verge of death. Of course, he could also sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies. But this way, it would attract Old Man Inkstone's attention and expose many of his trump cards. At the same time, other goo immortals could not avoid tampering with the things he obtained. It was different if he transacted with the land spirit of Langia. At least, he would not pass off shoddy goods as quality goods. At the same time, he had deep financial resources and wanted to purchase the divine travel goo to refine it. And Fan Yuan could avoid exposing himself a second time, and was very safe. Land Spirit, take a look at this. Fan Yuan thought about it, and took out the semi-finished second aperture goo that he had personally refined back then. This semi-finished product had a blurry shape, like a rough carving with no signs of life. It looked like a gray stone carved into a beetle. It had a big belly and a pointed head and tail, without any feelers or legs. Although it looked similar to the real second aperture goo, it was clearly not comparable. There was a qualitative difference. Land Spirit of Langia's eyes shone when he saw this semi-finished product. To think you actually reached this step. However, the most difficult part of the second aperture goo's refinement process is the last step. The previous steps can also be refined by a goo refinement master. Land Spirit's tone carried a trace of joy. Fan Yuan had the divine travel goo and the semi-finished product. If he bought them, he would only be left with the last step to refine the second aperture goo. To Land Spirit of Langia, such a temptation was hard to resist. Speak, what do you want to exchange for? Land Spirit of Langia retracted his burning gaze and looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan looked at the divine travel goo in his right hand and immediately said, Immortal goo are priceless, of course I will exchange goo for goo. This is an old rule of goo immortal transactions. Land Spirit of Langia's expression immediately sank. Although it is an old rule, it is not suitable for our situation. Firstly, your divine travel goo is not practical and can only be used as a last resort to escape. Once you teleport to the bottom of a volcano or the Earth's core, you are simply courting death. Secondly, I use divine travel goo to refine goo. What use does second aperture goo have to a land spirit like me? Fan Yuan was happy. When the land spirit was haggling, his gaze was fixated on divine travel goo. Although his tone was firm, his expression had already betrayed his inner thoughts. Land spirit, you are too stingy. I know Langia Blessed Land has many immortal goo. Divine travel goo is a rank 6 immortal goo. I am not greedy. I will only exchange it for one rank 6 immortal goo. The land spirit shook its head repeatedly and said many more things, but Fan Yuan did not relent no matter what. Land spirit gradually became anxious. His anger showed on the surface and he looked at Fan Yuan as if he wanted to eat him alive. Fan Yuan saw that it was about time and started to withdraw. How about this? I will take a step back and only ask for one consumable rank 6 immortal goo. After I use this immortal goo, you can refine it again, right? Land Spirit's expression relaxed, Fan Yuan taking the initiative to give in made him feel a sense of victory. He snorted and raised his head, arrogantly looking at Fan Yuan. Alright, let's do it. Saying so, he opened his hands and 5 immortal goo appeared out of nowhere. Langia Blessed Land's foundation is really deep. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. Looking at them one by one, he was stunned. I want this immortal goo. Fan Yuan had a slightly strange expression as he pointed at one of the immortal goo. This immortal goo was none other than Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. The culprit that caused Danghun Mountain to wither, but unexpectedly it was refined by the land spirit of Langia. Both sides quickly completed the transaction. Fan Yuan obtained the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo, but he could not store it in his aperture, so he could only keep it in his bag. I had spent a lot of effort to refine this half-finished product. You can save a lot of expenses if you get it. We are all familiar with each other. I will sell it to you cheaply, Just give me 1,000 hairy men. I am not greedy, I want those old hairy men that you commanded when you refined the goo earlier. Fan Yuan said. Bullshit. Land Spirit of Langia was furious. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Those hairy men are at least refinement masters. If they are placed in jewel yellow skies, the treasure light would be at least 20 feet tall. Fan Yuan chuckled. He really coveted these hairy men. With these hairy men in his hands, they would be a huge help to him. How about this? I don't want 1,000, I only want 800. Bullshit 800, these hairy men are my children, I will not sell any of them. Land Spirit of Langia shouted furiously. Everything has a price. We can still negotiate. I am not selling. If you mention this again, you can take your half-finished product back, I am not buying it. Land Spirit of Langia's firm attitude made Fan Yuan secretly shocked. He lowered the price to the bottom line. Land Spirit of Langia was clearly profitable, but he refused to sell. It seems he really had feelings for them. This situation was not strange. Many Goo immortals raised variant humans in their blessed lands like raising pets, watching them grow up and even spending a lot of effort to nurture them. If they died, the Goo immortals would also shed tears of sadness. Of course, this situation would not happen to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan saw that he could not buy these hairy men and felt a pity. He could only settle for the next best thing. In that case, I will exchange for wolf enslavement Goo's recipe. Langia Blessed Land had a large number of recipes. From ancient times until now, it could be said to be as vast as the sea. It was impossible to not have a common Goo recipe like wolf enslavement Goo. Fan Yuan had been buying these recipes, but ever since he discovered Old Man Inkstone's existence, he restrained his actions in jewel yellow skies. Wisdom Path Goo masters were good at deductions, but they could not appear out of thin air, they had to collect a large amount of information. On the basis of this information, they could deduce and obtain a result. If Fan Yuan openly bought wolf enslavement Goo's recipe in jewel yellow skies, there was no guarantee that Old Man Inkstone would not be able to deduce something. Take it. This is the rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement Goo's recipe. Land Spirit of Langia gave Fan Yuan a large stack of recipes. Fan Yuan flipped through them and found that there were 8 kinds of rank 5 wolf enslavement Goo's recipes. They used different materials and different methods to obtain the same Goo worm. As for rank 1 to rank 4 wolf enslavement Goo's recipes, there were even more. This transaction is worth it. Fan Yuan rejoiced inwardly. The transaction is complete, you can leave now. Land Spirit of Langia impatiently asked him to leave. Fan Yuan waved his hand and smiled. No hurry, I still have another transaction, you will definitely be interested. Humph, young man, don't be so arrogant. In this world, there are not many things that can interest me. Land Spirit of Langia stroked his beard and said proudly, I am selling a piece of information this time. This information is, when will I use the second aperture Goo? Land Spirit of Langia's expression froze, he looked at Fan Yuan blankly and frowned deeply, using an intense gaze of disdain and disgust to stare at Fan Yuan. How can you be so despicable and shameless? Do you still have a bottom line as a human? Ha! Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed. Are you not interested in this information? Land Spirit of Langia immediately felt the humiliation of having to apologize to a criminal after being raped. How could he not be interested? Second aperture Goo was an immortal Goo, and immortal Goo were unique. If Fan Yuan kept it and did not use it, he would never be willing to refine the second aperture Goo again. How much do you want to sell it for? Land Spirit resisted the urge to beat up Fan Yuan and asked in the end. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes, bright light flashing incessantly. I won't cheat you, I will use information to exchange for information. I want to know everything about that 88-point Jinyang Tower in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Chapter 493. Thud thud thud, a series of hurried noises approached from afar. Soon, a group of Goo masters riding Terraclaw horses arrived at this swamp. The Terraclaw horse had red eyes and sharp teeth, it ate meat but not grass. Its whole body had firm skin and bulging muscles, it had a battle strength that could not be underestimated. The most peculiar thing was, It did not have horse hooves, but instead had 4 huge claws. Between the claws, there were interconnected webs, allowing the Terror Claw horse to not only climb, but also move freely in the swamp. Lord Elder, they passed by here and went that way. An investigative Goo Master's eyes flickered with red light as he looked around and reported. A young Goo Master beside him immediately frowned and said anxiously, "Not good, Uncle. If they go further, they will reach the rocky beach. After crossing the rocky beach, they will escape Warm Pond Valley. By then, it will be hard to chase them. Don't worry, Fei Qing was poisoned by your father's goo and is in danger. He also has his son with him. The more he moves that ghost cloud to escape, the deeper the poison will get. He won't be able to run far. Let's continue chasing." The elder sneered and waved his hand, bringing everyone to continue the chase. When they got close to the sparse withered forest, the swamp under their feet suddenly rumbled and an earthen yellow silkworm chrysalis drilled out. The chrysalis broke open from within and 2 people walked out. One was a middle-aged Goo Master, and the other was a child. The 2 were exhausted, gasping for air as they collapsed on the ground. "We finally tricked them." The middle-aged Goo Master Fei Qing's face was purple. He was deeply poisoned. The swift ghost cloud goo he used for movement had been tampered with. Fei Qing was chased all the way and felt something was amiss. He immediately gave up the swift ghost cloud goo and flew away alone. Meanwhile, he hid in the swamp with his son. But this way, he lost his movement goo and was poisoned. He had no hope of escaping. "Fei Chang, you despicable person! For the sake of the position of patriarch, you actually plotted against me, your cousin, and poisoned him. Damn it, damn it!" The more Fei Qing thought, the angrier he got. In his despair, anger attacked his heart, and he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of green blood. Dad! Are you all right? You have to pull yourself together." The child was so frightened by the pool of blood that he burst into tears and threw himself into Fei Qing's arms. "My son!" Fei Qing's eyes were filled with despair, but there was still a trace of hope and determination. He lovingly looked at his only son and lovingly touched his little head. "Little Kai, I can't leave any more. Elder Fei was a schemer. Pa could only deceive him for a while. Not long after, he would definitely realize that something was wrong and come back to kill them. Hurry up and leave, your father will block these people for you. If you follow the path that Abba told you about, you might be able to escape." "No, Dad, I want to go with you. Let's run away together. Dad, I beg you." His son, Fei Kai, was heartbroken and sobbing. Fei Qing's heart was filled with anxiety. He gathered himself and stretched out both hands to grab Fei Kai's shoulders. "Little Kai, don't cry. The men of Northern Plains shed blood but not tears. You have to be confident. The blood of the giant sun immortal flows through your veins. You are a member of the Gold family. The density of your bloodline is extremely rare. You have the qualifications to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower." Cough, cough. Fei Qing's mouth and nose were bleeding green blood. "Little Kai, you have to preserve your life. In the future, if you can enter Imperial Court Blessed Land, you can go to 88-point Jinyang Tower and obtain the grace that ancestor giant sun left behind for his descendants. This is the only way you can avenge me. Father, hurry up and leave, it will be too late." Fei Qing pushed his son away. Fei Kai retreated a few steps and looked helplessly at his father, tears streaming down his face. "Hurry up and leave!" Fei Qing roared. Fei Kai stretched out his arm and wiped away his old tears, but new tears instantly flowed out. He gritted his teeth and turned to run. "My son, father has tried his best. I hope you can escape from the devil's clutches." Fei Qing sat on the ground and looked at Fei Kai running away. His eyes gradually widened. "Idiot, stop right there!" Fei Qing could not help but straighten his body and roar at his son. "Ah, father!" Fei Kai ran a few steps before hearing Fei Qing's roar and looked back hesitantly. Veins popped out on Fei Qing's forehead as he shouted in exasperation. "You idiot, run towards the northwest direction. Why are you running towards the southeast direction? Do you want to go back to the family camp to seek death?" Oh! Fei Kai quickly changed directions. But Fei Qing immediately shouted again. Idiot, this is the southwest direction! Fei Kai quickly changed directions again and walked on the correct path, causing Fei Qing to let out a breath of turbid air. Sigh! The middle-aged Gu master sighed helplessly in his heart. Although his son had a dense bloodline, he had been stupid since young and had a really bad sense of direction. Would he really be able to escape? Thinking of Fei Chang's deep foresight, Fei Qing felt there was not much hope. But he had already done all he could only place his hopes on heaven. After a while, as Fei Qing expected, Fei Chang led 3 Gu masters back on their terror claw horses with a gloomy expression. Fei Qing, you really hid here. Fei Chang's voice was gloomy and hoarse, his gaze was like a blade and his thick killing intent was not concealed. To think I would die in the hands of a despicable person like you. Fei Qing sneered in disdain. Right now, his whole body was numb, and he could not move. Fei Chang snickered like a cat playing with a mouse. I won't kill you so quickly. Fei Qing, aren't you very aloof and arrogant? When I catch your son, I will let you personally witness the scene of your son being killed. Hee hee. Fei Qing could not wait any longer, he opened his eyes wide. Fei Chang, you are his elder, to think you are so vicious. If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again. Men, bring Fei Qing to me. Fei Chang ordered, and the Gu masters on his left and right immediately tied up Fei Qing, using a hemp rope to drag him to the ground. Hee, Fei Qing, have a good taste of the soil on the ground. Chase, we must chase that brat to death. Commander Fei laughed, full of joy. Fei Chang felt, since Fei Qing was caught, catching that silly lad was as easy as flipping his palm. But that was not the case. Fei Chang came to the rocky beach, but other than them, there was no one else. Damn it, this lad did not go towards the rocky beach? Speak, where did he go? Fei Chang shouted coldly. Fei Qing was dragged all the way here, his face was already swollen, and he had already fainted. Fei Chang kicked him awake, but only got Fei Qing's mocking gaze. Fei Chang laughed sinisterly. You think I won't know if you don't tell me? Saying so, his eyes shone with a strange light, shining on Fei Qing's body. Fei Qing's body shuddered, his soul was immediately heavily injured. Soul search Gu. Fei Chang stretched out his bony right hand, grabbing Fei Qing's head. Then he closed his eyes, activating his primeval essence. Fei Qing's body shuddered, foaming at the mouth. Such a scene caused the 2 Gu masters at the side to keep quiet out of fear. After a while, Fei Chang opened his eyes, his face pale and his gaze blurred. This rank 3 soul search Gu could search the soul of others, searching the memories contained in the soul. But it had many limitations. Firstly, the memories obtained were very messy and incomplete, and secondly, it could not be used frequently, otherwise the soul would be in a mess, and one's mind would be muddled, which was extremely disadvantageous to the user. Fei Chang and Fei Qing had grievances for a long time, and knew that his son Fei Kai had a thick bloodline, and had to be killed personally to be at ease. Thus, he did not hesitate to use the soul search Gu. So there was a hidden path nearby. Hee! Fei Chang laughed proudly. He was very lucky, he found the memories he wanted. He mounted the horse and immediately set off, heading towards the hidden path. But when he reached here, he did not find any traces of anyone. How can this be? This brat is not old and has not awakened his aperture, he is only a mortal. There is no way he can hide from my investigative Gu. Don't tell me the memories I searched are only a crucial part. Fei Chang's expression was uncertain as he looked at the path overgrown with weeds. Woo woo woo, right at this time, a deep and vigorous bugle horn sound came from outside Warm Pond Valley. Fei Chang and the others' expressions changed greatly. Lord Clan Elder, please return and reinforce us. Ma tribe has mobilized their army and started an unannounced battle. The clan camp is in a state of emergency. A messenger Gu master rode a bird and hurriedly rushed over. What? Fei Chang's shock was no small matter. Fei tribe's internal strife had just been settled, and now they were invaded by Ma tribe. This timing was too coincidental. If Fey tribe is gone, even if I become Fey tribe leader, what meaning would there be? Defend to the death. I must defend everything. Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. It is not impossible to repel Ma tribe's army. Right, I still have hope. Thinking of this, Fei Chang immediately threw Fei Kai to the back of his mind and hurriedly rushed back to the clan camp. However, Ma tribe's invasion had been premeditated. Taking advantage of Fei tribe's internal strife, they launched a sneak attack. Although the Fei clan had the geographical advantage of the Warm Pond Valley, they were ultimately unable to resist the Ma clan's powerful and talented army. Just as Fang Yuan entered Langya Blessed Land, a huge event happened in Northern Plains. As a large-scale force and Huangjin tribe, Fei tribe that controlled Warm Pond Valley was exterminated. There was no doubt that this event would affect the entire situation in Northern Plains. On the hillside, Ma tribe's higher-ups rode their war horses and looked down at the ruins of Fei tribe camp. These people were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a young man. Seeing batches of resources being packed into carriages, and groups of captives being escorted away, Ma tribe's higher-ups were overjoyed. Among them, a rank 3 Gu master old man cupped his fists towards the young man in the center. Congratulations, young master! Congratulations, young master! It is all because of young master's plan to sow discord in Fei tribe. You have easily taken down Warm Pond Valley and annexed Gu tribe, making a great contribution to the tribe. This young man was Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Ma Yingjie. Chapter 494. Although they had obtained a great victory, Ma Yingjie did not show any arrogance, instead muttering, Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. It has a large area of warm mud. Northern Plains blizzard is about to arrive. This is a natural shelter. Our tribe will have a base of operations here. We can attack and defend. But what I am even happier about is that we obtained over 200,000 Terraclaw horses. With these horses in Uncle's hands, it will greatly increase the scale of the horse group and increase our Ma tribe's supreme might in the upcoming Heroes' Assembly. His uncle was none other than one of the 3 great beast enslavement masters of Northern Plains, Ma Zun. At the mention of Ma Zun, Ma tribe's Gu masters all showed expressions of admiration. Before leaving, Uncle exhorted me. It was not easy for our Ma tribe to become a large-scale tribe. We have gone through hundreds of years of accumulation, hard work, and good luck to reach where we are today. But when the tribe gets bigger, it will be even more difficult to defend this foundation. Even if we take down Warm Pond Valley, we will only obtain a foundation to preserve our fire seed. To truly protect the whole tribe, or even advance a step further, we can only enter the imperial court. Ma Yingjie swept his gaze over everyone and continued. Imperial Court Blessed Land is a blessing left by Giant Sun Immortal to his descendants. Especially that 88-point Jinyang Tower, there is an immortal venerable's inheritance. Uncle said that my bloodline has already reached the standard to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. If I can obtain the immortal venerable's inheritance and become a Gu immortal in the future, our Ma tribe will become a new super tribe in Northern Plains. Super tribe. This name immediately caused Ma tribe's members to show expressions of fascination. Young tribe leader, you are a rare genius of our tribe in 100 years. Our tribe's future lies on your shoulders. Lord Ma Zun might be a man of few words, but he is actually concerned about the tribe and has great foresight. It is my lifetime's honor to be able to witness all this and fight alongside young tribe leader. Young tribe leader, lead us towards glory. Ma tribe's Gu masters excitedly shouted. Ma Yingjie smiled. In fact, Ma Zun had never said such words before, he had only made them up on the spot. With the help of Ma Zun's prestige, Ma Yingjie succeeded in adding luster to his image. Think about it, even Ma Zun had such a high opinion of Ma Yingjie, wouldn't others be blind? Ma Yingjie was not worried that Ma Zun would expose him after knowing this. Ma Zun was a strange person. When he was a child, he rarely spoke. He was so reticent that his parents almost mistook him for a mute. Ma Zun loved horses so much that he was nicknamed Horse Fanatic and Horse Fool, by his clansmen when he was young. He was eccentric and never married. He only loved horses and lived with them all year round. He didn't care about worldly power or mundane affairs, nor did he have the slightest interest in them. Ma Yingjie's eyes shone brightly like the stars. All of you are the pillars and pillars of my Ma clan. You have many outstanding qualities that I, Ma Yingjie, should learn from. I am still too young. Ma tribe is not something I can support alone. I will need everyone's help in the future. What are you saying, young tribe leader? Young tribe leader's words make us blush with shame. All these years, young tribe leader's performance has entered deep into our hearts. We will definitely follow young tribe leader. Ma tribesman quickly replied. Ma Yingjie continued. Although Uncle Ma Zun has placed his hopes on me, to obtain the 88-point Xinyang Tower's immortal venerable inheritance, it still depends on luck. But even if I fail to live up to his expectations, outside of Truyang Tower, there are inheritances left behind by generations of Gu masters in Imperial Court blessed land. Thus, every tribe that moves into Imperial Court will have a leap in strength in all aspects. Every time I think of this, my heart palpitates. Everyone laughed heartily. Not to mention being moved, every time I think of it, I am drooling. Haha, young tribe leader doesn't need to feel too much pressure. If we fail once, we can start all over again. Our Ma tribesmen are all unyielding heroes. Imperial Court blessed land was similar to Tianti Mountain. Gu masters often left their inheritances inside. Northern Plains' environment was harsh. There would be a blizzard every 10 years, and the blizzard would sweep through the whole of Northern Plains. The blizzard was like a blade that plundered everything. Many inheritances buried in the wild would be destroyed because of this. Thus, setting up inheritances in Imperial Court blessed land had gradually become a tradition in Northern Plains. In Imperial Court blessed land, other than the 88-point Xinyang Tower immortal venerable inheritance, there were many other inheritances waiting for fated people. Of course, these fated people had to first enter Imperial Court blessed land to have a chance of obtaining a fortuitous encounter. Blessed lands that could avoid the blizzard and live peacefully, as well as inheritances of all sizes that were spread everywhere. Thus, every time Imperial Court contest occurred, the grasslands tribes would compete intensely. This contest affected the whole of Northern Plains, and the scale was extremely huge. Small tribes needed to survive, medium-sized tribes needed to advance, and large-sized tribes needed to protect their foundations. Not only righteous path, even demonic path Gu masters wanted to enter the blessed land and seize the Gu master inheritances within. For the sake of cooperation, the Heroes' Assembly came into being. A long time ago, it had gradually formed, and now it was a tradition that Northern Plains people could not abandon. Every time the 10-year blizzard arrived, all the famous places in Northern Plains would hold the Heroes' Assembly at the same time. Exterminating Fei tribe this time will greatly benefit our trip to Tianchuan's Heroes' Assembly. As long as we suppress Qing tribe, our Ma tribe will be the strongest tribe. That's right, only by winning the Heroes' Assembly can we attract more experts, and get more tribes to join us. This is the first step of the Northern Plains battle, and also an extremely important step. This time, we are going to enter Imperial Court blessed land, and we need to look at all the other places. Yu Tian's Heroes' Assembly, Meng Qiu's Heroes' Assembly, and Chao Fu's Heroes' Assembly, we need to pay close attention to them. Just as Ma tribe's higher-ups were discussing fervently, a messenger Gu master rushed over, bringing the latest information to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie opened it, and his expression sank, before passing this information to the people beside him. Everyone read it one by one, exclaiming, sighing, or making guesses from time to time. Dongfang tribe actually suppressed Zhao tribe in advance. This way, they will be the overlord of Chao Fu's Heroes' Assembly. This time, Meng Qiu, New Heir tribe actually sent New Heir too. They are coming with great momentum. Lu tribe might not be able to resist them. As for Yu Tian's Heroes' Assembly, it is also a storm. The former Wolf King Chang Shanin actually appeared. This Chang Shanin is so fierce, he actually led Gu tribe to fight 1 against 3, and even Pei Yan Fei lost. In Yu Tian, He tribes He Lulan and Lu tribes Lu Wenwu are both geniuses, And now with the appearance of the Wolf King, the impact is huge. Yu Tian's situation is becoming more and more complicated. Soon, everyone's focus was on Fang Yuan. Chang Shanyan's identity had been known in Northern Plains for many years. Now, not only did he suddenly revive, he even caused a commotion. Gu tribe was only an ordinary mid-sized tribe before, but because of Chang Shanyan's interference, they forcefully challenged 3 tribes, and even a fierce general like Pei Yanfei lost. Especially when they found out that Gu tribe's new tribe leader was only a young rank 3 Gu master, their evaluation of Chang Shanyin rose by several levels. Every 10 years, there will always be monsters popping out from the corners of the world. It is just that this time, there is a big one. Young tribe leader, if this Wolf King Chang Shanyin fights with our tribe's Lord Ma Zun, what will the result be? Everyone could not help but feel worried. Ma Yingjie frowned slightly. If it was a Gu master of other paths, so be it. But this Chang Shanyin was an enslavement path Gu master. He was most proficient in fighting 1 against 10,000. But he alone, with the army under his command, could change the situation of the battle. Everyone has seen the information just now. An enslavement path Gu master's strength depends on the size of their beast group. He, Chang Shanyin, has just reappeared. He only has some ordinary turtleback wolves, night wolves or wind wolves, but only 3 myriad beast kings. Now 1 is dead and 1 is heavily injured. How can he compare to my uncle Ma Zun? Ma Yingjie snorted coldly and continued to boost the morale. Uncle Ma Zun already has a herd of 300,000 horses in his hands. Now with the addition of so many Terraclaw horses, the scale can expand to 500,000. Besides this, he also controls a horse emperor, 9 myriad beast kings and 5 mutated horses. Do you think the Wolf King can compare to him? The surrounding Gu masters sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling surprised and happy. To think that Lord Ma Zun's strength is already so huge. A mere Wolf King is simply a baby compared to our tribe's Lord Ma Zun. 500,000, this scale is too huge. It is enough to exterminate 7 to 8 mid-sized tribes. Ma Yingjie's words changed. But Wolf King Chang Shanyin cannot be underestimated. Our tribe wants to become the lord of the imperial court. We will meet this person sooner or later. More importantly, once he participates in the Heroes' Assembly and attaches himself to the Huangjin tribe, he will definitely receive help. There will be large numbers of Gu masters helping him subdue the wolf group and give him orders. The joy on everyone's faces gradually faded. This young Gu master heaved a deep sigh. Annexing Fei tribe is only the first step of our long journey. Next, there will be even more powerful opponents. Only by being united can we defeat them and become the lord of the imperial court. Yes, young tribe leader is right. Young tribe leader is wise and mighty. I am filled with admiration. Our Ma tribe has the tribe leader and young tribe leader's leadership. We will definitely rule over Northern Plains. Unknowingly, after being beaten down by Ma Yingjie's words, everyone became even more united around Ma Yingjie. The young clan leader of the Ma clan smiled in the depths of his heart. On the surface, he was calm and composed, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Father, you died so miserably. Right at this time, a sorrowful cry came from below the hill. This voice attracted the Ma tribesman's attention. Ma Yingjie saw from afar that in the battlefield filled with corpses, a child was pouncing on a corpse riddled with injuries, crying bitterly and looking extremely sad. Rascal, get over here. You are already my Ma tribe's slave. An adult man was at the side, punching and kicking the child, before forcefully pulling him up. But this child struggled with all his might, biting the adult man's wrist. The adult man screamed and had no choice but to let go. The child crawled for a while before pouncing on the corpse and crying bitterly. Sigh. Ma Yingjie sighed from the bottom of his heart. Suffering is not my wish. But in this chaotic world, who can remain unharmed? Either you die or I die. Human strength is insignificant. All I can do is protect my tribe and not let my Ma tribesmen's children suffer such a fate. Young tribe leader is benevolent. The surrounding people also sighed. Ma Yingjie pointed downwards. This child is a loyal and filial person, he is in trouble because of me. Someone go and stop him, send this child to my side, he will be my personal servant from now on. Yes, Lord. His subordinates immediately responded. They did not dissuade him, it was a tradition in Northern Plains to adopt servants. Furthermore, a child who was not even 13 years old and had not awakened his aperture, how could he be a threat to their lord young tribe leader? Child, quickly get up! A Ma tribe higher-up stopped the adult man from beating the child and lifted the child's neck. The child struggled with all his might. No, I want to be with father. Child, your father is already dead. Your luck is good today, my young tribe leader took a fancy to you and took you in as a servant. The Ma tribe higher-up's tone was gentle. But this child did not listen, he only cried, Father, father! Suddenly, he stopped and looked at father's corpse in a daze. Ah! You're not my Abba. My Abba's skin is darker than yours, his nose bridge is taller than yours, and his hair is white. The child muttered to himself in shock. Then, he became furious and kicked the corpse. Soon after, he started crying again. Abba, where are you? Chapter 495. Right when Northern Plains was in chaos, Langya Blessed Land's transaction was also coming to an end. You want information about 88-point Jinyang Tower? It is not like I can't tell you. Land Spirit of Langya muttered before staring at Fan Yuan with a sharp gaze. Land Spirit of Langya's obsession was only related to Space Escape Gu and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away. Land Spirit of Langya was not Long Hair Ancestor, but a different kind of life form. It is just that when this immortal house Gu was being refined, only Giant Sun Immortal was watching. How do you know this secret? Land Spirit of Langya asked. Fan Yuan smiled. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun entered 88-point Jinyang Tower and obtained Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance. Later, because Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased and mistakenly entered Langya Blessed Land, obtaining Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter. Land Spirit of Langya saw through his background and told him this secret during their conversation. Ma Hongyun later became a Gu Immortal and became a pillar of Northern Plains, a great hero who resisted Central Continent's invasion. In one of their talks, he revealed this secret, and it was spread far and wide. Of course, facing Land Spirit of Langya's questioning, Fan Yuan could not confess this fact. I inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. I have many clues about Giant Sun Immortal's things. The reason why I know this secret is actually because of some deductions. Fan Yuan answered with a proud smile on his face. Land Spirit of Langya looked at Fan Yuan's expression and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, asking, Don't tell me you are? That's right, I have some Wisdom Path Gu Master methods. Fan Yuan lied casually, but his expression was extremely sincere. The Land Spirit of Langya sighed and looked at Fan Yuan with a complicated gaze. Wisdom Path had a long history, tracing back to its roots. It was created by a rank 9 great expert 3 million years ago in the remote antiquity era. She was a rare female venerable. Her title was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She controlled the celestial court and was the second-generation immortal king. According to rumors, Wisdom Gu was once in her possession, thus she created Wisdom Path. Before she died, she divined the mysteries of heaven, calculated the future for 3 million years, and set up 3 traps. After her death, 3 demon sovereigns emerged from the human race one after another. All of them went to the celestial court, but they were ultimately stopped by these 3 games. To be able to scheme against 3 Gu venerables of the same rank after death, his Wisdom Path ability was evident. Lad, you can actually deduce to this extent. It seems you have indeed obtained the essence of Wisdom Path. After knowing that Fan Yuan was also a Wisdom Path Gu Master, Land Spirit of Langya's tone actually eased. Wisdom Path had been passed down until now. There were very few true inheritors, but no one would look down on Wisdom Path Gu Masters because of this. Wisdom Path Gu Masters were good at scheming and deducing. Many people who went against Wisdom Path Gu Masters died without even knowing how they died. Moreover, since ancient times, refinement path and wisdom path were inseparable. Gu masters comprehended heaven and earth and deduced Gu refinement recipes. They had to rely on many wisdom path methods. Many refinement masters and refinement grandmasters would ask wisdom path Gu masters for help when they encountered bottlenecks when thinking of recipes. Land Spirit of Langya was very disgusted with Fan Yuan's craftiness, but when he knew Fan Yuan had extraordinary wisdom path attainment, his attitude eased. Land Spirit of Langya liked to refine Gu. He naturally liked to research and create new Gu recipes. During this process, he naturally encountered many obstacles. He could not resolve them with just his own wisdom. Maybe in the future, I will need to ask him to help deduce recipes? This thought flashed in Land Spirit of Langya's mind. As the saying goes, one can be firm without desires. Since Land Spirit of Langya had a request from Fan Yuan, his attitude naturally improved. He summoned a rank 4 East Window Gu out of thin air and held it in his hand. This Gu was a rank 4 Information Path Gu. It looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice, specially used to store information. Land Spirit of Langya poured his thoughts into it. After a while, he let go. East Window Gu flipped open the window-like carapace and flapped its wings, making a circle in the air before obediently flying to Fan Yuan's side. Fan Yuan sent out his thoughts and inspected it. Joy immediately appeared on his face. These are the information you wanted. Now it is your turn. Land Spirit of Langya reminded. Fan Yuan chuckled. Since the second aperture Gu has been formed, I can't wait for such a good thing. Before using it, I will send you a message. Wait. Land Spirit of Langya, however, was cautious this time. How do I know when you will delay it? You are a Wisdom Path Gu master, you are a top-notch schemer. You want to use this to trick me a second time? We have not handed over this East Window Gu. I only need to move my thoughts now and the East Window Gu in your hand will self-detonate. Fan Yuan frowned. You don't trust me? Land Spirit of Langya had a suspicious expression. Humph. Just based on the fact that you are thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor, I don't trust you. You are so crafty and have wisdom path methods. Once you leave the blessed land, do you think I can still chase after you? What if you intentionally delay and use this chance to extort me? Then tell me what to do. Fan Yuan said impatiently. Of course now, you use this second aperture Gu in front of me. Only then will I be at ease. Land Spirit of Langya stroked his white beard, feeling proud of himself for thinking of such a good idea. Fan Yuan grinned. I am only a rank 5 now. How can I use this immortal Gu without immortal essence? When I leave the blessed land, I can only rely on my grandfather's help. If your grandfather can help you, why can't I? Don't talk nonsense, lend me the second aperture Gu, I will do it myself. This? Fan Yuan was only making an excuse. Land Spirit of Langya saw this and felt that Fan Yuan was cheating. His attitude became even more unyielding. Fan Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly let Land Spirit of Langya do it. Land Spirit of Langya took the second aperture Gu and poured immortal essence into it, before throwing it towards Fan Yuan. This second aperture Gu turned into a bean-sized green light and jumped into Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan's body shook intensely. The green bean-like light first hit Fan Yuan's belly button. But there, it was pushed away by Fan Yuan's aperture, and could only jump up and land on Fan Yuan's chest. Next, there was a loud explosion, like a bolt of lightning. The bean-green light suddenly exploded, forming a brand new aperture that seemed both real and virtual. Second aperture. This is the second aperture? Fan Yuan touched his chest and mumbled absent-mindedly. Nonsense, what else is it if not the second aperture? Land Spirit of Langya rolled his eyes. The second aperture is very beneficial to your cultivation, and when you become a Gu immortal, it will be even more beneficial. But if you still want the third aperture Gu, that won't be possible. This third aperture Gu's recipe still needs to be deduced and calculated. Fan Yuan's expression returned to normal, and he looked at Land Spirit of Langya with deep meaning. The other party purposely mentioned this. No doubt he wanted to cooperate with him to deduce the Gu recipe in the future. Land Spirit of Langya's face turned red from Fan Yuan's understanding gaze. Fan Yuan smiled, and bowed towards Land Spirit of Langya. We will talk about this later, goodbye. Get lost, get lost! Land Spirit of Langya waved his hand repeatedly. Seeing Fan Yuan completely disappear in front of him, Land Spirit of Langya let out a sigh of relief, and a trace of anger from having his intentions seen through appeared on his face, and he cursed. This crafty lad! But thinking of Fan Yuan's final words, which seemed to have the intention to cooperate, Land Spirit of Langya's eyes flickered with light. He pinched his beard, and could not help but fall into a reverie. He had already accumulated dozens of incomplete goo recipes. Since that lad could deduce such a secret, his wisdom path attainment is already quite good. With his help, at least half of these dozens of goo recipes can have a breakthrough, and 13 goo recipes should be able to be perfected. But for the remaining 7 goo recipes, with just the 2 of them, it is far from enough. But in the future, I need to be on guard when dealing with this lad, lest I get schemed against by him again. Fortunately, I was cautious today, and made him use the second aperture goo on the spot, otherwise I would have been extorted by him again. Something is not right. I expended immortal essence to activate the second aperture goo. After leaving Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan used the Stargate goo, and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, under his management, had already undergone many changes. In the bright western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of wolf groups and a small number of fox groups were living together. Although the arrival of the wolf group broke the peaceful life of the fox group, it did not bring about severe casualties to the fox group. All this was due to the large numbers of iron shell flowers that were successfully transplanted on the land. There were countless pink rabbit living in this sea of iron-shelled flowers. Pink flower rabbits reproduced easily, and became the main source of food for the wolf group and fox group. And in the eastern part, starlight spread out like an illusion, and lakes of all sizes were densely covered. Star fragment grass was planted on large patches of dark clouds. The growth of star fragment grass was gratifying. It was originally transplanted to the center of the dark clouds, but now it had already spread to the edge of the clouds. Fairy Yao Guang's planting experience is indeed correct. Star fragment grass is the food of the starlight firefly group, and at the same time, the grass group will grow faster with the help of the starlight fireflies. Fan Yuan could not help but nod as he watched. Precisely because he had exchanged the starlight firefly group's cultivation experience from Star-Lord Wan Xiang, Fairy Yao Guang and the others, he had avoided many detours, and gained many benefits. But although the starlight firefly group is growing stronger, the number of starlight firefly goo is decreasing. These days I have used Stargate goo several times, and the starlight firefly goo's consumption rate is much higher than their formation speed. Fan Yuan turned his gaze towards the lakes on the ground. These lakes were formed by him drawing in water and fire. Right now, there were many water wolves living in these lakes. These water wolves built their nests beside the lakes, and ate the green jade cushioned carps in the lakes. Sometimes they would go ashore and eat the earth-skin pigs that were drawing water from the lakes. Green jade cushioned carps and earth-skin pigs were the things that Fan Yuan had bought previously. Right now, under Little Hu Immortal's control, a large number of them had adapted to the new environment, and were successfully integrated into the food chain of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Chapter 496. What Fan Yuan was most concerned about was the situation of the air bubble fish. The lakes that raised the air bubble fish were carefully chosen by Little Hu Immortal. The sky above these 3 lakes was the center of the nebula. There were the densest and most lush star fragment grass, as well as large groups of starlight fireflies. Air bubble fish grew in these 3 lakes, but there were no water wolf groups, and even the number of green jade cushioned carps was very small. These 3 lakes were intentionally protected by Little Hu Immortal, to let the precious air bubble fish grow as much as possible from the fish roe to maturity. Right now, there were already many young fish swimming in these lakes. These young fish were somewhat similar to goldfish, with round bellies and small pointed ends. But they did not have the bright colors of goldfish. Most of them were milky white. They also did not have the fins and tails of goldfish. Their tails and fins were very small and exquisite. Moreover, the way they swam was also different from other fishes. These young air bubble fish were mostly bobbing up and down. If there are no major changes, at the end of this year, Eastern Sea's air bubble sea will be corroded by the intense poison due to Goo Immortals fighting. The price of the air bubble fish in jewel yellow skies will greatly increase. However, these air bubble fish are far from enough for my own use. I cannot sell them in a short period of time. Fan Yuan pondered in his heart. Whether it was starlight firefly goo or air bubble fish, they were his long-term investments. They would only be profitable in the market after 100 years. Fan Yuan did not purchase the tips on feeding air bubble fish. He had a trick from his previous life's memories that could raise the reproduction rate of air bubble fish by 30%. It could be said that he stood at the forefront of Goo Immortals. The result of the inspection made Fan Yuan very satisfied. He praised Little Hu Immortal, making the latter extremely happy. Her face flushed red. A snow-white foxtail was excitedly swaying behind her. But Danghun Mountain was still deteriorating. Standing on Danghun Mountain, Fan Yuan could feel an aura of death and death. This made Fan Yuan's mood turn heavy. Danghun Mountain was the most valuable place in the entire Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Starlight Firefly Goo, or the air bubble fish, could not be compared to it at all. Returning to Danghun Palace, Fan Yuan called Little Hu Immortal and activated Connecting Heaven Goo to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. As soon as he opened it, several divine wills were transmitted over. Are you going to sell your gruel mud or not? I am willing to add a pair of whole earth goo on top of the goo recipe. Although the treasure light of my remnant recipe is only 6.5 feet wide, it's extremely powerful. But we can give you some hairy men, everything can be discussed. These divine wills were all about the business of smoothing things over. Fan Yuan had sold large amounts of gruel mud earlier, and directly asked for the recipe of immortal goo gruel mud. Since it concerned an immortal goo, this transaction attracted the attention of many people. Although gruel mud is a part of the immortal goo's refinement process, one of the necessary materials, but the goo recipe's value was undoubtedly much higher than gruel mud. Right now, these goo recipes have undoubtedly reached the highest price. Fan Yuan glanced at it, and knew that after these few days of preparation, the time to strike a deal was finally ripe. The prices of all parties had reached their limits, and were about the same. Fan Yuan looked left and right. He had his eyes on one of them. The other party was called Immortal Mud Feet. The treasure light of his gruel mud goo recipe was only 6.5 feet wide. Compared to the surrounding competitors, this level of treasure light was slightly inferior. But he left a message saying that he could sell some hairy men to Fan Yuan to make up for this difference. Goo Immortals normally raised hairy men to help them refine goo. With large numbers of hairy men assisting them, Goo Immortals would not lack rank 5 goo worms and would only pursue immortal goo. In the slave trade of Jewel Yellow Skies, hairy men were the most popular type. Their prices were often higher than human slaves. Rock men could not be compared to them. Fan Yuan had already planned to move some hairy men into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, when he saw those hairy men in Langya Blessed Land, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Unfortunately, the land spirit of Langya refused to budge and was not willing to sell them. Fan Yuan could not do anything about it. Right now, he needed large numbers of wolf enslavement goo. Right now, he had already obtained the rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement goo recipe from the land spirit of Langya. He only lacked these hairy men to help him refine goo. If he and Little Hu Immortal were to refine goo together, they would not be able to refine the amount that Fan Yuan needed even after 2 to 3 months. Immediately, Little Hu Immortal transmitted his divine sense to Fan Yuan. Immortal Mud Feet was also present. He immediately replied, I am willing to gift you 10,000 hairy men. But Fan Yuan looked at the goods and expressed disappointment. Although you have many hairy men, they are all small hairy men. They are not of much help to my goo refinement. What I need are old hairy men. Old hairy men? Then the quantity will decrease. Immortal Mud Feet thought for a while before replying. These years, The hairy men in his blessed land had been multiplying too much, he needed to sell a batch. But because of this, he sold them cheaply. After some bargaining, Immortal Mudfeet finally agreed to sell to Fan Yuan over 3,000 old hairy men and 7,000 small hairy men. For this, Fan Yuan had to add in half an immortal yuan stone. After the transaction was completed, Fan Yuan first checked the recipe of gruel mud immortal goo. The recipe was obviously incomplete, only 60% complete. The contents inside had probably been tampered with by Immortal Mudfeet. Fan Yuan needed to sort through and decipher it. Fan Yuan was not surprised. Immortal goo recipes were very precious. If he was the one selling it, he would also tamper with it. Although the treasure light of the goo recipe would decrease after tampering with it, this was the competition between goo immortals. With this incomplete recipe, I have the foundation to deduce the complete gruel mud immortal goo recipe in the future. It will be much easier than just imagining it. Most importantly, gruel mud immortal goo is in my hands. As long as I do not use it, others cannot refine goo. My gruel mud can still be sold for a profit. However, gruel mud immortal goo could not be brought into Hu immortal blessed land for the time being. After Fan Yuan left Langya blessed land, he used a prepared method to conceal the immortal goo's aura before burying it. This was something that could not be helped. Before Fan Yuan became a goo immortal, he could only deal with it like this. Most of the goo immortals who bought these gruel mud wanted to refine gruel mud immortal goo. Unfortunately, their goal could not be achieved. Fan Yuan continued to sell the gruel mud while checking if there were any wolf groups that he was interested in. Wild beasts like wolves had strong reproductive abilities. Many blessed lands would dispose of some surplus wolves after a certain period of time. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies there were many goo immortals selling wolf groups. Earlier in the battle with the three clans, the wolf group suffered many losses, especially the myriad beast kings that need to be replenished. Someone is actually selling wolf emperors. Fan Yuan found a small surprise. The beast groups had a simple structure. They were divided into ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, and myriad beast kings. Above myriad beast kings, there were beast emperors. Beast emperors had rank 5 wild goo in their bodies. They had rank 5 battle strength and could control myriad beast kings. In Three Kings Blessed Land, Fan Yuan had subdued 2 dog emperors, Ying Ming and Ba Huang. These 2 dog emperors helped him temporarily resist the attacks of rank 5 goo master experts. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan was busy escaping and had no time to care about them. He did not know if they died in battle or if they were snatched away by others. Normally speaking, very few goo immortals sold beast emperors. Beast emperors were a form of the Blessed Land's foundation. After Fan Yuan checked the details, he immediately understood the reason. It turned out that this was an old beast emperor with injuries all over its body. The wild goo on its body were also quite damaged, only 2 or 3 were left. It seems that a new wolf emperor appeared in the night wolf group. The old wolf emperor was defeated and should have been killed by the new young wolf emperor. But at the crucial moment, a goo immortal took action and sold this old wolf emperor in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fan Yuan guessed the reason. But even so, this old wolf emperor still attracted 3 competitors. After a chaotic exchange of divine senses, Fan Yuan bought this old night wolf emperor at the price of 2 immortal yuan stones. At the same time, he also had over 18,000 night wolves. Next, Fan Yuan bought 30,000 turtleback wolves and 10,000 wind wolves, among which there were 2 turtleback myriad wolf kings and 1 wind wolf myriad beast king. Together with the wolf group from before, his wolf group had already increased to 100,000. This is the benefit of having a blessed land. It allows me to stand on the shoulders of goo immortals and casually buy and sell beast groups. I can instantly restore the scale and do not need to worry about feeding and other logistics. But 100,000 is still a little too little. Ma Zun, Yamping, Jiang Baoye, these enslavement masters each have at least 400,000 beasts. Especially Jiang Baoye, at his peak, he had 650,000 troops. Next was the Heroes' Assembly, where heroes would vie for supremacy. Fan Yuan knew, with the identity of Chang Shanin, he could not avoid competing with these people. This way, the wolf group's scale would have to expand again. Fan Yuan bought another 10,000 water wolves, including one water wolf myriad beast king and 6,000 wolf kings. Next, he chose left and right, and after careful consideration, he decided on vermilion flame wolves as the main force of the wolf group. He bought 80,000 vermilion flame wolves from all the Gu immortals. In northern plains, vermilion flame wolves were much rarer than turtleback wolves, wind wolves, and night wolves. Vermilion flame wolves had red fur that was as red as fire. These wolves had fierce attacks and had fire path Gu worms on their bodies. They could easily destroy grasslands and create a huge fire. If this advantage could be used properly, it could cause huge casualties to the enemy. Fang Yuan's plan was to buy 100,000 vermilion flame wolves. Now, he only had 80,000, thus he left 20,000 to Little Hu Immortal. 6 vermilion flame myriad wolf kings, 1 water wolf myriad beast king, 3 turtleback myriad wolf kings, 2 wind wolf myriad beast kings, 1 mutated beast white eyes wolf, and 1 night wolf emperor. Fan Yuan calculated, his wolf group's high-level battle strength had increased by 10 times. If it was an ordinary Gu master without Gu immortal methods, to reach this level, they would need the help of a large tribe and would need at least 6 to 7 years of hard work to search in northern plains. There were big and small wolf groups in northern plains. Small wolf groups often only had a few hundred wolves and were not worth looking at. Large wolf groups had tens of thousands of wolves and could not swallow them all. To capture a wolf group, one had to first consider whether they could win or not. A Pyrrhic victory was not enough, only with a great victory could one have any gains. Chapter 497. This way, the wolf group's number will reach 200,000. But, it is still not enough. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with a pondering light. I don't have to rush to accumulate ordinary wild wolves. When the time comes, there will be people who will send themselves to me. Right now, the priority is to expand the high-level battle strength. Although beast emperors were sold in jewel yellow skies from time to time, they would be bought by other Gu immortals in a short period of time. Fan Yuan knew that it was unrealistic for him to buy several wolf emperors in a row. Thus, he focused his attention on mutated beasts. Every mature mutated beast had battle strength comparable to a myriad beast king. Any first-rate enslavement path Gu master would have a mutated beast group as their trump card. For example, Southern Border Quan King's Lion Mastiff Group, Jiang Baoye's Mountain Drilling Rat Army, Yang Piying's Thunder Eagle Group, Ma Zun's Pegasus Group. There were many wolf-type mutated beasts. At this moment, Treasure Yellow Heaven was selling as many as 4 of them. The first type was the Blood Forest Wolf. This type of wolf was huge, almost like a hill. An adult standing at its feet was like a fox standing at the feet of an elephant. The Blood Forest Wolf's fur was blood red and withered like wormwood. On the wolf's back, there was a white forest tree. These trees were actually the bones of the Blood Forest Wolf, growing vertically from its back. The white bone trees were also covered with blood-red maple leaves. The trees formed a forest that was commonly known as the Blood Forest. After the Blood Forest Wolf gives birth, it would put the cubs into the Blood Forest on its back, allowing the cubs to play in the vast space. The blood fruits in the Blood Forest were food for the cubs. Blood Forest wolves were like moving fortresses. Although they were not fast, they had extremely strong crushing power. This was something that many myriad beast kings did not have. The second type was the shark fin wolf. This was an amphibious mutated beast. Its body was like an elephant, and its body was covered with glossy crocodile skin armor. At the same time, sharp dark blue fins grew on both sides of its body. There was also a row of shark fins on its back. These shark fins formed a line, extending from the wolf's head to its tail. The shark fin wolf was the mutated wolf with the strongest defense. It also had the ability to fight underwater. The third was the berserk wolf. The berserk wolf's entire body was silver gray, and it had 3 eyes. Its body was not big, and it was the same size as an ordinary thousand-beast king. However, those who underestimated it because of its size paid a heavy price. Once the berserk wolf started fighting, it would be extremely crazy. Its movements were extremely fast, and it would not rest until it killed its opponent. Especially when it opened its third eye, its battle prowess would increase by 5 times. Once it opened all 3 of its eyes, regardless of the outcome of the battle, it would die on the battlefield. This was a terrifying wolf species that didn't even care about its own safety and fell into a frenzy of battle. The 4th type was an ingrate. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were pure white. Their eyesight was extremely strong. Even in the dark, their eyesight would not be affected. In jewel yellow skies, 1 blood forest wolf, 3 shark fin wolves, 2 berserk wolves, and 5 white-eyed wolves were all bought by Fan Yuan. At the same time, far away in southern border's shadow sect blessed land, Old Man Inkstone squinted his eyes as he stared at the connecting heaven goo in the air. Fan Yuan wantonly purchased wolf groups, buying wolf emperors and mutated wolves in succession. This attracted the attention of this wisdom path goo immortal. This Fan Yuan, he suddenly bought so many wolf groups, what is he trying to do? This mysterious rank 7 wisdom path goo immortal behind the scenes frowned. He tried to use goo worms to deduce. But the result was that Fan Yuan wanted to raise a wolf group to profit from it. This result did not satisfy him. Who immortal blessed land's environment is most beneficial for raising fox groups. Although wolves are similar to foxes, they are still different. Blessed lands had blessings, they were blessed lands. But every blessed land had its differences, and the blessings were not the same. For example, who immortal blessed land was most suitable for raising foxes. Fox groups could live and grow better in this place, and reproduce more. Meanwhile, Langya blessed land was suitable for goo refinement, and was more suitable for hairy men to live in. Shadow sect blessed land was suitable for soul path goo master cultivation. Deep in his heart, a feeling told Old Man Inkstone that Fan Yuan's actions had a deep meaning. But Wisdom Path was not omnipotent, it had its flaws. Otherwise, Wisdom Path would have dominated the goo master world long ago, and would not be the current situation where all paths fought for supremacy. Wisdom Path deductions needed evidence. The more evidence, the more reliable the evidence, it would guide the Wisdom Path goo master to a more accurate conclusion. But Old Man Inkstone, although he was a Wisdom Path goo immortal, he would never have expected that Fan Yuan had been reborn. Old Man Inkstone deduced that Fan Yuan had used fixed immortal travel goo to go to Hu immortal blessed land. But he would never have expected Fan Yuan to go to northern plains. If Fan Yuan had sold divine travel goo in jewel yellow skies, he might have thought of this. But Fan Yuan was cautious, and directly sold divine travel goo to land's spirit of Langya. Old Man Inkstone lacked the most crucial evidence, causing his deduction to be wrong. He tried several more times, but it was always the same result. Do I really have to use my vital goo? Old Man Inkstone thought of this, his pores opened up, and a trace of cloud smoke leaked out from every pore. White clouds rose in spirals and condensed above his head, forming a rolling cloud of smoke. The cloud was hazy, and once it appeared, the dense aura of an immortal goo leaked out. But this rank 7 immortal goo's aura was faintly discernible, like the starry sky in a summer night, mysterious and untraceable. It was also like the fragrance of a lotus 1,000 steps away, faintly discernible. Every time the cloud smoke moved, it contained countless changes, it was indescribable. When outsiders tried to comprehend it, they would only get vague results. This was Old Man Inkstone's vital goo, it was called Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. It could expose the secrets of heaven and earth. Even if the goo immortal had no evidence, it could point to the truth. After Old Man Inkstone found out that Killer Ghost Doctor was implanted with slavery goo, he used Heavenly Secret goo to deduce that Fan Yuan would return to southern border one day. Thus, Old Man Inkstone set up a trap, waiting for Fan Yuan to jump in. Right now, Old Man Inkstone was hesitating. Should he use Heavenly Secret goo? Even though Heavenly Secret goo was powerful, it had its drawbacks. Old Man Inkstone did not succeed every time he used it. 8 out of 10 times he used Heavenly Secret goo, it would fail. Once it failed, Old Man Inkstone would suffer the backlash of the immortal goo. This backlash was fine if it was an ordinary injury, but it was extremely powerful. Anyone would be wary of it. Old Man Inkstone's body and soul were unharmed. Heavenly Secret Goo's backlash only targeted his lifespan. Once the backlash occurred, Old Man Inkstone would lose 10 to 70 years of his lifespan. When Goo Masters cultivate, their attainment levels did not directly increase their lifespan. If Goo Masters wanted to extend their lifespan, there was only one best choice: Lifespan Goo. Using Lifespan Goo could directly increase the Goo Master's lifespan without any side effects. Other than that, there were other unorthodox methods to extend lifespan. But these methods all had drawbacks and flaws. My current body has 80 years of lifespan left. Even if the most severe backlash shaves off 70 years of my lifespan, I still have 10 years. It is enough for me to complete my heaven-defying plan. And for such a small matter, the backlash is usually not severe. It is usually 13 to 14 years of lifespan. But is it worth it for me to use Heavenly Secret Goo for this? This heaven-defying plan has reached a crucial point. The enemy will definitely notice it. In the future, I will need Heavenly Secret Goo to make deductions. However, if I can get fixed immortal travel from Fan Yuan, it will be extremely helpful to my heaven-defying plan. Let's not talk about other things, just attack Langya Blessed Land. If I had fixed immortal travel, I would be able to attack and defend at will. What can Land Spirit of Langya do to me? I would not have suffered such a huge loss this time. Old Man Inkstone thought about it, but gave up on this idea in the end. Although Heavenly Secret Goo was powerful, it was also a trap. The success rate of using it was too low, and most importantly, the consequences of failure were too severe. Old Man Inkstone did not dare to waste his lifespan. Back then, in order to deduce where Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel to, he wasted 70 years of his lifespan. First, he wasted 70 years of his lifespan, and the result left him dumbfounded for a long time. It was actually in Central Continent. It was actually Hu Immortal Blessed Land. How did he get transported to that place? What fortuitous encounter did he get to see the interior of Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Alright, Fan Yuan hid in the Blessed Land and refused to come out. Old Man Inkstone's plan for fixed immortal travel almost failed before it even started. Thankfully, he continued to use Heavenly Secret Goo, spending another 80 years of his lifespan to deduce the most likely chance of success. One day in the future, Fan Yuan would return to southern border and participate in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. For this fixed immortal travel, Old Man Inkstone spent 150 years of his lifespan. Forget it, since I have already deduced the result, I will just wait for him. The matter of him raising a wolf group is not a big deal. As a wisdom path Goo Immortal, I personally set up this trap. Would a mere mortal be able to escape? Humph. Old Man Yenshur sneered a few times and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like an ingrate, there were no pupils, only sclera. He stared at connecting heaven Goo, the sneer on his face becoming more intense. You are immortal, you actually spent 150 years of my lifespan. In the future, it will be your honor to die under my scheme. Of course, don't think of having a good time now. After Old Man Inkstone made some arrangements, Fan Yuan, who was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, felt something amiss. Oh no, someone is buying wolf enslavement Goo's refinement materials in large amounts. Fan Yuan was planning to buy these materials, but Old Man Inkstone was one step ahead. He quickly made his move, but was quickly obstructed. Many Goo Immortals were purposely raising the price, making him spend more, but the materials he bought were not as good as before. Fan Yuan squinted, his gaze was cold as needles. This is targeting me. Land Spirit of Langya is impossible, it does not have such rallying power. Then, other than Crane Gate, there's only that mysterious Old Man Inkstone. Hee hee. Suddenly, Fan Yuan laughed again. If this was before, he could only sigh helplessly when being attacked like this. But it was different now. He had a large number of wolf enslavement Goo recipes. These recipes were not only from rank 1 to rank 5, there were also different types of wolf enslavement Goo recipes for each rank. Chapter 498. A moment later. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold as he memorized the names of these Gu immortals. Fishing Old Man, Great Immortal Boulder, Lightning Brilliance Heavenly Mother. Old Man Inkstone, so it was you. He finally understood who was targeting him. Most of these Gu immortals were the ones who attacked Langya Blessed Land in his 500 years of memories. These Gu immortals are mostly from northern plains, but there are also people from southern border, eastern sea, western desert, and central continent. Together with Old Man Inkstone, this hidden Gu immortal force is truly huge. Because of this unusual confrontation, Fan Yuan learned a lot of information. He was secretly shocked. What kind of force was this, and who was the one who created it? In his previous life, he did not know anything about it. He had been kept in the dark. Such a strong force was hiding behind the scenes. It was not a simple poisonous snake, but a fierce tiger in the forest. What was it planning? What was its goal? What kind of role did it play in the future development and the great battle of the 5 regions? What was Old Man Inkstone's position in this force? Thinking about the confrontation earlier, it was like an undercurrent was surging. From start to finish, they did not use their full strength, they were only acting. Bystanders would not be able to sense it, they would only think it was a normal bidding war. Even Fan Yuan himself, if not for his 500 years of memories, he would only think that he was unlucky and met with intense competition when buying resources. They attacked secretly and interfered, but after realizing they could not stop them, they quietly stopped. The entire action was like throwing a stone into the water. After a few ripples, the water became calm again. Fan Yuan was clear that the reason why he could escape from the other party's attack was because the Gu recipe from Land Spirit of Langya was only a foundation. Most importantly, the other party did not want to expose it, they did not want to attract suspicion, thus they did not use their full strength. Although Fan Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, he was now immortal. Even though he had a blessed land, he could not match the combined strength of 2 Gu immortals, not to mention Crane Gate and such a mysterious and powerful force. The reason why I attracted Old Man Inkstone's attention is likely because of fixed immortal travel Gu. Fan Yuan thought to himself. Back then, he refined an immortal Gu in front of everyone with his mortal body. It was truly too eye-catching and eye-catching. Immortal Gu, even Gu immortals rarely had them. Let alone a top-tier rank 6 Gu like fixed immortal travel. Gu immortals would naturally covet it. It was all because the limelight was too big. But Fan Yuan had no choice. Forced by the situation at that time, he could only do this. Doing so was also the best outcome. There was no better outcome. After such a long time, the news must have spread by now. The Crane Gate will definitely investigate it, but this is actually a good thing. The more they investigate, the more they will know about my background. I am only in my 30s, I am a vagabond from a small clan that was destroyed, a lone cultivator. To be more practical, I am a demonic Gu master. Such a person has low aptitude and lacks resources. He could actually obtain the seed of Hu immortal blessed land and refine immortal Gu. How is this possible? It is like an ant suddenly growing bigger and swallowing an elephant. The fat pig suddenly grew wings and flew higher than an eagle. In Earth's terms, this was unscientific. This way, they will naturally guess that there is an expert behind me. Such an expert must be at least a powerful and mysterious Gu immortal. And I am only a chess piece pushed out by the person behind the scenes. Thus, if they want to deal with me, they will have to consider the person behind the scenes or the organization behind the scenes. If there is an organization behind the scenes, is it a group of people, or a super clan, or a super sect? Nobody can say for sure. Everyone wants to investigate more deeply, to find out by any means possible. Before I find out, as long as I hide in Hu immortal blessed land and don't do anything that touches their bottom line, they will only probe me and won't do anything serious. Thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind as he analyzed the current situation at lightning speed. Of course, this situation is only temporary. Paper cannot hide fire. Once they find out the truth or lose their patience, I will be in trouble. Once Crane Gate attacks Hu immortal blessed land, the best outcome for Fan Yuan would be to self-detonate the blessed land, both sides would suffer heavy losses and no one would be able to obtain Dang Hun Mountain. Without the protection of the blessed land, Fan Yuan would become a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. The reason why he created the identity of Chang Shanin was to prepare for a rainy day and leave a path of retreat for the future. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Fan Yuan was a formidable character in the demonic path. He naturally understood this well. After sorting out his thoughts, Fan Yuan sighed. He had to cultivate quickly and become a Gu immortal again before Crane Gate and the mysterious force made their move. But even so, it would be a huge calamity. If he could not get through it, he would be smashed into pieces and die. The pressure is immense. Although Fan Yuan obtained the greatest benefits in Three Kings' blessed land, after this battle, he lost the initiative. Spring-autumn cicada, Crane Gate, Dang Hun Mountain, mysterious force, blessed land, earthly calamity. Although he obtained Hu immortal blessed land and his strength rose sharply, he was in an even more precarious situation. All sorts of intense and dangerous situations were pressuring him step by step, like whips or scythes, driving him forward from behind. If he was slightly slower, the outcome would be unimaginable. If it were anyone else, they would have already exhausted their wits and strength and would be crushed by the collapsing situation. Only Fan Yuan racked his brains to find a way out of this perilous situation. But even if he worked hard like this, the situation still did not improve. Just like now, he had encountered a new problem. He did not have enough immortal yuan stones. He had originally sold large amounts of immortal Gu recipes and obtained 28 immortal yuan stones. But after using them several times, especially after this large-scale purchase, he had spent too many immortal stones and had almost reached the bottom. Right now, Fan Yuan only had a pitiful 4 immortal yuan stones. But there were still too many things he needed to invest in. Without a choice, he could only temporarily stop investing in wolf groups. But Fan Yuan's plan was to dual cultivate enslavement path and strength path. Now that he had the second aperture, this plan was even more feasible. There were usually 3 aspects that determined an enslavement path Gu master's strength. The first aspect was the scale of the enslavement beast group. The second aspect was the enslavement path Gu worms in the Gu master's aperture. The third aspect was the enslavement path Gu master's soul. The deeper the foundation of the soul, the more beast groups they could control, and the stronger the beast kings they could subdue. The longer they could command the beast groups to fight, the longer they could do so. Through my large purchases, the scale of my wolf group has already reached second rate in Northern Plains' mortal world. The first tier are the 3 great enslavement path masters of the present age, Ma Zun, Jiang Baoye and Yang Ping. But my enslavement path Gu worms originate from Chan Shan Yin and are only rank 4. I need to raise them to rank 5 to deal with the Northern Plains war. Fortunately, Dang Hun Mountain is dying, but I can still use it. With Guts Gu, my expenses are greatly reduced. But other than this, I still need large numbers of Wolf Soul Gu to continue transforming Wolfman souls. Facing the rapid cultivation needs, the immortal Yuan stone in Fan Yuan's hands was insufficient. Purchasing wolf groups was only the first aspect of the 3 aspects of enslavement path. Next, he went to Jewel Yellow Skies and bought several Gu recipes, many Gu refinement materials, as well as the indispensable rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu for his future cultivation, a total of 18. This way, he spent another immortal Yuan stone and only had 3 left. Fan Yuan's gaze landed on Relic Gu. His second aperture had just formed and was only rank 1 initial stage. He needed to start cultivating from scratch. But where would Fan Yuan get the time? Directly using Relic Gu to increase his cultivation could help him in a short period of time. Although he had the intention, due to the lack of immortal Yuan stone, Fan Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, buying bronze, red iron, silver and yellow gold Relic Gu. Next, he chose Gu worms to modify the body. The body was like a skin bag, containing the soul. If the soul was strong, but the body was not strong enough, it would become a bottleneck and restrict the growth of the soul. Similarly, if the body was not strong enough, then he had to be careful when using strength path Gu worms. If he used too much strength, before hitting the enemy, his tendons and flesh would tear and his bones would break. When Fan Yuan finished this transaction, he only had 2 immortal Yuan stone left. He kept these 2 immortal essence stones as a backup in case of an unexpected situation. For the next 2 days, Fan Yuan did not leave Hu Immortal Blessed Land and cultivated on Dang Hun Mountain. This is the last Guts Gu. Climbing on a cliff, Fan Yuan stretched out his hand and opened this Gu. Splat. Following a soft sound, a yellowish-brown muddy water flowed out. This was a bad Gu. Its body was corroded by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's power, and no longer had the miraculous effect of growing the soul. Dang Hun Mountain's vitality is weakening, the good Guts Gu are getting fewer and fewer, but after these days of collecting, because of the large amount of guts, my soul has reached 1,000-man soul. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and sensed the soul in his body. This 1,000-man soul was clearly more solid than before, giving off a feeling of heaviness. It was like it was forcefully stuffed into Fan Yuan's body, giving off a feeling of overflowing. 1,000-man soul was the symbol of an enslavement path expert. Back then, Chang Shanin had 1,000-man soul. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes and with a thought, he summoned little Hu Immortal and immediately teleported her into Dang Hun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, he took out a white-silver relic Gu. After the previous tests, this white-silver relic Gu had no problems, so Fan Yuan injected his primeval essence into it. A moment later, he opened his eyes and inspected his second aperture, nodding in satisfaction. Second aperture has also reached rank 3 peak stage. This way, Fan Yuan's first aperture was rank 5 peak stage, crystal purple primeval essence. Second aperture was rank 3 peak stage, snow silver primeval essence. Snow silver primeval essence, although it could not compare to crystal purple primeval essence, could at least provide some help to Fan Yuan. After all, in the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, rank 3 Gu masters were the absolute core strength. After I use the yellow gold relic Gu, I will reach rank 4 peak stage. That will be even better. Of course, what makes me the happiest is that my second aperture has given me another vital Gu. In this way, I can have 2 vital Gu. Chapter 499. Disregarding consumable Gu, the Gu master's first choice of Gu worm would become his/her vital Gu. The vital Gu and the Gu master had the closest relationship. It could be said that their lives were intertwined. No matter which side suffered heavy losses, the other side would also be implicated. The vital Gu had an advantage that other Gu worms could not reach, that was after the refinement failed. No matter how severe the backlash was, the original Gu worm could still be preserved. Thus, most Gu masters treated the vital Gu as their core Gu. Normally speaking, the strongest Gu worm in a Gu master's hands was his/her vital Gu. Once the vital Gu was formed, it was hard to change. However, this situation was not absolute. If a Gu master obtained an extremely good Gu worm and wanted to nurture it as their vital Gu, they would have to destroy the original vital Gu. But this action was extremely dangerous. Once the vital Gu was destroyed, the Gu master would be greatly implicated. At best, they would suffer heavy injuries, at worst, they would die. After rebirth, Fan Yuan's vital Gu was the spring-autumn cicada, sleeping in the center of his first aperture, unable to move. Now that he had the second aperture, he had a chance to choose his second vital Gu. Even though he could guess it from the Gu recipe, the real opportunity to choose made Fan Yuan happy. Which Gu should he choose as the crucial second vital Gu? Immortal Gu had to be eliminated first. The second aperture was only a rank 3 mortal aperture. It was hard to store immortal Gu. Spring-autumn cicada was a special case. Other than spring-autumn cicada, Fan Yuan still had fixed immortal travel. Gruel Mud 2 immortal Gu. But Gruel Mud immortal Gu could only be used once. If he used it as his vital Gu, after the Gruel Mud immortal Gu disappeared, Fan Yuan would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Such a foolish thing. Fan Yuan naturally would not do it. As for fixed immortal travel, it was far away in poison grassland, it was not worth mentioning. Without much hesitation, Fan Yuan made his decision. This was the rank 3 all-out effort Gu. He wanted to walk the path of dual cultivation of strength path and enslavement path. All-out effort Gu was necessary. It was also the most ideal strength path core. Previously, Fan Yuan schemed against undefeated 100 battles Gu to ensure the safety of the all-out effort Gu during the refinement process. But due to a freak combination of circumstances, Fan Yuan had no choice but to use undefeated 100 battles Gu to refine the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. As long as the all-out effort Gu became his second vital Gu, Fan Yuan would no longer have to worry about failing the Gu refinement. He had lost this precious Gu worm. 2 days. In a flash. After leaving Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan used Stargate Gu and returned to Northern Plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was different from the outside world. Time flowed 5 times faster than normal. Fan Yuan had spent 2 days in the Blessed Land, but he had only spent 1 night in Northern Plains. It was dawn. On the horizon, there was a soft purple and white color. As the sun rose, the wild grass in the distance gradually turned from its original black color to an oily green. The crescent moon lake was sparkling with golden light. The morning light shone on Fan Yuan's face. He smiled and looked to his side. The originally sparse wolf pack. Many white wolf silhouettes filled up the wolf pack. These were all water wolves. The number had already exceeded 10,000. They were led by a water wolf myriad beast king, and had 6,000 wolf kings. As for the other vermilion flame wolf group, night wolf group, mutated wolf group and others, Fan Yuan did not bring them out. It would be too eye-catching and sudden to bring them out at once. Fan Yuan disguised as Chang Shan because he wanted to properly manage this identity, thus he had to avoid exposing himself. But water wolves were different. Fan Yuan's trip this time was to take in wild water wolves. The appearance of water wolves was easy to explain. But if a night wolf beast emperor or those mutated wolves appeared, it would not make sense. Next, I will continue to take in the wild water wolf group. Fan Yuan rode on the hump wolf, and with a thought, the entire wolf group set off again, charging towards their next destination. 3 days later, at a certain lakeside beside the crescent moon lake, the Gu masters of the 2 clans stared at each other in anger. Zhong Feiyou, your Zhong clan is an intolerable bully. These 5 black-skinned fat beetles clearly belong to our clan. Yet, you actually dared to openly snatch them in broad daylight. One of the clan heads, Chai Zhang, angrily roared. Bullshit! We had an agreement back then. Our clans were neighbors with this water wolf den as the boundary. Thus, this is our Chai clan's territory. These 5 dark-skinned fat insects have come to my Zhong family's territory, so of course they belong to my Zhong family. The Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Feiyou, sneered. Chai clan's Gu masters heard this and felt incomparably furious. Chai Zheng's face turned red from anger as he reprimanded. Shameless! Our Chai clan is breaking camp today to rush to the heroes' assembly. Of course we have to pass through here. Zhong Feiyu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said. So, this is your Chai clan's fault. You could have passed through here. Why did you have to pass through my clan's camp? Chai clan's Gu masters were extremely furious. Zhong clan's camp was in a tricky location, occupying the main path. If Chai clan took a detour, it would be even more troublesome as there would be at least 3 myriad beast groups along the way. Zhong clan's actions were, in fact, an intentional extortion. Zhong Feiyou, isn't your table manners too ugly? Chai Zhang gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. Zhong Feiyou shrugged his shoulders indifferently and sneered. If your Chai clan is not convinced, we can have a contest. Chai clan's Gu master's momentum stagnated. Chai clan was a small-scale clan, but Zhong clan had expanded into a medium-scale clan 2 years ago. Zhong clan was strong. If they fought, Chai clan would definitely suffer. As Chai clan leader, Chai Zhang was clear of this. He also wanted to retreat, but these 3 black-skinned fat beetles were carrying the clan's most precious resources. These resources were meticulously gathered by Chai clan when they wanted to join Lu Wenwu. If he gave them up, Chai Zhang would naturally be extremely unwilling. Should he fight or retreat? Just as the 2 sides were in a deadlock and Chai Zhang was hesitating, wolf howls could be heard not far away. Howl howl, The howls of the wolves rose and fell, ceaselessly. At the same time, the footsteps of large numbers of beast groups could be heard by the wind. Such a formation! It's a wolf group! It's noon right now, and this is near the water wolf's den. How can there be a wild wolf group? Zhong and Chai clansmen immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. They shifted their gazes towards the source of the sound. They saw the majestic wolf group was like a long river, flowing through the sparse forest and surging towards the group. Among these wolf groups, there were vigorous night wolves, turtleback wolves with deep defense, and outstanding wind wolves. Most of them were water wolves with white fur. Different types of wolves gathered together harmoniously to form an army. Such a scene. There was only one reason. Chai Zhang's heart thumped. He immediately thought of one person, Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu's expression also turned extremely ugly. The Zhong clan also wanted to join young Master Lu Wenwu. Thus, they coveted Chai clan's resources, but at this crucial moment, someone appeared to disrupt their plans. As the wolf group approached, the Gu masters of the two clans became restless. Such a huge wolf group! Someone could not help but exclaim. Hiss, such a scale! There are at least 28,000 turtleback wolves, 15,000 night wolves, and many more wind wolves than night wolves. Water wolves are the most numerous, about 32,000. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air, and with his rich experience, he made a rough estimate. There were too many wolves. They spread out majestically, forming a half-moon-shaped encirclement, covering the Gu masters of the two clans. Immediately, Zhong and Chai clans' Gu masters were surrounded by the wolf group, and with their backs against Crescent Lake, they fell into a disadvantageous situation. Didn't they say Chang Shanin suffered disastrous losses when he attacked Pei, Bei and Jing clans? Why does he still have so many wolves? Chai Zhang's lips turned dry. The wolf group was densely packed. Not only did they surround them, there were also many hidden in the forest, their figures indistinct. Zhong Feiyu no longer had the relaxed attitude of bullying the weak. He looked at the large number of 1,000 beast kings and myriad beast kings in the wolf group, his heart rising to his throat. Enslavement path was different from other paths. It could often change the situation with one's own strength. Ordinary enslavement path Gu masters could not be underestimated, let alone Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu was very clear that these wolves in front of him were enough to exterminate his Zhong clan 2 or 3 times over. Because they were in the wilderness now, there were no dangers around them. Without the camp's walls, they had no depth, no time to rest, and no time to recover their primeval essence. A humped wolf carrying Fan Yuan swayed as it walked out of the forest, appearing in front of everyone. Chang Shanin! Zhong Feiyu and Chai Zhang shouted at the same time. At once, countless gazes gathered on Fan Yuan's face. Fan Yuan was expressionless. Riding on the humped wolf, he straightened his upper body according to Chang Shanyin's habits. His gaze was like an arrow, sweeping through everyone without speaking. But his tightly pursed lips fully displayed Chang Shanyin's proud and aloof temperament. Zhong and Chai clans' Gu masters could not make a sound. They felt like a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. The air had frozen, making it hard to breathe. Especially when they thought of Wolf King Chang Shanyin's battle record of challenging 3 clans in one night, many of their bodies started to tremble. The Pei, Bei, and Jing clans were all experienced mid-sized clans. And Chai clan was only a small-sized tribe, while Zhong clan had just become a mid-sized tribe not long ago. Zhong Feiyu and Chai Zhang looked at each other, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes, as well as the intention to cooperate. The two felt the same bitterness in their hearts. The two sides that were fighting earlier now had the intention to cooperate. This trick of fate really made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Lord Changshani and I, Zhong Feiyu, have heard of your fame. Zhong Feiyu gritted his teeth, stepping out of the crowd and bowing deeply towards Fang Yuan. No one felt that there was anything wrong with the Grand Tribe leader Zhong Feiyu's actions. The other party was Chang Shanin. But before Zhong Feiyu finished speaking, Fang Yuan waved his hand and lightly said, "All of you, scram, don't hinder me." Zhong Feiyu's eyes opened wide, and unconcealable anger and humiliation could be seen in his eyes. But he did not retort, instead lowering his head and bowing towards Fan Yuan, before turning around and gathering Zhong tribe's Gu masters. Retreat! Chai Zhang observed his expression and quickly shouted, "We will retreat too!" Immediately, the crowd surged as the Gu masters quickly retreated to a faraway place. Soon, only the wolf group and Fan Yuan were left at the lakeside that was originally filled with people. Of course, there were also those 3 slow black-skinned fat beetles that could not be taken away in time. Fan Yuan glanced at these 3 black-skinned fat beetles and did not mind them. The things that the 2 tribes were fighting over, in his opinion, were not attractive enough. Chapter 500. There were more than 4,000 water wolves living in this water wolf lair, a pack of 1,000 beasts. Although water wolves rarely set foot on land, it was a different matter if their home was invaded by foreign enemies. Sensing Fan Yuan's wolf group rushing over, this wild water wolf group left the den and attacked together, clashing with Fan Yuan's wolf group. Being obstructed, Fan Yuan's wolf group's momentum slowed down. But he snorted and activated Wolf Howl Gu, at the same time sending 3 groups of reinforcements to reinforce them. The wild water wolf group only lasted for a while before they could not endure the pressure, and were immediately dispersed, losing their momentum. Far away. Patriarch, our things are still there. An elder of the Chai family gazed into the distance unwillingly. Chai tribe leader Chai Zhang heaved a deep sigh. Forget it, if we lose it, it is better than losing our lives. Should we stay and take a look? A person like Chang Shanin might not be interested in these 3 black-skinned fat beetles. Another Chai tribe elder was hoping for a fluke. But Chai Zhang understood and snorted. If you are not afraid of offending Chang Shanin and provoking his massacre, you can stay. This Chai tribe elder's expression froze. Humph, do you think Zhong tribe did not think of this? Even if Chang Shanin is not interested, we will not be able to get these resources. Sigh, with an expert like Chang Shanin here, we cannot stay in this crescent lake anymore. Let's continue and leave. Chai Zhang waved his hand. His tone was filled with helplessness, hatred, and even more helplessness. Chai tribe was only a small-scale tribe with weak strength. Especially during the 10-year blizzard, when the imperial court contended for supremacy, dragons and snakes rose from the land, the whole of northern plains was filled with endless disputes and chaos. Tribes like Chai tribe were like small boats in the whirlpool of chaos, drifting along with the wind and rain. Only by attaching themselves to a stronger force could they increase their chances of survival. Chai tribe broke camp and left without any hesitation. A moment later, Zhong tribe's investigative Gu master reported to Zhong Feiyu with a face full of lingering fear. Lord Wolf Wangda obtained complete victory. He destroyed that wolf den with a flip of his hand. Out of more than 4,000 water wolves, he managed to recruit close to 3,000, and he only lost 300. Zhong Feiyu and the upper echelons of the Zhong clan trembled when they heard this. This kind of casualty ratio was truly terrifying. No wonder his wolf pack could be replenished so quickly. Lord Patriarch, you didn't see it with your own eyes. Chang Shanyin's command has already transcended the mortal realm. It has become a form of art. The investigative Gu master wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and added. Zhong Feiyu snorted coldly, not willing to lower his own morale. He forcefully said, Chang Shanin has a water wolf myriad beast king. The leader of this pack of wild wolves was only 1,000 beast king. Once they started fighting, the water wolves would be suppressed by the myriad wolf king, and their battle strength would be weakened. It was also easier to incorporate them. Where did the 3 black-skinned fat beetles go? The investigative Gu master replied. They were captured by Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu's expression immediately turned ugly. This time, he went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did he not obtain the resources, he even offended Chai clan. Speaking of which, Chai clan and Zhong clan were in-laws and had a close relationship before. Otherwise, they would not have migrated together, choosing to stay next to each other and help each other when setting up camp. However, the world was cruel. Right now, the imperial court contest was not only related to Zhong clan and Chai clan's benefits, it also concerned the survival of the two clans. Their previous relationship was only a method to protect their own benefits. When it was time to abandon them, they would abandon them without hesitation. In the main tent, there was an oppressive silence. After a long while, Zhong Feiyu let out a breath of turbid air. A person like Chang Shanin, even if we gather all of our Zhong clan's strength, we will not be able to match him. But Northern Plains is not his only clan, there are 3 enslavement masters stronger than him. We will remember this first. After we join young Master Lu Wenwu, one day, we will get back at him for today. Zhong clan's elders nodded in agreement. Not long after, Zhong clan also set off on their journey. 9 days later, Fan Yuan led the wolf group that had expanded by several times and returned to Ge tribe camp. Ge Guang led the Ge tribe higher-ups and went out to welcome them. Lord Supreme Elder, your cultivation has recovered? When Ge Guang sensed Fan Yuan's rank 4 peak stage aura, he was pleasantly surprised. Fan Yuan nodded, replying plainly, I have recovered, it is time to do so. Back then, Chang Shanyin's cultivation was rank 4 peak stage. Afterwards he fought with Ha-Tu Gu bandits and was on the verge of death, hibernating underground. But now, Fan Yuan's first aperture had already reached rank 5 peak stage. Although it was still suppressed by Northern Plains, it still had rank 5 initial stage aura. Right now, his rank 4 peak stage aura was only disguised using breath concealment goo. As for his second aperture, because he had entered Northern Plains first and was acknowledged by Northern Plains, it was not suppressed by the region and was still rank 3 peak stage. By concealing it like this, then releasing it step by step, not only could he preserve his trump cards, he could also give others a gradual acceptance process. Fan Yuan followed Ge tribe's higher-ups back to the camp. Ge tribe camp was expanding, and along the way, they could see bustling construction scenes. Large numbers of mortal slaves and even Gu master slaves were being wantonly deployed by Ge tribesmen. Winner takes all, this was the cruelty of war, but also the beauty of war. Ge tribe's higher-ups were overjoyed. Ge tribe had annexed Bei tribe and Jing tribe, their strength had expanded greatly. These days they had been working hard to digest the gains, and the whole tribe's strength had also risen greatly. The biggest problem now is the scarcity of slavery Gu. If we have large numbers of slavery Gu, we can put these slave Gu masters on the battlefield. This will greatly increase our Ge tribe's battle strength. Ge Guang sighed. Slavery Gu was a Gu worm that could control humans. But humans were the spirit of all living beings. They were much harder to control than wild beasts. The burden on the soul was greater, especially when enslaving Gu masters with strong souls. Thus, basically, a Gu master rarely controlled more than 5 slaves. The number of slave Gu masters was even lesser. Usually, a Gu master could only control 1 slave Gu master. If there were more, the burden on the soul would be greater. And for those slave Gu masters with strong souls, to control them, one would need to have a stronger soul than the slave Gu master. Fan Yuan naturally had the ability to get large numbers of slavery Gu. But this way, he would expose many things. In his plan, the Gu family was only a chess piece. He did not need to think for them. Next, I will continue my closed cultivation and cultivate. Take care of these wolf groups, Fan Yuan said. Yes. Ge Guan quickly replied respectfully, but he was complaining inwardly. Ge tribe was expanding now, and needed manpower. They were lacking in manpower. When the wolf group increased in size, the burden of feeding them would be even heavier, and this would consume a lot of Ge tribe's manpower. But Fan Yuan's next words made this young Ge tribe leader elated. I brought a lot of resources this time. They were obtained when I took in the wolves. All of you can use them, but remember, the things on those 3 black-skinned fat beetles must be kept safe for me. Yes, Lord Supreme Elder. In the following days, Fan Yuan stayed in Ge tribe's camp, staying in seclusion and cultivating hard. His second aperture needed to continue raising his cultivation. Although his soul had 1,000-man soul achievement, he still needed wolf soul Gu to strengthen it, until it became a 1,000-man level wolfman soul. At the same time, he needed to continue raising his strength, using Jun's strength Gu. When he needed to relax, he would take out the things on those 3 black-skinned fat beetles and inspect them. Chai Tribe's painstaking collection of resources was very strange. They were all gray-white stone slabs. But on the surface of these stone slabs, there were black ink lines, some straight and some curved, some thick and some thin. The ink lines tangled together, some were like words, while some were like landscape paintings. If these stone slabs were real, then they had a huge origin. Tracing back to the source, it could be traced back to the immemorial antiquity era. Renzu's 9 women, carefree wisdom heart. The legends of Renzu recorded that in order to save wisdom Gu, carefree wisdom heart came to Qianquan crystal wall. Qianquan crystal wall was straight from top to bottom. It stood in the void like a huge mirror. In the mirror, there was a book mountain. On Book Mountain, there was an ink waterfall, crashing into the mountain rocks and forming a literature spring. The ink waterfall continued to fall, crashing into the literature spring and creating countless splashes. These black splashes scattered in the air, each water droplet turned into words. This was the origin of the 100 Clans language in the Gu Master world. Later, when Qianquan crystal wall was broken, it split into countless gray-white stone slabs. Rumors said that when all the stone slabs were gathered and pieced together, Qianquan crystal wall could be reformed, allowing Gu masters to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at human history, they would find that generations of Gu masters, Gu immortals, even immortal venerables and demon venerables had collected records of these stone slabs. Precisely because of this, a large number of replicas of these stone slabs appeared. These replicas were hard to differentiate from the real ones, unless one was an experienced treasure appraiser. In history, the most authoritative and accomplished treasure appraiser Gu immortal was the owner of Jewel Yellow Skies, the one who possessed treasure light Gu, Taoist many treasures. But even he could only identify 70 to 80% of them. There were simply too many replicas, too many Gu masters tried to replicate them. There was even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable among them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable purposely created many fake stone slabs, deceiving many Gu immortals. The fake stone slabs he created were extremely realistic. They could even compare to the real ones. Fan Yuan had never thought of collecting all the gray-white stone slabs and piecing them together to form Book Mountain. Even rank 9 Gu venerables had not succeeded in this. Fan Yuan did not have the impulse to overestimate his own abilities. He was only trying to identify these stone slabs when he was resting. In his previous life, he had developed a sharp gaze from doing business. He had once sold and forged these gray-white stone slabs. Right now, he was identifying these stone slabs, distinguishing the real from the fake, and getting rid of the obvious fakes. It was a form of relaxation and entertainment. What he didn't expect was that when he was caressing a stone slab, something unexpected happened. Chapter 501. The ink lines kept changing, and after a while, they gradually stabilized and formed a topographic map. At the center of the map was a raised piece of land. It was not as steep as a mountain, and the slope was very gentle. There was an opening at the top, as if it led underground. At this place, there were 2 words, Dichio. Dichio was surrounded by swamps and forests, and at the southwest corner, there was a river. At the bottom of the map, there were 4 sentences. Light hidden in the soil, radiance reaching 10,000 feet high, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the fragrance of plum blossoms and snow. Fan Yuan mumbled, and after pondering for a long time, he could not comprehend it. These 4 sentences seemed like a poem, but it was not. Saying it was a Gu recipe was somewhat plausible. But Fan Yuan was sure of one thing: these 4 puzzles were clues left behind intentionally. What was even more amazing was that after this map was formed, it gradually disappeared from the gray-white stone slab. Soon, the stone slab in Fan Yuan's hand became white, with nothing on it. But when Fan Yuan closed his eyes, he could easily recall every detail of this map, without the slightest error. This was not because his memory was amazing, but painting will Gu. This stone slab was planted with painting will Gu. This Gu can form a picture and enter deep into the Gu master's memory, causing the Gu master to never forget it. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. Evidently, This was an inheritance left behind by a Gu master. To appraise these gray-white stone slabs, Fan Yuan had obtained many clear Gu, sunlight Gu, moonlight Gu, and so on from Gu tribe's treasury. Just now, he had used these Gu worms. Then he skillfully injected his primeval essence to probe. These methods were specific methods to appraise the gray-white stone slab. The result was that these methods became the key to unlocking this gray-white stone slab secret. The Gu master who forged this gray-white stone slab did not only use painting wool Gu. He also used other Gu worms to form this effect. This Gu master left behind an inheritance, and in order to select an inheritor, he spent a lot of effort. Fan Yuan smiled. He had not expected to obtain a clue to a Gu master's inheritance under such circumstances. Inheritance. This is one of the cultural characteristics of this world. Be it righteous Gu masters or demonic Gu masters, they would choose to leave behind their inheritances, leaving behind their unique mark in this world. Although he was lucky enough to obtain this inheritance clue, Fan Yuan was not too surprised. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had encountered many similar situations. He was already used to it. Most Gu masters would leave behind inheritances. In this way, the good and bad inheritances were mixed together. There were Gu immortal inheritances, rank 4 and rank 5 Gu master inheritances. These were all worth seeing. But there were also many rank 2 and rank 3 inheritances, and even rank 1 Gu masters would leave behind inheritances. On top of that, time was passing by. Heavenly calamities and so on, many Gu masters explored inheritances, but the result was disappointment. Some inheritances had long since perished. Some inheritances had already been taken by others. Some inheritances were demonic path inheritances. They were traps meticulously designed by someone. They were the Gu masters with dark hearts, venting their anger before death. I'm too busy right now. I don't have the time to give up my plans and rush far away for an unknown inheritance. Moreover, just based on this map, I don't know where this so-called Dichio is. After obtaining the Dichio inheritance map, it was just a small accident. Fan Yuan quickly threw it to the back of his mind. In the following days, he continued to cultivate and refine Gu at the same time. From the accumulation of the two clans, he obtained an improved Gu recipe. Fan Yuan felt it was quite interesting. From Gu tribe's treasury, he took out some Gu worms, and spent a few days. After failing twice, he raised the rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu to rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu. Speaking of which, he had almost never used this Eagle Wings Gu in his possession. It was only when Fan Yuan left Poison Grassland and arrived near Hongyan Valley, near Gu tribe's camp, that he met several clans that were opening a market, and bought it from the market. Wolf King Changshan was not an expert in flying. Fan Yuan naturally would not use this master-level technique easily. This was a trump card. If he used it in the future, it would definitely shock the world. Changshan had disappeared for more than 10 years. It was a great excuse. Nobody knew what fortuitous encounters he had. Why was it impossible to become a flying master? A few days after the Eagle Rise Gu was refined, Gu Guang personally visited Fan Yuan, bringing the latest information. Ma tribe has already annexed Fei tribe, becoming the main character of Tianchuan Heroes Assembly. In Mengqiu Heroes Assembly, New Air tribe's representative is a rank 5 Gu master New Air Tuesday, Chao Fu's Zhao tribe. That Zhao Lianyun, Ma Hongyun's wife, the amazing woman who will become a wisdom path Gu immortal in the future, is still a young girl now. No matter what, Ma tribe is in the limelight this time. They are clearly planning to go all out and fight for the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court. This is in line with my previous life's memories. But I wonder if Ma Hongyun has appeared? Fan Yuan thought as he recalled. He vaguely remembered that in this contest for the Imperial Court, Ma tribe's performance was extremely strong, especially in the early stages. They had a strong army and united will, defeating many strong enemies. But the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, the tallest pile on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Ma tribe was in the limelight too much. They were targeted by the veteran Huangjin tribes one after another. After several fierce battles, although they won all of them, they were extremely bitter and suffered great losses. Finally, Ma tribe was cornered by He Lulan and was surrounded from all sides. He tribe had the advantage in numbers, but Ma tribe's defense was tight and they held their ground. He Lulan led the troops to fight, but they could not take down the tribe for a long time. Seeing that the blizzard was coming, they could only force a truce. After Ma tribe submitted to He tribe, they obtained many quotas to enter the imperial court. Ma Hongyun did not know what kind of dog shit luck he had to actually be able to enter. Using this opportunity, he obtained a portion of the immortal Venerable's inheritance in 88 Treasure Tower, thus becoming the capital to rise up in the future. At this time, Guguang asked Fan Yuan for guidance. Supreme Elder, right now, the Heroes' Assembly is already in full swing. At our Yutian's Heroes' Assembly, heroes are emerging one after another, experts are fighting, the winds are surging. Among them, Lu Wenwu and He Lulan are the strongest, the other forces are all inferior. Right now, only our power remains at the Crescent Moon Lake. Even the large tribes are rushing to Yutian to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. After these days of recuperation, we have already digested the results of the battles and stabilized the situation. If we do not set off now, we will not make it in time. Fan Yuan nodded. The Heroes' Assembly was a mutual test, and also an alliance between the various forces. Although Ge tribe's strength had increased greatly, it was only a mid-sized tribe. If they could not participate in the Heroes' Assembly and left the rules of the game, they would be ostracized and the impact would be huge. The tribe leader of Ge tribe was Guguang, but ever since Fan Yuan became the Supreme Elder, his decisions could dictate the actions of Ge tribe. In these days, Guguang and the other higher-ups of the tribe had been waiting anxiously. They did not have the memories of Fan Yuan's previous life, and did not know that this Yutian's Heroes' Assembly would be an exciting battle, and so it ended the latest. Fan Yuan had already made arrangements for this. He waved his hand and said to Guguang, "Although the tribe has stabilized, but it is only on the surface. In the dark, the hearts of the people are still wavering. If we really fight, even if we have the foundation of a mid-sized tribe, we do not have the strength to match it." Guguang lowered his head and listened respectfully to Fan Yuan's instructions. Fan Yuan continued, "The battles of the Yutian's Heroes' Assembly have just begun. There is no rush to go there. We need to make a trip to Onion Valley first." Onion Valley? Guguang showed a puzzled expression. Onion Valley was a place similar to Crescent Lake. The valley was vast and filled with green onions. It had a unique ecology. There were large numbers of beast groups, even more than Crescent Lake. Of course, there were also large numbers of wild goo worms. Among them, there was a famous rank 2 goo, Onion Explosion Goo. This goo looked like a green onion, but it was not green-white, but bright like fire. Once it was activated, it would emit an extremely intense smell. When wild beasts smell this smell, they would become extremely violent and aggressive, easily attacking others. Thus, Onion Valley was a much more dangerous place than Crescent Lake. Why did they not participate in the Heroes' Assembly, but instead go to such a dangerous place? But soon after, Fan Yuan gave the reason. "Long ago, I raised a wolf group in Onion Valley. After these years of nurturing, they should have developed and grown stronger. So that's it." Guguang's eyes brightened. To nurture an enslavement path Goo master, they expended a huge amount of resources. Just the amount of food they needed to feed wild beasts was a huge number. These days, Ge tribe had expended a lot to take care of Fan Yuan's wolf group. Guguang had a painful and clear understanding of this. Thus, many enslavement path Goo masters would choose to raise them. They would choose a place with a suitable environment, and raise the beasts as seeds. Once in a while, they would check on them. If the beast group grew stronger, that would be a gain. Of course, the probability of a gain was low. In most cases, the beast group would be weakened, or even completely wiped out. But even so, most enslavement path Goo masters would still choose to do this. After all, enslavement path cultivation had a huge burden on resources. How many mortal Goo masters could be like Fan Yuan, directly raising their wolf group in a blessed land? Guguang immediately understood when he heard Fan Yuan's words. So many years have passed, the connection with the Wolf King is still there, but I don't know how many wolves there are. But in this heroes' assembly, the more wolves there are, the better it is. The more wolves we have, the more confidence we'll have. Fan Yuan's words made Guguang nod, agreeing. Supreme Elder is right. When do we set off? Chapter 502. The sky was a deep blue, while the ground was a vast expanse of jade. The land here was especially fertile, the water plants were lush and delicious, reaching up to a person's knees. This was the famous Yutian of northern plains, known as one of the most beautiful grasslands. Right now, there were many people here, banners fluttering in the wind. Yutian's Heroes' Assembly had already been going on for half a month. In the first 7 days, all the tribes had their own voices, creating a huge commotion. But gradually, after a series of alliances, all the forces merged together. Right now, there were only 2 strongest forces left. One was Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu, and the other was He tribe's He Lulan. Right now, the 2 forces were all valiant, confronting each other. In the middle of the 2 forces, there was a spacious battle stage. On the stage, 2 Northern Plains Gu masters were engaged in an intense battle, both having rank 4 cultivation. Most of the people below the stage could not take their eyes off them. Usually, there was not such a good opportunity to observe a battle between tribe leaders. Especially the 2 people on the stage, one righteous and one demonic. They were both famous figures, and they even had a deep grudge against each other. Water Demon, hand over your life! One of the middle-aged Gu masters shouted, stomping his feet and jumping into the sky. In the air, he breathed in deeply, before opening his mouth and spitting out a basket-sized dim fire at his opponent. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's heart was filled with alarm. Blue light flashed in his eyes, as the snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture crazily poured into Water Wall Gu. Rise! He raised his palms, moving from bottom to top with a heavy movement, as if he was lifting something extremely heavy. Following his movement, the majestic water vapor formed a blue waterfall, rising from the ground. The waterfall rushed upward and swept down in midair, forming a thick wall of water in the shape of an arch. The dim flame slowly landed on the water wall and was immediately extinguished. "Ha!" the spectators exclaimed in shock. Just as they were about to ridicule Water Demon for making a mountain out of a molehill, the fire seed that only had a trace of light left suddenly exploded. Bam! The explosion was deafening, like a bolt of lightning. Large amounts of fire chi burst out, causing the thick water wall to explode into water vapor. The aftermath of the powerful impact formed a violent wind that quickly spread in all directions. But in the end, the impact of the storm did not affect the periphery of the arena. There were Gu masters standing around the battlefield, using their defensive Gu to form a spherical light barrier that firmly protected the battlefield. What a powerful technique! Such an intense explosion, it is already close to the effect of a rank 4 Gu worm. Obviously, this is Fire Prodigal Chai Ming's killer move. Although Water Demon sensed it, he still underestimated Lord Chai Ming's attack. After recovering from the shock of the explosion, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Countless gazes were focused on the arena. Even He Luan and Lu Wenwu couldn't take their eyes off it. However, inside the sphere of light, steam was rising, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it difficult to see clearly. Everyone could only wait patiently. When the water vapor gradually dissipated, Chai Ming stood in the arena with his head held high, panting. He glared at the corpse at his feet and shouted, "Water Demon, you killed my father back then. Did you think this day would come?" Water Demon Hao Ji Lu vomited blood, his face filled with pain as he was stepped on by Chai Ming. "Ha ha ha! It is our victory! Lord Chai Ming is mighty!" Seeing this scene, the spectators were dazed for a moment, before Lu Wenwu's side erupted into thunderous cheers. In contrast, He Lulan's side was either silent or curling their lips. "Brother Lu Lan, thanks for letting me win." Lu Wenwu stood up from his seat, smiling as he cupped his fists towards He Lulan, appearing graceful. He Lulan's expression was ugly. He snorted coldly and was about to say something to keep up appearances. But right at this time, swoosh! A soft sound was heard, and Chai Ming looked at his chest in shock. Suddenly, an aqueous sharp blade appeared from his chest. He turned his head with difficulty, and saw his father's killer, Hao Ji Lu, with his face full of blisters, looking at him in a sorry state while sneering at him. "This is the real body, then what is under my feet?" Chai Ming was extremely puzzled. Bam! Right at this time, Hao Ji Lu under his feet suddenly turned into a pool of water and dissipated. "It is water image goo!" someone exclaimed. Water image goo is a rare rank 4 goo to begin with, but Water Demon clearly used other methods to make his water image look so lifelike. The shouts in his ears made Chai Ming understand the reason for his defeat. "Despicable!" He said the last words of his life, before dying on the spot with an extremely unresigned mood. "Lord Chai Ming!" At once, countless people cried out in grief. "My brother!" Chai tribe leader's face was filled with tears. "Ha!" He Lulan raised his head and laughed, not concealing his joy. He gave a thumbs up to Water Demon who was walking down the stage. "Hao Ji Lu, you did well! Come, drink this cup of wine! Many thanks for Lord's reward." Water Demon walked down the stage. The burns all over his body caused him to grimace in pain, but he still received the wine bowl and drank it in one gulp. "Such good wine!" He gave a flattering smile, passing the wine bowl to He Lulan. Although everyone looked down on his flattery, the other party's strength was there for all to see, and he also had a notorious reputation, so no one mocked or ridiculed him. He Lulan waved his hand, saying in a hoarse and rough voice, "This wine bowl is also for you. Come, Yen Shui Er, give me a new bowl, and pour me your best wine." Following his call, a young girl as beautiful as a flower, wearing a gorgeous dress, obediently walked forward and placed a wine bowl on the table in front of He Lulan, before gracefully filling it with wine. It was Yen tribe's young miss, Lu Wenwu's fiancée. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had kidnapped her and offered her to He Lulan as a meeting gift. He Lulan could not wait to bring Yen Shui Er along in the Heroes' Assembly, to attack Lu Wenwu. "Lu tribe's young master, you cannot win against me. Why don't you admit defeat, and I will return your fiancée to you." He Lulan drank a mouthful of wine, wiping the wine stains on his beard. He, why should a man worry about not having a wife? Although this girl is a beauty, how can she replace the aspirations of men like us? Brother Lulan, haven't you heard of the ancient saying, women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet? Since Brother Lulan likes her, then you can have her. Lu Wenwu chuckled, but did not show any anger. Young Master Lu is very ambitious. Young Master Lu Wenwu is a true man of our northern plains. That's right, such a person is worthy of us following. Lu tribe's side spoke up in support of Lu Wenwu. Even the girls were not moved, nor did they have any intention to refute. In northern plains, men were always superior to women. Women were like clothes, brothers were like hands and feet. These were not said by others, but by Giant Sun Immortal. The descendants of Giant Sun Immortal were collectively known as the Huangjin tribes in northern plains. The Huangjin tribes held the highest authority in northern plains, and also followed the traditions of their ancestors. Since Lu Wenwu could compete with He Lulan, he was naturally not easy to deal with. His words hinted that He Lulan was lustful and had no aspirations, showing his wise image of not being infatuated with the mortal world. He Lulan snorted angrily. "Your Lu tribe has always been good at talking, you have a silver tongue. But so what? Come, let's send people to the arena again, let's fight." Lu Wenwu's expression changed slightly. Compared to Yen Shui Er, this was his greatest weakness. In the previous 9 battles, he had only won 3, losing many experts. In the previous battle, the rank 4 expert fire prodigal Chai Ming had lost his life. Now that He Lulan was inviting him to fight again, he had to agree. If he did not agree, it would show that he was weak. The men of northern plains looked down on weak masters the most. But if he agreed, he would definitely lose more than he won. Damn it, this black guy is purposely challenging me. He is clearly trying to weaken my upper echelon battle strength. But this is the Heroes' Assembly. I cannot show weakness. Who should I send this time? Lu Wenwu gritted his teeth, his gaze darting around. Among the people that sided with him, there were righteous path and demonic path, there was no lack of famous people. But right now, they did not dare to meet Lu Wenwu's gaze, they all lowered their heads or looked far away as if avoiding him. Just as Lu Wenwu was in a dilemma, a loud voice shouted from afar. Big brother, don't worry, let me go. Third brother is here. Lu Wenwu was overjoyed. The crowd opened up a path as a person walked in, everyone turned to look at him. This person was tall and muscular, he had a tiger's back and a bear's waist, he had a lion's mouth and a wide nose, his skin was as black as ink, his lush hair and beard were as white as snow, like a lion's mane. White hair and black skin, such a peculiar appearance caused everyone to be stunned. Soon after, someone exclaimed in shock, revealing this person's background. This person is actually an Inkman. Rock men, egg men, hairy men and ink men, they were not descendants of Renzu, but variant humans. Ink men were recorded in the legends of Renzu. Their home was Book Mountain. In Book Mountain, there was an ink waterfall, crashing into the literary spring, and the ink that was produced fell on the mountain rocks, forming ink men. Big brother, I am late. This Inkman came to the center of the stage and bowed deeply to Lu Wenwu. Not late, not late. It is good that you are here. Lu Wenwu patted the Inkman's shoulder, introducing him in front of everyone. Everyone, this is my sworn brother, Amo Shi Kuang, when I was roaming the world in my early years. Amo Shi Kuang, young Master Lu has good eyesight, he is just a mere variant human, and wants to seduce him. Never mind, let me, Viper husband, test your brother's worth. On He Lolan's side, a male Gu master with triangular eyes walked out on his own initiative. Come. Viper husband walked onto the stage and flirtatiously hooked his finger at Amo Shi Kuang. Amo Shi Kuang was provoked by this action and immediately flew into a rage, shouting loudly as he jumped onto the stage. Die. Saying so, he clapped his hands. Rumble! A formless force swept everything in its path, crushing towards Viper husband with unstoppable force. What? Chi path? Rank 4 peak stage. Oh no. Viper husband had yet to finish his words when he was smashed into minced meat, his flesh flying everywhere. With one move, the outcome was clear. His. Chapter 503. He Lulan looked at Amo Shi Kuang on the stage with a gloomy expression. From the moment Amo Shi Kuang appeared on the stage, he had a bad premonition. But when Amo Shi Kuang turned Viper lover into minced meat, He Lulan's heart sank. The opponent was a rank 4 peak stage expert, and was even a Chi Path Gu master. Man was the spirit of all living beings and could awaken their apertures through Hope Gu. Variant humans, since they had the word man attached to them, they naturally had spirituality that wild beasts could not compare to. But this spirituality was much smaller than a human's. Thus, very few variant humans could achieve such results in their Gu master cultivation. Most variant humans could not even awaken their apertures in their entire lives. But there were also a few lucky ones who awakened their apertures. The lucky ones among the lucky ones would be able to succeed in their cultivation. This Amo Shi Kuang in front of everyone was such a special case. No wonder Lu Wenwu would befriend Amo Shi Kuang. A rank 4 peak stage battle strength, even I would be willing to do it. At once, many people came to a realization. Hey, the dark-skinned fatty on the other side, are you the one who wants to oppose my big brother? Come, if you have any experts, feel free to send them over. Let me flatten all your lackeys with one palm. And Mosher madly patted his chest and shouted loudly. Amidst his boorishness, he seemed heroic. Dark-skinned fatty. The corners of He Lolan's eyes twitched, feeling extremely angry in his heart. Although I am fat, can I be darker than you? This dark-skinned guy is hateful. Hey Xioi. He Lulan softly called out, his calm voice concealing blazing anger. Here. A thin man immediately responded. Go teach this guy a lesson. He Lulan instructed. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. He Xioi expressionlessly replied and slowly walked forward. His gaze was cold as ice, and as he walked, his whole body surged with black light. The black light condensed into an armor, firmly wrapping around him. Then, a pale green circle of light flew above his head. 56 flying bone shields flew out and floated around him, protecting him from all directions. At the same time, 9 grayish-blue ghost faces sobbed and wailed as they circled around him. When he walked onto the stage, he was already fully armed and protected himself. Everyone was in an uproar. Lulan spoke with great grandeur, but in truth, she had sent a defensive Gu master to probe Emo Kwang's background. Ahahaha! Emo Kwang, on the other hand, is overjoyed. One look and I can tell that you're asking for a beating. Come eat a punch from your grandpa. Before he finished speaking, his right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely pounded at He Shui. In the blink of an eye, the power of his fist turned into a solid and heavy fist chi. It flew dozens of steps and heavily bombarded He Shui's body. If it were anyone else, they would be crippled even if they didn't die from this blow. However, He Shui forcibly received this punch. His upper body swayed a few times, but his lower body did not move a single inch. Good! Seeing this, Emo Kwang became even happier. He was different from ordinary ink men, he was extremely bloodthirsty for battle. Delighted at seeing his prey, he shouted, "Again!" Saying so, he slowly flew up, his snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. After pulling some distance from He Shui, he quickly punched. Fist shadows were densely packed like a rainstorm. Lumps of translucent fist chi flew towards He Shui. Bam bam bam, the fist chi struck He Shui's armor, causing thunderous explosions. However, He Shui seemed to have transformed into a huge reef, standing firm no matter how many times the waves crashed against him. The 56 flying bone shields helped him bear most of the pressure. The scattered fist chi hit the black iron-like armor, but there was no effect at all. The scattered chi was completely absorbed by the 9 ghost faces. When Emo Kwang's indiscriminate bombardment stopped, the halo above He Shui's head emitted a pale green light, shining on the flying bone shields and repairing the cracks on the shields. Your thing, I'll return it to you. He Shui sneered. The 9 ghost faces opened their mouths and continuously spat out dozens of fist chi. Impressively, Emo Kwang's attacks were returned intact. Emo Kwang looked at the dozens of fist chi pouncing towards him, and was dazed for a moment. He was continuously hit and smashed onto the ground. Ha ha ha, rank 4 peak stage is only SOSO. Immediately, someone started to clamor outside the arena. Young master! The person beside Lu Wenwu nervously called out. He Shui is one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Troop, a rank 4 upper stage Gu master and most proficient in defense. Should we call Emo Kwang back? No matter. Lu Wenwu was not nervous at all, instead smiling with a trace of schadenfreude as he looked at He Lulan and He Shui in the arena. My third brother's temperament is to fight as if it is his life. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. Hee, now you guys just wait to watch a good show. Ha ha ha, refreshing, so refreshing. Emo Kwang suddenly let out wild laughter and slowly climbed up from the ground. His eyes were fiery red as he stared at He Shui with a burning gaze. You are a bit interesting, worthy of me using half of my strength. Emo Kwang seriously said. He Shui was naturally displeased. Humph, shameless boaster, bring it on. Ha! Emo Kwang's majestic body shook and a strong inhuman aura like that of a lion, tiger, bear or elephant burst out, pressuring everyone's hearts. Whoosh! He fiercely jumped into the sky, his aura overflowing like a demon god as he raised his right foot. Catch! He shouted excitedly, his right foot aiming at He Shui and fiercely stomped. Whoosh! Wind suddenly blew and the majestic air condensed into a huge foot. This foot was as big as a hill and faintly transparent, carrying an incomparably fierce aura as it rapidly descended. Such an attack! For a moment, not only He Shui, but also He Lulan and the others stared with their eyes wide open. Defend, use all your strength! Several rank 3 Gu masters responsible for defending and maintaining the area furiously shouted. As the huge foot stomped down, He Shui clenched his teeth and quickly controlled 56 flying bone shields to block it. But the flying bone shields could not even withstand the pressure in the blink of an eye and were completely crushed under the stomp of the huge foot. Soon after, the huge foot smashed down like a mountain peak. The pale green circle of light was instantly shattered. The 9 ghost faces desperately swallowed, but they only managed to weaken a tenth of the power before collapsing. The chaotic air currents had not even spread when they were fiercely suppressed by the huge foot. He Shui felt an irresistible force heavily pressing down on his spine. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. After a few breaths, he was pressed down on the ground. The black iron armor that made him famous was crushed into powder by the enormous pressure. Crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking resounded incessantly. Large amounts of internal blood flowed out of He Shui's 7 orifices. The enormous force was still spreading in all directions. Several defensive Gu masters put their lives on the line and barely managed to support the light barrier, preventing it from collapsing. After the smoke and dust dispersed, He Shui was like a dead dog, lying motionlessly on the ground, on his last breath. He Lulan's expression abruptly changed as he jumped up. He Shui was his direct descendant, one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army. Without him, the Black Banner Army's battle strength would be reduced by at least 20%. At the same time, this He Shui was the youngest son of a He tribe's supreme elder's great-nephew and was of great importance. He Lulan had never expected this Mo Shikuang to be so strong. That attack just now could almost surpass ranks to challenge a rank 5 Gu master. He Shui could not be lost. He Lulan pointed and promptly ordered, "Men, snatch He Shui back from me!" Immediately, 2 figures pounced out, both rank 3 Gu masters. Several defensive Gu masters hesitated but did not want to offend He Lulan, so they did not obstruct them and instead loosened the barrier. "Young master, this He Lulan is extremely shameless. He actually wants to break the rules. Let me go as well!" An elder of the Lu family roared indignantly. But Lu Wenwu chuckled. "No matter, let them have a taste of my sworn brother's power. A bunch of scoundrels!" And Mo Shikuang shouted, his eyes glaring in anger, as he waved his strong right arm. His arm seemed to be dragging 1,000 Jun heavy object, giving people a feeling of slow exertion. An enormous arm made of qi rapidly formed under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, reaching 50 feet in length and 10 feet in width. Whoosh! For a moment, the qi arm produced a sound like a dragon's roar or a tiger's roar, or like a hurricane sweeping through. The enormous qi arm fiercely swept across in a wild and unrestrained manner, collapsing mountains in front of them and crushing seas in front of them. The 2 rank 3 Gu masters who had rushed over to help were like flies, fiercely swept away by the enormous qi arm. Soon after, the qi arm swept across the scene, causing horrified screams to resound. Countless spectating Gu masters who could not dodge in time were smashed into meat paste by the qi arm. He Lulan and the rest hurriedly retreated, avoiding the attack. "Courting death! Kill him! Since he dared to attack us, we will attack together!" He Lulan and the rest dodged the attack and attacked one after another, immediately shattering the qi arm. "Ha ha, good!" And Mo Shikuang not only did not have a trace of fear when facing so many Gu masters, he instead became even more excited, his battle intent surging. He advanced instead of retreating, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his long beard spread out as he charged towards He Lulan and the rest. "Not good, third brother is going crazy again." Lu Wenwu could no longer remain calm, waving his hand. "Everyone, quickly follow me to help." Lu tribe's side also entered the battlefield. The heroes' assembly immediately turned into a chaotic mess, an unprecedented chaotic battle suddenly unfolding. And Mo Shikuang rampaged on the battlefield, while He Lulan and the rest smoothly snatched back He Shui. Chai tribe's Gu masters targeted water demon Hao Ji Lu, continuously attacking. The heavily injured Hao Ji Lu could only flee in all directions. The scene was a mess. "Oh no! This is only the heroes' assembly. We cannot fight so intensely. If we suffer heavy losses, how will we fight for the imperial court? What do we do?" Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Lu Wenwu and He Lulan felt something was amiss and wanted to stop them, but it was to no avail. Howl! Right at this moment, an intense and desolate wolf howl came from afar, displaying the bearing of a beast emperor. Howl. Chapter 504. What's going on? A wolf tide is coming? So many wolves! There are night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and so on. There are also water wolves and vermilion flame wolves. Cries of surprise rang out, and the chaotic battle gradually came to a stop. One by one, they turned around and looked. In the sky, the vast wolf group was like a surging tide. All sorts of northern plains wolf groups gathered together and pressed forward. The dark and vigorous night wolf, the graceful wind wolf, the sturdy turtleback wolf, the snow-white water wolf, the scarlet-red vermilion flame wolf. These wolf groups advanced side by side. Each wolf group had at least tens of thousands of members. At once, the huge wolf group filled everyone's vision, causing a chill to rise in their hearts and making it hard for them to breathe. Under the escort of the wolf group, a tribe slowly moved forward. Large numbers of slug goo, black-skinned fat beetles carrying abundant resources, and lizard house goo moving their limbs. There were many flags, and among them, there was a huge flag that represented the king's tent. On the blue flag, there was a large Ge character. It's Ge tribe. In that case, this wolf group belongs to Changshanin? Didn't Changshanin fight 3 tribes in a row? Why is the scale of his wolf group so huge? Everyone had similar suspicions in their hearts. According to the information, Wolf King has night wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves. But where did he get so many water wolves and vermilion flame wolves? Lu Wenwu's expression was grim. Big brother. Mo Shi Kuang returned to Lu Wenwu's side. The vast wolf group in front of him made him inwardly shocked. The source of the water wolves is easy to explain. After all, Ge tribe has been stationed by Crescent Lake for a long time. The wolf groups there are the most water wolves. But who can tell me what is going on with this 80,000 vermilion flame wolf group? Vermilion flame wolf is much rarer than wind wolves, water wolves, and night wolves. It is the wolf species with the strongest attack among ordinary wolves. We have investigated very clearly, but how did Changshanin suddenly get such a terrifying force? Who can tell me? At once, countless tribe leaders and elders were in their hearts. He scolded the intelligence personnel of his own clan. Let's not talk about the vermilion flame wolf pack for now. Is that the largest night wolf, the Wolf Emperor? Zhong Fio pointed into the distance and exclaimed. In fact, when the night wolf emperor appeared, it had already attracted countless gazes. It really is the nocturnal wolf emperor. The wolf emperor's majestic presence was unmistakable. After Bei Chao Chuan identified it, he said hoarsely. The crowd was in an uproar. Wolf Emperor! This was the battle strength of a rank 5 Gu master. Changshanin was only a rank 4 Gu master, but he could actually control a wolf emperor? No matter what, he was a person who had been famous for a long time, a hero of northern plains, a legend who had once killed Ha Tu Gu and his group of bandits by himself. Damn it! His strength. How did it grow so fast? With the Wolf Emperor in his hands, he is already comparable to Ma Zun, Jiang Baoya, and Yang Poying. The vengeful Pei Yanfei clenched his fists. The huge wolf pack made him feel powerless and defeated. Seeing the pack of wolves gradually approaching, everyone's expression became solemn and fearful. The chaotic battle had completely stopped. Everyone gathered around Lu Wenwu and He Lulan, forming a formation. Next, under everyone's gaze, Fan Yuan rode the white-eyes wolf with Ge Guang and the rest behind him, arriving in front of He Lulan. Wolf King Changshanin, I have long heard of your great name. He Lulan was the first to greet. He Lulan's body was swollen like a violent bear. His mouth was filled with uneven snow-white teeth that were like daggers and swords, giving people a sinister feeling. A pair of triangular eyes. They flickered with an intimidating light. This person was lustful by nature, there were rumors in northern plains. Fan Yuan chuckled, but glanced at Lu Wenwu who was beside him. Lu Wenwu was dressed in white, he had an elegant demeanor like a noble young master. His eyes were warm, and his face was like jade. Beside him stood a 9-feet ink man with black skin and white hair. Like adored god, he was the #1 general of Northern Plains in this imperial court contest, Embark. Lu Wenwu's heart jumped. Fan Yuan's deep gaze made him feel something amiss. The grudge between Chang Shanin and Chang tribe. During the Battle of Crescent Lake, Ge tribe had already spread the news. Right now, Chang tribe had already submitted to Lu Wenwu. If Chang Shanin wanted revenge and to deal with Chang tribe, he would first have to deal with Lu Wenwu. Fan Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at He Lulan. His voice was calm, but it resounded in everyone's ears. I have returned to the world this time to take revenge. Coincidentally, during the Imperial Court contest, I can also experience the heroes of Northern Plains. Brother Lulan, why don't we work together? He Lulan's pupils dilated. She could not help but walk out of the crowd in joy, walking to Fan Yuan and grabbing his shoulder, laughing loudly. It is my honor to have Wolf King's help. On He tribe's side, there was an uproar. Cheering could be heard. Defeated Hao Ji Lu greets Wolf Wangde. Water Demon greeted Fan Yuan anxiously. He Lulan frowned, looking over in concern. Hao Ji Lu might have made battle merits for him, but if he offended Chang Shanin, then he could only kill Hao Ji Lu to express his goodwill to Chang Shanin. But Fan Yuan nodded at Hao Ji Lu. It's fine, just perform well in the future. Hao Ji Lu let out a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, Wolf King is broad-minded, such magnanimity, I admire you. He Lulan laughed even louder. Hao Ji Lu was rank 4 upper stage, an absolute expert. Now that he had the best of both worlds, he was very happy. He tribe's side was overjoyed, while Lu tribe's side was extremely gloomy. Lu Wenwu had expected this, but his mood was still terrible. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to Chang tribe's request. How can one Chang tribe compare to Chang Shanin? Sigh, it is a pity that things have come to this. I am powerless to turn the situation around. He sighed in his heart. Yan Chui'er was his fiancée, but he could give her up. Not only because of the tradition of men being superior to women, but also because Yan tribe was already extinct. But Chang tribe's strength was still intact. If he really gave up on Chang tribe, it would make all the tribes that were depending on him feel disappointed. He, Lu Wenwu, could not do that. Hey tribe leader, my Wang tribe will join your side, what do you think? Hey Lulan, our Fang tribe will place our bet on you. Yi tribe is willing to depend on He tribe. At once, several large tribes that were wavering chose to side with He Lulan. Lu Wenwu had a strong general like Amo Shi by his side, but Wolf King Chang Shanin had allied with He Lulan. With such a large wolf group as the vanguard, who knows how many tribesmen would die in the battlefield in the future? This way, all the tribes in the Yutian Heroes Assembly made their choice. A large portion chose to follow He Lulan, while the rest followed Lu Wenwu. Ha ha ha, Lu tribe's boy, we will meet on the battlefield in the future. Brother Lulan, we will meet again. Now was not the time to fight each other. Outside Yutian, there were still countless tyrants. The two sides were on guard against each other, and after some distance, they returned to their respective camps. On the way back, Lu Wenwu summoned the elder in charge of intelligence and scolded. Where did Chang Shan Yin's wolf group come from? Investigate it for me. Investigate it thoroughly. Yes, young master. I will do my best to make up for my mistake. The elder retreated with sweat all over his forehead. Big brother, don't worry. No matter how many wolves he has, with me here, we can just kill that Chang Shanin. Amo Shi consoled in a low and muffled voice. Lu Wenwu's heart was heavy. Against an enslavement master, the best tactic was to kill the leader. But now that Chang Shanin had joined He Lulan, they would meet on the battlefield in the future. He tribe would definitely carry out strict defense. By then, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. But the hearts of sworn brothers could not be treated coldly. Lu Wenwu smiled and patted Amo Shi shoulder. He, third brother, you are an unparalleled warrior who can easily kill the enemy leader. I naturally trust you. Big brother, you forgot that there is still second brother. As long as second brother comes out of seclusion, with us three brothers working together, no matter how big Northern Plains is, what is there to fear? Mo Shi Kuang laughed heartily. Second brother? Lu Wenwu's eyes brightened, the pressure in his heart reduced by half. That's right. Second brother comes out of seclusion. If we work together, Chang Shaonin is not our match. But for now, let's not deal with He tribe. This is a tough bone to chew. We need to sweep the western side first, accumulate our strength and strengthen ourselves. Big brother, go ahead and do whatever you want. I will follow behind you. At the same time, in another group, He Lulan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, after today, when the news of the Yutian Heroes Assembly spreads, all the forces will have a headache. Brother Shaonin, the wolves under your command will definitely make them puzzled and astonished. Fan Yuan had great strength. He Lulan had been paying attention to him for a long time. Now that he had taken the initiative to join, this He tribe leader naturally had to win over Fan Yuan. Not only did he treat Chang Shaonin as an equal, after a short conversation, he also took the initiative to call Fan Yuan his brother. Fan Yuan heard He Lulan's words and knew that it was a subtle question. He smiled lightly. To speak the truth, I did not expect to have such a huge harvest. Back then, I had raised some wolf groups in Onion Valley. To think that after these years, they had grown to such a large scale. Guguang, who was at the side, added, That's right, when Lord Supreme Elder came out of Onion Valley, we were all dumbfounded by the dense wolf groups. The truth was, after Fan Yuan entered Onion Valley alone, he opened a stargate and connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, releasing most of the wolf groups inside. When he led the wolf groups back to Ge tribe, everyone was shocked. This way, the entire Ge tribe was his witness. At the same time, he had concealed himself in Onion Valley. The evidence was irrefutable. Ha ha ha, Brother Shan Yin's luck is really enviable. Raising a beast group is a helpless move, there are very few harvests. Brother, being able to have such a harvest is the will of heaven, even the heavens hope that you can return to the world. To speak the truth, ever since you disappeared, the whole of Northern Plains has been silent. The heavens have pitied us, they do not want a person like you to live in seclusion. He Lulan's words were filled with flattery, making the whole of Northern Plains seem like there was only one Chang Shaonin. But Fan Yuan curled his lips at the perfect timing, smiling arrogantly. This time, I came out to take revenge, and also to meet Ma Zun, Yang Ping, Jiang Baoye, and the others. Thirdly, with the help of Imperial Court Blessed Land, my cultivation can advance even further. From his words, it was as if the position of Imperial Court was already in his bag. Such arrogance, even Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was speechless inwardly. Good, this is the lofty aspiration that a Northern Plains man should have. He Lulan praised, giving a thumbs up to Fan Yuan, before taking out a goo worm and handing it to Fan Yuan. A good goo should be given to a hero. Brother Shaonin came to join me, that means you think highly of me. This rank 5 goo is my greeting gift, please accept it. Fan Yuan took a look. This was Turtle Jade Wolfskin goo, it had extremely strong defense. Fan Yuan had heard of this goo's recipe in his previous life. Rank 5 Turtle Jade Wolfskin goo's main ingredient was a living turtleback wolf emperor. If there really was a living turtleback wolf emperor, Fan Yuan would rather have it as his fighting strength than sacrifice it and refine it into a goo. Fan Yuan could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, and could get rank 5 goo. But this Turtle Jade Wolfskin goo coincidentally suited his enslavement path. To get this goo, he would need to spend a certain amount of time and effort, and most importantly, Immortal Yuan Stone. One had to know that Fan Yuan only had 2 Immortal Yuan Stone left. Now that someone had come to him, it was for the best. Alright, then I won't be polite. Fan Yuan said as he grabbed this goo without any politeness. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.